Chapter 302. Lai Mingxiang nodded. I discovered something at that time, so I left. Lai Mingxiang seemed to be a rather silent person, and his words were rather concise. There was no need for him to explain anything. Why didn't he leave at any other time? Why did he only leave when there was danger? He's clearly looking for an excuse, Yu Yin said disdainfully. Forget it. He really did have something to do and left, Ling Xiao advised. From the time that Bing Ruoshui had told him about the danger, he could guess why Lai Mingxiang had left. However, Ling Xiao didn't approve of Lai Mingxiang's actions. Lai Mingxiang was actually willing to abandon his companions for his own benefit, which showed how selfish he was. Ling Xiao was extremely disgusted by such people. Yu Yin saw that Ling Xiao had spoken, but she didn't say anything else. She just pouted, looking like she was unwilling. Lai Mingxiang looked at Ling Xiao in confusion. He had already guessed that Ling Xiao had been nearby when he had gone to fight for the five-colored gourd holy fruit. At this time, Wu Yulai spoke up. Senior Xiao, now is not the time to pursue responsibility. Although Miss and Jean Tian are injured, this is also a kind of training for them. It's fine as long as their lives aren't in danger. Xiao Songlin nodded and said, Junior brother is right. If you want to become a powerhouse, you don't need to rely on any external forces. Although Ming Chong is in the wrong, you shouldn't push all the blame onto him. Your own strength and combat strength need to be strengthened. I hope that this trip to the secret realm will be fruitful. Elder is right. All the disciples replied in unison. All right, all of you should hurry up and recover. Tomorrow is the day the secret territory opens. Once you're inside, your life and death will be up to fate. You should consider whether you want to enter or not. It's still not too late to back out now, Xiao Songlin said. Xiao Songlin glanced at everyone, and seeing that no one responded, he nodded in satisfaction. You're all good people. You should know that fortune and misfortune are interdependent. As long as you maintain a fearless and courageous determination, you'll all be able to go far in the future. When everyone heard this, they all walked out of their tents and found their own places to meditate. Ling Xiao didn't leave immediately. Instead, he took out 2 peak grade, 3 healing pills and gave them to Yun Mengqi and Xing Zhantian. These healing pills were all refined by Ling Xiao in advance when he was in the sect, just in case he needed them. After a quiet night, the sun rose. The people of the various sects gathered in a spacious area. Now, of the 36 sects in the Northwest, only less than half of their disciples were here. Some sects didn't come to participate in the sect oath-taking assembly, while others met with accidents on their way here. In short, the number of people who came was less than half of what it was when they entered the Myriad Beast Denver. At this time, Xiao Songlin, Wu Yulai, and Wu Youziu, the 3 previous generation elders of the Purple Heaven sect, as well as the previous generation elders of the various sects, all walked together. Almost all of them were the most powerful representative elders of their respective sects, and all of them possessed strength above the Earth's sovereign realm. It could be said that the strongest people in the Northwest were gathered here. The young disciples were also the most outstanding elites of the Northwest. All of them had excited expressions on their faces, and their eyes were filled with anticipation. Everyone present was solemn, and it was so quiet that only the whistling of the wind could be heard in the forest. Just as the sunlight swept over the area, all the Earth's sovereign realm experts made their moves. The dozens of old men let out a roar and formed a complicated and profound seal with their hands. In the end, rays of dazzling spiritual energy appeared and illuminated the world. Even the sun dimmed in comparison. Open the mountain gate. Swoosh, swoosh. After one of the old men shouted, all the other old men made their moves at the same time. Rays of colorful light shot upward at the same time. Dozens of Earth's sovereign realm experts bloomed, and the hearts of all the young disciples trembled. In the end, their eyes were filled with yearning and reverence. The spirit beasts in the vicinity were so frightened that they fled in all directions. Even the spirit beasts that had reached the 5th grade hid far away. After all, these dozens of rays of energy were enough to destroy the world. As the terrifying energy converged, a dazzling vortex was formed in mid-air. The vortex kept spinning in place, and the energy it split into kept rushing forward. However, these dozens of fused and divided energies collided with the empty space with a swishing sound, as if they were being isolated by something. When the vortex's energy was almost completely divided, the dozens of old men shouted again and attacked at the same time. He repeated this process 3 times, and gradually, the emptiness began to show signs of what was going on. A towering stone pillar slowly appeared from top to bottom. Between the 2 stone pillars, there was a stone beam that weighed tens of thousands of kilograms. The stone beam and the stone pillar were specially made of 1,000-year-old silver stone. Silver light shone from them, and in the middle of the stone beam, there were ancient and complicated characters that read Heaven Suppressing Sect. When all the disciples saw the 3 big words, their minds were immediately suppressed, and they found it difficult to breathe. It was as if these 3 words had a strong will that forced them to worship it. When the 2 stone pillars appeared, a flight of stairs appeared in the middle of the stone pillars. The stairs were stacked on top of each other, seemingly endless, leading to an unknown end. Restrain your mind, dispel your heart's devil, and quickly enter the sect. A vigorous voice rang out, like the morning bell of an ancient tomb, awakening all the disciples. Xiao Xiao. As soon as he finished speaking, a few people took the lead and rushed up the stairs. The others also came back to their senses and stepped onto the stairs. You all only have 1 month. After 1 month, we will open the sect again. At that time, you all must immediately come out. After the voice fell, the energy above the sect disappeared, and the 2 stone pillars and the beam also disappeared. The disciples who had entered the stairs also seemed to have disappeared at this moment, as if they had never appeared in this world. After all the old men withdrew their energy, they immediately sat down to meditate and recover. Looking at their pale faces, it was obvious that they had expended a lot of energy. After all the disciples entered the stairs, they immediately rushed up at full speed, as if they were afraid that if they were even a step slower, the secret treasures inside would be snatched away by others. However, when they reached the top of the stairs, they found that they were at the top of a mountain, and when they looked down, the stairs actually became a straight mountain road. What's going on? Everyone looked at the scene in front of them in confusion. It must be an illusion. That wasn't a flight of stairs at all. Impossible. I clearly felt like I was stepping on a flight of stairs just now. Look, there's a great hall over there. Everyone looked in the same direction, and sure enough, they saw an ancient hall standing on top of the mountain. In the next moment, many people rushed towards the hall. Only a few groups of people stopped in front of the hall, not in a hurry to move forward. After that, the original horses didn't rush towards the hall, but instead left in different directions. The Purple Sky sect was led by Ling Xiao, but he didn't rush towards the hall like the others. Instead, he led his own sect's people and chose a direction that no one else went. Ling Xiao discovered that the spiritual energy here was many times denser than in the Purple Sky sect. Furthermore, the land was extremely vast, with continuous mountain ranges, towering ancient trees, and spirit grasses and flowers everywhere. Ling Xiao sighed inwardly, as expected of a 6th-grade sect. Just the spiritual energy here can increase anyone's cultivation speed by several times. Just as Ling Xiao was sighing, when Ku Dai caught up from behind and asked in confusion, "Senior brother Ling, why don't we go to the main hall like them? All the good things have been snatched away by them." Ling Xiao laughed and said, "There have been many sessions of the sect Oath Assembly, and every 5 years there will be disciples who come here to search for treasures. It's obvious that the things inside have already been taken by the previous seniors." When Kadai revealed a look of understanding and then praised, "Senior brother Ling, you're really amazing. Come on, this is common sense. Anyone who uses their brains would know," Ling Xiao replied. Just as when Kudai was about to take the opportunity to hold Ling Xiao's hand, another pair of delicate hands were a step ahead of her. "Junior sister one, I'm sorry, this side is mine. You go to the other side." Yu Lian tightly held onto Ling Xiao's arm and smiled at when Kudai. Wen Kudai blushed and walked to the other side, but she was still a step too late. That arm was once again taken by a pure white figure. Wen Kudai angrily stomped her feet in place. Luo Meiying, who was at the back, cast an envious and jealous look at Ling Zhao's left and right arms. She muttered in her heart, "What a playboy!" Ling Zhao chose a secluded place with 2 burdens on his back and called for everyone to stop. All the true disciples looked at Ling Zhao with puzzled expressions. They were all anxious in their hearts. Everyone else had gone to search for treasures, but Ling Zhao was kissing a beauty. What was the meaning of this? Senior brother, senior sister, junior sister, you can all summon your protective spirit beasts, Ling Zhao ordered. Everyone did as they were told and summoned their own spirit beasts. Ling Zhao glanced at these spirit beasts and then said to Chen Wenyu, "Brother Chenyu, I'll have to trouble you to bring them to investigate the surroundings and familiarize themselves with the terrain. If you find anything, immediately report back." As Ling Zhao spoke, he pointed at the other 2 true disciples with flying spirit beasts. Chen Wenyu nodded his head and gave the order. He and the other 2 true disciples rode their spirit beasts and flew in a certain direction. "All right, everyone sit down and wait for the news," Ling Zhao said to the others. Everyone understood Ling Zhao's intentions and didn't have any objections to Ling Zhao's orders. Ling Zhao's actions were completely reasonable. After all, in this unfamiliar environment, no one knew what kind of dangers there were. It was completely necessary to let Chen Wenyu and the others ride their flying spirit beasts to understand the terrain. This could reduce the danger by a bit and also allow them to find the right direction. After everyone sat down, Ling Zhao had the women beside him stand guard. The women didn't understand why Ling Zhao was doing this, but they still obediently surrounded Ling Zhao in the middle so that he wouldn't be affected by other things. The battle for the secret realm was about to begin, and what awaited them was the omnipresent threat of death. Chapter 303. Ling Zhao concentrated on spreading out his mental energy. His sea of consciousness had already been liquefied, and his mental energy was no longer the same as before. Nothing within a 3,000-meter radius could escape his senses. His mental energy was like a spider web that slowly spread out in all directions. Ling Zhao originally thought that there would be some kind of terrifying threat, but he realized that he had overestimated the environment. Along the way, he did not sense any strong energy fluctuations, which meant that there were no powerful creatures around. Ling Zhao was puzzled. Could it be that all the dangers have already been eliminated by our predecessors? Just as Ling Zhao was feeling puzzled, a strong aura disturbed his mind. Following that, Chen Wenyu's voice came from above. "Junior brothers, quickly run. It's a vulture eagle." With that, Chen Wenyu and the 2 true disciples who had rushed over to check on the situation landed on the ground with panic on their faces. They then quickly recalled their spirit beasts. Following that, 2 shadows flew over from the sky. Ling Zhao jumped up from the ground and ordered, "Everyone hide. Try not to run to the open space." Before he finished speaking, there were already people running away. Vulture Eagle, a low-grade 4 flying spirit beast. It had the head of a lion, the body of an eagle, and the tail of a deer. How could they not panic when 2 vulture eagles appear at the same time? Ling Zhao had used his mental energy to check on the situation on the ground, but he did not know that there were such terrifying spirit beasts in the sky. The 2 vulture eagles soon caught up to the place where Ling Zhao and the others had fled. One of the disciples did not dodge in time, and his head was ruthlessly pecked off, causing blood to splatter everywhere. This scared the others even more, causing them to run even faster. When Kitty had just entered the Spirit Master level not long ago, and she did not have a spirit beast to protect her. Like Luo Meiying, she could only rely on her 2 legs to escape. This was the first time she had encountered such danger. In a moment of panic, she tripped on a vine and fell to the ground. "Aya!" When Kitty let out a cry of alarm. At this moment, a huge shadow flew down. "Yo!" The vulture eagle opened its bloody mouth and pecked at Winkiti. The smile on Winkiti's face turned pale in fright. Just as she closed her eyes and waited for death, a figure quickly rushed over and grabbed her by the waist, dodging the vulture eagle's attack. Ling Xiao tossed Wen Qidi onto the golden wolf king's body. Xiao Jin, take her and hide first. Following that, Ling Xiao drew out the profound weapon that looked like a sword, and yet wasn't a sword, and yet wasn't a saber. He named it the Ice and Fire Sword. Damned feather beast! Ling Xiao shouted with a sullen face. A fiery sword aura swept towards the vulture eagle. The bald lion eagle was extremely cunning. It instantly flew back into the air, causing Ling Xiao's attack to fail. Ling Xiao took the opportunity to shout, "Everyone, don't be afraid. Quickly gather together and use all your strength to deal with them. We can't let them kill us one by one." Ling Xiao finally calmed down. Vulture eagles were scary, but they were spirit beasts that couldn't use elemental attacks. They had a lot of people on their side, and with so many spirit beasts gathered together, if the vulture eagles dared to land, they would immediately use elemental attacks, and the two vulture eagles would be at a disadvantage. Hearing Ling Xiao's words, the Purple Sky Sex elites finally realized that they were too panicked and lost their sense of propriety. At this time, they gathered together and took out their own profound weapons. Once the bald lion eagles descend, they would attack them. Their protective spirit beasts would also use powerful attribute attacks. In the end, the two bald lion eagles didn't dare to descend anymore. Finally, they flew above their heads for a long time before finally retreating. Seeing the two bald lion eagles leave, everyone let out a sigh of relief. At this time, everyone realized that the one who had been pecked to death by the bald lion eagles was a Scarlet Flame Peak disciple. They had only just entered the secret realm, but one person had already died. Everyone had a heavy expression on their faces. Ling Xiao asked Chen Wenyu, "Senior apprentice brother, where did you meet the bald lion eagles?" "On the mountain peak in front of us. There seems to be a large hall there," Chen Wenyu said with lingering fear. Ling Xiao was silent for a moment. Then he said to everyone, "This is a very dangerous journey. The elders have told us that we have no way out now. We either have to find something suitable for ourselves, or we can hide in a corner and practice. We can wait for the 1-month deadline to arrive." He paused for a moment, then continued, "Not far from here is a palace guarded by the two vulture eagles. If you want to go there, then follow me. If you don't, then I won't force you." Ling Xiao paused for a moment before continuing. "There is a palace not far from here. It is guarded by the two vulture eagles. If you want to go there, then follow me." After saying that, Ling Xiao took the lead and rode the Golden Wolf King forward with Wen Qidi on its back. Chen Wenyu, Yan Zhe, Zhao Nan, Luo, Ming, Bing Ruoshui, and Yu Lian followed Ling Xiao without the slightest hesitation. The others hesitated for a moment before following Ling Xiao. "Senior apprentice brother, I'm sorry." Wen Qidi, who was sitting in front of Ling Xiao, said in a low voice. Ling Xiao disapprovingly said, "Don't worry, just be careful later. I promised Pavilion Master Wen that I would take good care of you." Wen Qidi slightly lowered her head and clenched her fists. Her beautiful eyes flashed with unswerving determination. The group walked in the direction Chen Wenyu had pointed. Because of the sudden appearance of the bald lion eagles, everyone raised their vigilance and paid attention to their surroundings. Suddenly, someone cried out in alarm, "It's a high-grade 3rd-stage blood ivy." Everyone looked in the direction the person was pointing, and sure enough, they saw a scarlet vine not far in front of them. The blood ivy was an essential spirit herb for high-grade healing pills, and it had the effect of quickly replenishing blood. After the true disciple finished shouting, he ran towards the blood ivy, wanting to pluck it. Unexpectedly, a strange spirit herb beside the blood ivy started to mutate. "Not good. Quickly come back. That's a man-eating flower," Ling Xiao shouted, and the ice and fire sword in his hand shot out a ray of fire towards the man-eating flower. The true disciple was startled, and he hurriedly abandoned the blood ivy and ran back. However, green vines instantly started to spread out from the surroundings, binding everyone and their spirit beasts. "Everyone be careful. there's something strange going on. Ling Xiao warned again, and the ice and fire sword in his hand continuously bombarded the green vines. All the disciples didn't dare to be negligent, and they all used their Xian skills to attack the suspicious spirit herbs in the surroundings. Suddenly, behind a disciple, a huge flower that was about to bloom actually separated its petals and directly wrapped around that disciple. Damn it! A disciple beside him cursed, and the heavy saber in his hand directly chopped towards the stem of the flower. That flower fell, and a strange and terrifying blood actually flowed out. That disciple who escaped from death was so frightened that his face turned pale. These spirit objects are all afraid of the fire attribute. It's the senior brother with the fire attribute who will lead the way. Ling Xiao fully displayed the temperament of a leader, and he shouted loudly. He once again took the lead to lead the way, and the ice and fire sword in his hand continuously waved out blue flames, causing the surrounding spirit objects to sizzle. A few disciples from the Scarlet Flame Peak and the Tool Refining Peak also followed Ling Xiao's example and waved fire towards those suspicious spirit herbs and spirit flowers. Instantly, their surroundings became a sea of fire, and thick smoke rose everywhere. When they passed through the area with the man-eating flowers, they finally saw a grand hall that was even more majestic than the one they saw before. Looking at the grand hall in front of them, no one dared to rashly barge in. Instead, they looked around, looking for the vulture eagle that had attacked them before. "Everyone, pay attention," Ling Xiao reminded, and then he started to pay attention to the surroundings. Suddenly, everyone heard a wave of shrill cries and exclamations. "It's in front of the hall. Everyone be careful," Ling Xiao reminded again, and then he urged the Golden Wolf King to walk in the direction of the scream. Not long after, he saw 7 or 8 youths being attacked by the 2 bald lion eagles. "Junior brother, should we go and help?" Luo Meiying asked with a sense of justice. Ling Xiao glared at Luo Meiying, and then his gaze fell on the vulture eagle. In the blink of an eye, another person who had been attacked by the vulture eagle was killed by the eagle's claws. At that moment, one of the people discovered Ling Xiao and the others, and he pleaded to Ling Xiao and the others, "Please help. Look at their equipment. They should be from a South Sun sect," Chunwen Yu said. Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment, then said, "Everyone, let's go and kill these 2 feathered beasts." Ling Xiao knew that after the 2 vulture eagles killed the people in front of them, it would be their turn. Since that was the case, it was better to work together and kill the 2 vulture eagles first. In any case, the other side was small, so they shouldn't be too much of a threat. Waiting for Ling Xiao's instructions, the true disciples of the Purple Sky sect all charged at the 2 vulture eagles. The vulture eagles were also very cunning. Every time they were in danger, they would hide in the air and then suddenly swoop down. Everyone couldn't do anything to them, and they were wearing down everyone's patience. "Looks like we have to deal with them first." Ling Xiao saw that no one had any good ideas, so he could only choose to take action. None of the people here had reached the king stage, so they couldn't fly. Those who had flying spirit beasts didn't dare use them. After all, the vulture eagles had reached the 4th rank, and they were the overlords of the sky. Since that was the case, Ling Xiao could only use them to kill them. Ling Xiao rode on the back of his wolf, his eyes unblinking as he stared at the 2 vulture eagles. After a while, one of the vulture eagles couldn't help but dive down. Everyone once again attacked the vulture eagle with all their strength. The vulture eagle's speed was abnormally fast, and this time, it managed to grab one of the people with its claws. Good chance. Ling Xiao took advantage of this opportunity, and his eyes blossomed with a strange light. His psychic energy instantly turned into a blade, and he slashed at the vulture eagle that was flying up. Psychic energy was invisible and hard to detect. The blade-shaped psychic energy slashed at the vulture eagle's beast core. Screech! The vulture eagle's beast core was injured, and it let out a strange cry. Its claws loosened, and the person it had grabbed fell from the sky. The huge beast body began to sway as it fell. "Everyone, let's kill it together," Ling Xiao shouted. The vulture eagle that had fallen from the sky was unable to fly up again, and was chopped into meat paste by the people below. The other vulture eagle swooped down to help, but it was too late. It would also face the same fate. Chapter 304. Spiritual power could not only break through a human spiritual sea, but it could also penetrate a spirit beast core. Of course, a spirit beast core had already condensed into a solid form. So if he wanted to kill it, Ling Zhao's spiritual power was not enough to do so. However, a spirit beast core was the foundation of any spirit beast. Once it was seriously injured, it would not be good. Just now, the bald lion eagle had been ruthlessly slashed by Ling Zhao's spiritual power. How could it fly back safely? After the first bald lion eagle was dismembered, the other one did not give up and flew down towards the crowd. How could Ling Zhao let go of such an opportunity? He madly used his spiritual power again, and the bald lion eagle followed the previous one's fate. After using his spiritual power twice in a row, Ling Zhao felt that it was a bit strenuous, and his face became pale. The beast core of a spirit beast was different from human spiritual sea. One had already condensed into a solid form and was hard to destroy, while the other was just an intangible existence. It was naturally much easier to use spiritual power to destroy the intangible spiritual sea. The bald lion eagles fell down inexplicably. Everyone did not understand what was going on, but they were all relieved to be able to kill them. If the bald lion eagles could use elemental attacks, it would have been impossible for them to survive. This was a blessing in disguise. Xiao, are you okay? Wen Kudai turned her delicate face to look at Ling Zhao and asked. She had always felt that she was about the same age as Ling Zhao, so she always called Ling Zhao senior brother. In any case, she had made up her mind to rely on Ling Zhao, so she changed the way she addressed him. I'm fine. Let me rest for a while. Ling Zhao waved his hand and immediately sat down, ignoring everyone. At this time, the Purple Sky sect disciples all returned to Ling Zhao's side. Bing Ruoshui, Yu Laiyan, and Luo Ming also returned to Ling Zhao's side. Yu Laiyan wanted to say something, but when Qidi gestured for him to be quiet, Chun Wenyu, Yin Zhe, and Zhao all looked at Ling Zhao in confusion. Ling Zhao's face was pale, and they thought to themselves, did Junior Brother do this? On the other side, the rescued young people all walked towards the disciples of the Purple Sky sect. One of the youths in the lead cupped his hands towards Shan Wenyu and said, Thank you, everyone, for your help. This young man was extremely handsome, dressed in a fitting blue robe, holding a blue longsword in his hand. His entire person seemed extraordinary, but his pair of annoying eyes were extremely restless as they glanced at the women beside Ling Zhao, unable to conceal the greed in his eyes. In his heart, he looked down on Ling Zhao, who was meditating on the wolf's back. This brat is far inferior to me, but he actually has the appreciation of so many beauties. This is too unfair. Chun Wenyu furrowed his brows and lightly replied, It's just a matter of raising my hand. It's not worth mentioning. I am in Qinjun, a disciple of the Yang Fan sect. These are my junior brothers and sisters. May I know which sect you are from? The young man seemed to be extremely polite as he spoke to Chun Wenyu. The Yang Fan sect was ranked 12th among the 36 sects in the Northwest. Its strength was not bad, but it was still inferior to the Purple Sky sect. Before Chun Wenyu could reply, Zhao Nan, who was standing to the side, replied with a slightly arrogant expression, We are from the Purple Sky sect. And Chen Juan's expression slightly changed, and then he said with a flattering expression, So you are the Purple Sky sect's senior brothers and sisters. My apologies for not recognizing you. Can you guys stop arguing? Junior brother is meditating, Luo Ming said unhappily from behind. Ling Zhao was meditating, and she didn't know why Ling Zhao's expression was so bad. She was feeling anxious, but Chen Jun kept talking, making her feel annoyed. When Chen Jun heard this, his expression froze for no reason, and he looked extremely embarrassed. Senior brother, let's go. A beautiful woman called out from behind. She looked at Luo Ming and the other women with hostility, as if she was afraid that they would steal her man. And Chunjun glanced at the women beside Ling Xiao and hesitated for a moment before saying, "Junior sister, don't be in a hurry. We still have to thank the Purple Sky Sect's senior brothers and sisters. You guys go ahead. We didn't kill the vulture eagles for you." Ling Xiao slowly opened his eyes. When he first saw in Chunjun's face, which was only slightly shorter than his own, he felt annoyed. Thus, he drew the line, and Chunjun felt suffocated. What kind of person was this? Why did his words get more and more irritating? He originally wanted to find an excuse to stay and see if there was an opportunity to hook up with the beautiful women. But now that he was being talked about, he didn't know what excuse he could use to stay. And Chunjun's eyes turned, and he cupped his hands towards Ling Xiao and said, "Junior brother, what's your name? You might not know, but your Purple Sky Sect senior brother helped us a lot, and we were just about to thank you." When the Purple Sky Sect's disciples heard and Chunjun call Ling Xiao junior brother, their faces all darkened. Ling Xiao was their elder, and in Chunjun calling him, that was clearly taking advantage of them. For a moment, everyone's face was filled with displeasure, and Chunjun didn't notice the others' expressions and was still looking at Ling Xiao. "There's such a thing?" Ling Xiao said doubtfully, then rubbed his hands and asked in Chunjun, "Then, how does this senior brother plan to thank us?" And Chunjun really didn't expect Ling Xiao to ask so directly, and for a moment he was stunned. Ling Xiao frowned unhappily and said, "Are you trying to trick us?" And Chunjun came back to his senses, waved his hand and said, "Of course not. It's just that I know that the senior brothers and sisters of the Purple Sky Sect are all chivalrous and courageous people, so you definitely won't be interested in my collection." And Chunjun's brain was also fast enough. He retreated in order to advance, and flattered all the disciples of the Purple Sky Sect. Unexpectedly, Ling Xiao didn't buy it, and said again, "Don't, my senior brothers and sisters are indeed chivalrous and courageous people, but I'm not. You guys are too embarrassed to accept your things, so let me, your junior brother, accept it on their behalf, and barely waste your kindness." Hearing this, and Chunjun's face turned green, and he almost cursed out loud. This guy was too shameless. He actually accepted his things on behalf of their senior brother and senior sister, and even said it in front of everyone in the hall. This guy's skin was too thick. However, since Ling Xiao had already asked, and Chunjun could only force a smile and said, "I don't know what this junior brother needs. As long as I can take it out, I will definitely give it to you as a reward." Ling Xiao said very casually, "Give me 100 or 80 Xian artifacts or 100 4th or 5th grade pills." Just as Ling Xiao said this, and Chunjun's face turned from green to black, and the few men and women behind him all revealed looks of resentment. The other Purple Sky Sect disciples almost couldn't help but laugh, and in their hearts they thought, "This is too greedy. Looking at your embarrassed face, I know you can't take it out. Forget it, you guys can leave, and I thought there would be some benefits to gain. Senior brothers and sisters, your chivalrous heart is wasted." Ling Xiao said, "How can you say that? Although you guys saved us, you can't make things difficult for us." The good-looking girl from the Yongfan sect stood up and said to Ling Xiao, How can I say that? Didn't I tell you guys to go ahead? It was this senior brother who insisted on thanking us, and I only said my request. Is there anything wrong with that?" Ling Xiao said with a smile. "You." The woman was immediately speechless from a scolding. Originally, it was her senior brother who wanted to thank him, and he didn't seem to be forcing it. "This junior brother, I really don't have the things you want, and I'm afraid that not many people in your sect can take them out. How about this? I will give you these 2 bald lion eagles beast cores." And Chunjun pointed to the 2 dead bald lion eagles and said, in his heart, he hated Ling Xiao for making him embarrass himself in front of a beauty. "Aha, you are too shameless. These 2 bald lion eagles were originally killed by us, and the beast cores should belong to us. Do you think you guys can kill them with just a few of you? You really know how to present Buddha with borrowed flowers." Ling Xiao laughed out loud. To be honest, he hated people like in Chunjun more and more. He actually had the cheek to say that the bald lion eagles belonged to them. He felt that he was shameless enough, but compared to them, he paled in comparison. "Junior brother, Let's forget about it. Let's go into the hall and take a look. Chun Wenyu saw that Chunjuan's face had turned ugly and immediately went forward to persuade him. Ling Xiao also didn't want to waste time, so he asked Zhao Nan to go and snatch the two bald lion eagles' beast cores. After that, he ignored the people from Yangfan's sect and walked towards the hall. This is too much. The girl from Yangfan's sect shouted unhappily, and Chunjun gripped the long sword in his hand and squinted his eyes at Ling Xiao and the others. In his heart, he secretly said, I hope you guys can continue to be cocky. Let's go and take a look. And Chunjun could be considered as someone who could endure. He took a deep breath, waved his hand at his companions, and followed them. As they walked closer to the hall, they could only feel an ancient aura assaulting their nostrils. The huge door of the hall was tightly sealed by 1,000-gene stone door. A pair of ferocious stone beasts were staring at the crowd with their claws and fangs. Gusts of cold wind blew past, causing one's hair to stand on end. Congregating Eagle Hall, Ling Xiao raised his head and looked at the few big words on the door as he muttered. These 3 big, ancient words seemed to contain a murderous intent. Just a glance at it would cause one's mind to be shaken. Looking at the hall in front of them, a few Purple Sky Sect disciples couldn't help but want to rush towards the door. Ling Xiao shouted, Come back! His words were still a step too late. A Golden Tong Peak disciple was running at the front, and he was about to touch the stone door. At this moment, the stone door emitted an indescribable pressure. Pooh! That Golden Tong Peak disciple was instantly sent flying, and a mouthful of blood spurted out from his mouth. The footsteps of the other disciples came to a halt. Senior Brother Chun, save him first. Ling Xiao immediately gave an order. Chun Wenyu nodded his head and immediately carried that Golden Tong Peak disciple over. He stuffed a pill into his mouth and used his own wood attribute recovery ability to help that person recover from his injuries. At this moment, Luo Ming volunteered, Let me take care of him. Luo Ming was of the water attribute, and her spirit beast was of the healing type. It was best for her to take care of the injured. Chapter 305. In the future, without my orders, no one is allowed to act on their own. Ling Xiao shouted as he glanced at the few disciples who ran out. Since he was assigned to be the leader, he naturally had to be responsible for everyone. Even though he couldn't protect everyone, he could at least try his best to reduce the number of casualties. Yang Fanzong and the others looked at Ling Xiao, who gave out the order, and thought, could it be that this young man is an important successor of the Purple Sky Sect? And Chunjun was even more displeased with Ling Xiao and thought disdainfully, a spoiled brat who relies on his ancestors. There's a strong restriction here. It looks like it's going to be a little tricky. Yen Zhe frowned and said, What are you afraid of? There are so many of us here. Can't we destroy this small restriction? Zhao Nin said disapprovingly. Ling Xiao kept staring at the stone door and didn't say anything. At this time, Chunjun jumped out and asked, Do you need help? As he spoke, he had already walked in front of Bing Ruoshui and Yu Laiyan. His eyes were somewhat restless as he glanced at the two girls. Bing Ruoshui revealed an impatient expression and turned her pretty face away. Yu Lian's beautiful eyes turned, and she immediately said to Chunjun in a coquettish voice, Senior brother, can you help us break this restriction? Yu Lian's pair of beautiful eyes were glowing as she stared unblinkingly at Chunjun. After hearing Yu Lian's words, Chunjun's body and heart softened. He then boldly met Yu Lian's gaze. In the next moment, his gaze turned passionate, and he patted his chest as he replied, Of course, no problem. Watch me break it for you to see. And Chunjun's soul was hooked. Without another word, he picked up his sword and walked towards the stone door. The young Fan Sect's disciples panicked and shouted in unison, Senior brother, what are you doing? Come back. And Chunjun turned a deaf ear to them and took out his blue longsword. With a loud shout, he waved a few strong blue sword rays towards the giant stone door. Rumble. Pooh! After the explosion, Chunjun was just like the Golden Tong Peak disciple from before, fiercely repelled back. Senior brother, the people from the Yang Fan sect exclaimed. That pretty girl took out her sword and stabbed towards Yin. You demoness, how dare you seduce my senior brother? I'll kill you. Ha, what a joke. It was clearly your senior brother who overestimated himself. Yet you want to blame it on me. Do you really think I'm easy to bully? Yin smiled disdainfully and instantly dodged the woman's sword. At the same time, he raised one hand and slapped the woman. That woman was only a low-ranked spirit master. So how could she be a match for Yin? She was sent flying with one move. Junior sister, let me deal with you, another man from a Yang fan sect exclaimed. He actually ignored the other people from the Purple Sky sect and charged towards Yin. This man was a rare wind elemental martial artist, and he reached Yin in an instant. Go to hell. The man actually wanted to kill Yin. Yin was shocked. Unfortunately, she found that she could no longer escape from the other party's blockade. Whoosh! Pa! Everyone thought that Yin was going to die. Suddenly, an extremely fast figure appeared in front of her and slapped the man fiercely. That man screamed in pain. His body unconsciously spun one round and was thrown far away. How dare you attack my woman? You're courting death. The figure said faintly and chased after the man who was thrown away. His leg kicked heavily toward the man's lower abdomen. In an instant, the man was thrown far away like a dead dog. Senior brother, you. All the disciples from the Yang fan sect exclaimed in unison and ran towards that man. Unfortunately, when they brought him to his side, they saw him spitting out mouthfuls of blood. His body twitched a few times, and he stopped breathing. You're so ruthless. How dare you kill our senior brother, you? The woman who was injured by Yin pointed at Ling Xiao coldly and said while gritting her teeth. Ling Xiao glanced at the woman coldly and said faintly, If you dare to provoke me again, do you believe that I won't kill all of you? At the same time, a strong aura was emitted from his body. Ling Xiao was a high-grade spiritual master who cultivated multiple attributes. His aura was comparable to a low-grade king-tier cultivator. Instantly, all the disciples of the Yang fan sect felt suffocated. It was as if Ling Xiao had pressed them into an ice cellar or thrown them into a sea of fire by Ling Xiao. They felt that Ling Xiao could pinch them to death with a single finger. A fear that came from the bottom of their hearts completely broke through their mental defenses. Moments later, all the disciples of the Yang fan sect were pressed to the ground by Ling Xiao. They didn't dare to have any intention to resist. What are you waiting for? Get lost. Ling Xiao retracted his aura and shouted at them. The people of the Yang fan sect didn't dare to stay any longer. They carried in Chinjun and hurriedly ran away. The 20 disciples of the Purple Sky sect looked at Ling Xiao with respect. They truly felt what made Ling Xiao afraid. To be able to force the enemy's troops to retreat without a fight, this was really admirable. Bing Ruoshui, Yin, Wen Qidi, and Luo Ming were secretly delighted. The man they liked was indeed different. Ling Xiao ignored the gazes of the crowd and said faintly, The restriction here might have been set up by a king tier or Earth Emperor tier expert. Let's work together and see if we can break it in one go. Everyone obeyed Ling Xiao's orders and took out their profound weapons. I will count to 3 breaths, and everyone will attack at the same time. Ling Xiao said. After 3 breaths, the profound weapons in the hands of the 20 true disciples of the Purple Sky sect shone brightly. Waves of multicolored spiritual energy attacked the stone door. Rumble. After the dazzling light dissipated, the huge stone door was still intact. Again, Ling Xiao didn't give up and ordered again. Even after a few rounds of full force attacks, the stone door still didn't show any signs of damage. Junior apprentice brother, this doesn't seem to work. Chen Wen, you said. Ling Xiao nodded and replied, This restriction is very strong, as expected of a 6th grade sect. Even the entrance of a hall is so hard to break. How are we supposed to find treasures? Why don't we look elsewhere? Zhao Henan asked. Everyone showed expressions of agreement with Zhao Nan's suggestion. Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment and said, Let me try again. You guys should go further away. I don't want to accidentally injure you. Junior apprentice brother, what are you doing? If so many of us can't do it, can you do it alone? Luo Ming asked anxiously. Her delicate face was filled with worry. That's right. Don't be rash, Wen Qidi advised. Bing Ruoshui and Yu Laiyan both objected. Ling Xiao grinned and said, Don't worry, I won't force you. Seeing Ling Xiao's insistence, the girls didn't try to persuade him anymore and retreated 100 meters away. Ling Xiao took a deep look at the giant stone door and then took out the obsidian cauldron from his spatial ring. The obsidian cauldron was a heaven-ranked divine cauldron and belonged to the category of divine artifacts. If it couldn't break the restriction here, Ling Xiao had no other choice. Transform, Ling Xiao muttered, and the obsidian cauldron instantly became as big as a house. Everyone 100 meters away looked at the scene in front of them in disbelief. In the next moment, they were even more dumbfounded. Boom! The obsidian cauldron was pushed by Ling Xiao toward the 1,000-pound stone door with all his strength, and then the obsidian cauldron hit the stone door without any resistance. In an instant, the 1,000-pound stone door was smashed into pieces by the obsidian cauldron, and stones flew everywhere. What's going on? Zhao stared blankly at the scene in front of him and muttered, Who knows? In any case, the restriction should have been broken, Yanzhe said, swallowing his saliva. Too scary. I didn't expect Junior Brother to have such a mysterious trump card, Chen Wenyu said with wide eyes. Everyone else's mouths were as wide as fists as they stared at the thin figure in a daze, their hearts surging with waves of shock. Ling Xiao took a few deep breaths and walked inside. Seeing that there was nothing out of the ordinary, he put away the obsidian cauldron, turned around, and beckoned to everyone. Come in. Everyone came back to their senses and quickly rushed towards the entrance of the main hall. The building in the main hall was very spectacular and grand. The ancient stone walls had been weathered to the point of being unbearable, but a few towering ancient trees still stood stubbornly. Rock gardens and pavilions could be seen everywhere, and they all looked battered and exhausted. Right in front of the main hall, 5 air-dried corpses were hung, looking extremely terrifying. Bing Ruoshui, Yu Laiyan, Wen Qidi, and Luo Ming couldn't help but lean closer to Ling Xiao, feeling extremely scared in their hearts. Ling Xiao was also startled by this scene, but he quickly recovered and said, Don't be afraid, it's just dead people. The others all slowed down and looked around nervously, as if they were afraid that something terrifying would happen. Everyone approached the front of the main hall and raised their heads to look at the 5 corpses. Ling Xiao sent out a wind blade and cut off the tendons on the corpses. The 5 corpses all fell to the ground. As the corpses fell, the dried flesh turned into dust and drifted away, leaving behind only a pile of bones. Everyone realized that the skeleton was not grayish-white, but red and blue. Each color was different, and it was extremely strange. Ling Xiao exclaimed, These are emperor bones. It really is an emperor bone. 5 Earth Emperor rank experts were actually hung to death here. What kind of person did this? Yanzhe said with a horrified expression. Any expert who reached the Earth Sovereign Realm could refine a body of emperor bones, which represented that their strength had reached the Earth Sovereign Realm. It seems that the disappearance of the heaven-suppressing sect was not a coincidence. It was destroyed by someone else, Chen Wenyu said from the side. Since this place has been destroyed, I believe there shouldn't be any danger. Everyone, let's split up and search and see if we can find anything good, Ling Xiao said. They had entered this secret realm for the treasures of the 6th rank sect. Now that they were here, they naturally couldn't return empty-handed. Everyone thought about what treasures they might obtain, and they all gathered their courage and walked in different directions. Ling Xiao also took the opportunity to collect the skeletons of the Emperor's skeletons. However, at this moment, there was a shocking sound. Chapter 306. Hearing the scream, Ling Xiao's hair stood on end. This was because he could tell that the scream came from Wen Qidi. Before leaving the sect, he had promised Wen Haiyan that he would take good care of Wen Qidi. Although he did not have any feelings for Wen Qidi, he still treated her like a little sister. He did not want anything to happen to Wen Qidi. Ling Xiao quickly rushed towards the source of the scream. When Ling Xiao rushed to her room, he saw Wen Qidi and Luo Ming looking at something with pale faces. Ling Xiao looked over and saw two zombies jumping toward the two of them. These two zombies were female corpses with long and messy hair. They looked very sinister and frightening. It was no wonder that they were so scared that they were screaming in panic. "Don't be afraid, I'm coming," Ling Xiao shouted and sent out two palm strikes. Two demon blue flames burned towards the two zombies in front of him. ZZ. The moment the blue flames touched the zombies, they quickly burned them into nothingness. Woo! When Qidi cried and heavily pounced towards Ling Xiao, her tears flowed incessantly, drenching Ling Xiao's clothes. It seemed that she was scared to death. Ling Xiao patted Wen Qidi's soft back and comforted her. "It's okay. They don't exist anymore. Scared me to death." Wen Qidi was still tightly hugging Ling Xiao's waist as she choked with sobs. Ling Xiao couldn't help but sigh in his heart. A girl like Wen Qidi participating in the oath ceremony was simply a burden. However, this was already the truth. He could only try his best to let her stay by his side and take care of her. When Wen Qidi reluctantly left Ling Xiao's embrace, Ling Xiao looked at Luo Ming and asked with concern, "Are you okay?" "No, I'm fine. I just didn't think that there would be such an unclean thing here. It's a bit scary." Luo Ming shook her head and laughed lightly. Looking at Wen Qidi, who was still tightly holding onto Ling Xiao's hand, her face was filled with envy. "And you guys wait here first. I'll see if there's anything here." Ling Xiao nodded. Then he broke away from Wen Qidi's hand and began to search the room to see if there was anything worth taking away. Unfortunately, the things in these houses had all been corroded, and there was nothing valuable at all. At the same time, Ling Xiao also noticed that these rooms should be women's rooms. They might be where the two zombies lived when they were alive. Just as Ling Xiao and the two women were about to walk out, they heard cries of alarm and the sounds of fighting coming from not far away. Ling Xiao turned around and said to Luo Ming, "Senior sister, please take care of junior sister Wen." After saying that, Ling Xiao once again dashed towards the direction of the battle. On this side, two Black Rock Peak disciples were fiercely fighting with a black-robed zombie. The zombie's strength was extremely terrifying. Unexpectedly, it was able to withstand the bombardment of spiritual energy without any damage. Ling Xiao loudly reminded, "Just cut off its head." Shi Tianho nodded and quickly chopped at the zombie's neck with his broad axe. After the zombie's head was cut off, it finally fell down. Shi Tianho and the other Black Rock Peak disciple let out a heavy sigh of relief. It was obvious that they had been forced into an extremely difficult situation by the zombie. "You guys look around to see if there's anything valuable. I'll go look elsewhere. Perhaps everyone here has already been turned into zombies." Ling Xiao frowned for a moment and then rushed off in another direction. However, when he walked outside, his eyes couldn't help but widen. Heavens, just what is going on? Ling Xiao couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. It was just as he had thought. There really was a large number of zombies here. Right now, they were continuously jumping out from other places. The sect's true disciples had all retreated to the open space to deal with them. There were actually over 100 zombies here. Just looking at them caused people's scalps to go numb. Everyone quickly cut off their heads. Ling Xiao loudly shouted and then took out his ice and fire sword to kill those zombies. Ling Xiao's blue demon flame was a heavenly flame. Those zombies were quickly burned to ashes as soon as they touched them. With the addition of Ling Xiao, the other true disciples also became full of energy. The Xian artifacts in their hands all slashed at the zombies' necks. Fortunately, these zombies had already lost their ability to think and couldn't use any Xian skills. Otherwise, with just their numbers, they would only be able to escape. Very quickly, over 100 zombies were completely swept away. Ling Xiao didn't come and let out a sigh of relief. In his heart, he cursed, "Damn it." The people who had looted this place were simply too deranged. They had actually turned most of the people here into zombies. Too evil. Just as Ling Xiao was lost in thought, a sorrowful cry came from the side. "Junior brother Pei Yu, how are you?" "Not good. He's going to turn to a zombie." Another voice cried out. Ling Xiao turned his head to look and saw a true disciple's face had turned green. There were 2 deep teeth marks on his neck. "Quickly kill him," Ling Xiao urgently shouted. Unfortunately, he was still half a step too late. The disciple who had been bitten by the zombie let out a strange cry and then grabbed his companion's neck and bit down. Junior brother, what are you doing?" That companion let out a miserable cry and still didn't understand. Everyone scram. Ling Xiao shouted, and the ice and fire sword in his hand unhesitatingly slashed at the 2 of them. "Junior brother, what are you doing?" Chen Wenyu blocked in front of Ling Xiao and shouted, "They're about to turn into zombies. Killing them is the best choice. Get out of my way." Ling Xiao explained faintly. As soon as he finished speaking, the 2 mutated disciples quickly hid far away. The faces of the 2 disciples had already turned green, and a pair of terrifying fangs appeared in their mouths. Their eyes had already become bloodthirsty and savage, and the nails on their fingers had instantly grown much longer. They let out strange cries and pounced towards the nearest disciple, as if searching for the smell of blood. Fortunately, those disciples had been warned by Ling Xiao and hurriedly dodged to avoid being bitten. "Is there no other way?" Chen Wenyu glanced at the 2 disciples and asked Ling Xiao. "Unless one of you has the black glutinous flower with you, they will die. You should know that living zombies are much more terrifying and powerful than dead zombies." Ling Xiao had read a lot of books in the book depository, and one of the books he had read had a description of this matter. The black glutinous flower was a 3rd-grade spirit herb that had the effect of expelling evil and avoiding poison. It was the best medicine to restrain zombie poison. Who doesn't have a black glutinous flower? Chen Wenyu really didn't want to see those 2 disciples die. After all, one of them had a certain friendship with him. Everyone was silent. It seemed that no one had a black glutinous flower. "Hurry and save me." At this moment, a true disciple with a lower strength was actually grabbed by one of the zombies. He kept hitting the zombie, but the zombie still held on to him tightly, as if it didn't feel any pain. Seeing that the disciple was about to be bitten, Ling Xiao instantly disappeared in front of Chen Wenyu. The ice and fire sword was inserted in front of the zombie's mouth, preventing it from biting the disciple. Ling Xiao snorted coldly. The sword in his hand turned smoothly and immediately broke the zombie's fangs. Then he shouted, "Get out of my way!" After saying that, Ling Xiao kicked the zombie away. The disciple was lucky to be saved. Ling Xiao didn't stop. The ice and fire sword in his hand slashed at the zombie's neck. Pooh! A stream of green blood flowed out. Then he shouted, "Don't get stained with the poisonous blood." Only an afterimage was left in his original position. He had already arrived in front of another zombie. His hand rose and fell again. The zombie's head was immediately cut off. In an instant, a total of 25 true disciples had died. Everyone's hearts were heavy. Even though they had been prepared to die at any time before coming, they still felt extremely afraid when facing death. Everyone, form groups of 4 or 5. Don't go too far. If there's any danger, immediately call for help. I'll rush over as soon as possible. All right, immediately search this hall. No matter who finds anything, we'll meet here in 2 hours. Ling Xiao faintly gave the order. Then he said, "Senior Sister Bing, Senior Sister Yu, Junior Sister One, follow me. Don't go too far." As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Ming impatiently said, "I want to be in the same group as you." Everyone looked at Luo Meiying in astonishment. Luo Meiying's face turned red. She felt extremely embarrassed in her heart. Ling Xiao naturally wouldn't make her look bad. He immediately nodded and took the lead to walk towards the center of the hall. The girls followed closely behind, and the others immediately split up. At this time, when Kitty quietly asked Luo Meiying, "Senior Sister Luo, don't tell me you also like this idiot?" As she spoke, she stealthily pointed at Ling Xiao. Luo Meiying's delicate face turned red, but she was also a woman who dared to love and hate. She immediately admitted, "When I entered the Myriad Beast Cave, he saved me. I found that I already liked him." When Kitty slightly opened her mouth, her beautiful eyes revealed a look of surprise. She thought to herself, another opponent. Why does this idiot have so many people like him? Junior sister one, hurry up and catch up. Ling Xiao turned around and saw Wen Qidi in a daze. He immediately called out. Wen Qidi came back to her senses and immediately chased after him. She encouraged herself in her heart. I definitely won't lose. At the center of the hall was a luxurious cabinet hall. Several of the wooden doors had been shattered. When Ling Xiao and the others walked in, they saw that the furnishings inside were all in a sorry state. Moreover, they were all covered in dust and cobwebs. In the direction of the main entrance, there was an ancient painting of an eagle with wings. The eagle looked vivid and lifelike, with an imposing manner that could soar into the clouds. It was a pity that the landscape below had been destroyed, otherwise it would definitely be considered an ancient work of art. There weren't any zombies or corpses here, only a few decorative porcelain bottles, which could be seen at a glance. Let's go, there's nothing here. Bing Ruoshui glanced at the situation and immediately suggested. Just as Ling Xiao was about to nod in agreement, his tiger-like eyes slightly narrowed, and he immediately sped up towards the eagle painting. Chapter 307. The girls all looked at Ling Xiao with a puzzled expression. Ling Xiao walked in front of the painting and slapped the eagle's eye heavily. The eagle's eye was dented. Ling Xiao was overjoyed and tore down the entire painting. There was a hidden slot on the back of the painting, and it looked like a switch. There's actually a chance. Ling Xiao lightly exclaimed, then turned to the women and said, "Pay attention. I'm going to open this secret compartment." Ling Xiao couldn't help but warn them. Although he really wanted this to be the secret compartment switch, he had to be prepared for the worst. If this switch was some sort of mechanism, it would be troublesome. The women all became vigilant, and at the same time, they closely watched Ling Xiao's movements. Ling Xiao took a deep breath and pressed down on the switch. Then, something strange happened. The wall in front of Ling Xiao gradually moved, and like a door, it opened in front of him to a space that could only allow one person to enter. The women's breathing became ragged. "I'll go in and take a look," Ling Xiao said as he flashed inside. "Be careful," the four women called out in unison. After saying that, the four of them looked at each other and then shifted their gazes elsewhere. Their faces were flushed with embarrassment. "Hurry up and come in. We've struck it rich," Ling Xiao called out in surprise. The four women didn't hesitate, and they quickly entered through the crack in the door. After entering, he saw that it was a secret room that wasn't very spacious. It was about half the size of a normal house. Although this secret room wasn't very big, it was filled with many good things. This is a stage 4 ice-type sword. Bing Ruoshui looked at a sword hanging on the wall that emitted a chilling aura and hurriedly went over to it. Yu Lian also saw one of the long swords emitting a scorching aura and exclaimed, "This is also a stage 4 fire-type sword." The spiritual energy emitted by these two swords was much denser than ordinary stage 3 swords, so they could tell at a glance that these two swords were stage 4. In addition, hanging on the wall were knives, spears, lances, and many other extraordinary weapons, dazzling the women's eyes. This is a stage 4 whip weapon. Great, we've actually found a suitable weapon." When Qidi saw a red whip on the rightmost stone platform and exclaimed, "All right, keep your Xian artifacts first. These are all ours now." Ling Xiao looked at the girls who had lost their composure and immediately spoke out. When the three women heard Ling Xiao's words, they were extremely happy. Only Luo Meiying was a bit gloomy because there was no profound artifact that suited her. Unexpectedly, Ling Xiao took out a scroll from the side and handed it to Luo Meiying. "Take a look and see if it suits you." Luo Meiying looked at Ling Xiao with some astonishment, then obediently took the scroll from Ling Xiao. She had only flipped through 2 pages when her eyes became scorching hot. This is a blue-tier water attribute profound skill." Luo Meiying couldn't help but exclaim. For a moment, she attracted the gazes of the women. "Thank you so much, junior brother." Luo Meiying cried out in surprise, then suddenly hugged Ling Xiao and kissed him. Ling Xiao froze and inwardly exclaimed, "This is bad. This young master has been sneak attacked. One Kudai angrily said, Senior sister, you are too hateful. I also want one. After speaking, she also ran towards Ling Xiao, hugged Ling Xiao, and kissed him on the cheek. All right, stop messing around. Quickly take a look and see if there are any profound skills that suit you. If there are, then put them away. As for the rest, I will be taking them away. Ling Xiao lightly pushed Wen Kudai away and said indifferently. As soon as Ling Xiao's words fell, the women ran to the bookshelves at the side, looking for profound skills that suit them. At this time, Ling Xiao walked towards the stone bed in the middle and saw that there was a scroll on the bedside. He casually took it and opened it to take a look. Eagle tracking 9 techniques. These 4 ancient words appeared in front of Ling Xiao's eyes. Ling Xiao casually flipped through the contents inside. It's actually a red tier wind attribute profound skill. Ling Xiao swallowed his saliva and muttered. Immediately afterward, he immediately put away the scroll. It seemed that this scroll should be the hall guarding profound skill of Congregate Eagle Hall. It had actually reached the red tier. Even in the Purple Sky sect, there was no such thing as a red tier profound skill. In the vast Northwest, it would be extremely difficult to find one. After Ling Xiao calmed his excitement, the women also flipped through the profound skills on the bookshelves and each took out a profound skill that suited them. Their faces were filled with joy. Ling Xiao reminded them, after you go out, you must not let others know that you have obtained a blue-tier profound skill. Understand? The 4 women were not stupid. They all understood the meaning of Ling Xiao's words and immediately nodded in agreement. As the saying goes, an ordinary man is innocent, but he will get into trouble because of his wealth. Everyone understood this truth. Ling Xiao nodded, then took out the obsidian cauldron and put everything here into the obsidian cauldron. An ordinary spatial ring storage space was not large, but the obsidian cauldron had more than 10,000 square meters of storage space, so it was naturally easy to store the things here. This was the second time the 4 women had seen the obsidian cauldron. Previously, they had seen Ling Xiao enlarge the medicine cauldron and forcibly break the stone door's restriction. Now that they saw that the medicine cauldron had the storage function, they felt that it was worth it to look at it. When Kudai couldn't help but ask curiously, Senior brother, what kind of medicine cauldron is this? It's so magical. Not only can it become big or small, it can also store things. Ling Xiao put away the obsidian cauldron and said, It's just something Senior brother used to make a living. It's nothing special. Wen Kudai saw that Ling Xiao didn't want to explain, so she didn't ask any further. She just pouted. Yulai Yin walked over and held Ling Xiao's hand, saying with a tender smile, Junior brother, you gave Senior sister such a good thing. What kind of reward do you want? Senior sister, although I was the one who discovered this secret room, everyone who saw it has a share. This is what you deserve, so why are you talking about rewards? That would be so hurtful. Ling Xiao said very generously. In fact, his heart had already started a race. Yu Yin's charm seemed to be growing every day. Her soft breast squeezed against his arm, making him feel the softness, making him unable to restrain the heat in his heart. At this time, Bing Ruoshui also held onto Ling Xiao's other hand. Ling Xiao immediately fell into a deep abyss of fire and water, enduring inhuman torture. Fuck, if you continue to challenge this young master's limits, I'll push you all down. Ling Xiao shouted in his heart. He only dared to think about it and didn't take action for the time being. Let's go out. I believe that most of the treasures in this hall are already here. Luo Meiying glanced at Yulai Yin and Bing Ruoshui with jealousy before walking out of the secret room. The 5 of them returned to their waiting positions. Not long after, people came back one after another. As for the others, some wore mournful expressions, some wore indifferent expressions, and there were also a few who wore excited expressions. It seemed that they had definitely gained something. 2 hours later, most of the people had returned, but Yin Zhe and Zhao were nowhere to be seen. Ling Xiao frowned, his heart becoming heavy. Yin Zhe and Zhao Nan were the sons of the Peak Lords of the Crafting Peak and Scarlet Flame Peak respectively. If anything happened to them, it would definitely be a huge blow to the two peak lords. Just as Ling Xiao spread out his hands to search for them, Zhao quickly rushed over from another direction. There's a big discovery. There's a gravity cultivation room behind. Not only is the spiritual energy very dense, but the gravity is also 15 times that of the outside world. It's very suitable for cultivation. Zhao had just stood still when he immediately exclaimed to everyone, "Gravity cultivation room?" Everyone asked in confusion. That's right. Cultivating in there should be 15 times that of the outside world. Senior Yin, and I want to stay here to cultivate. In any case, it's dangerous to go anywhere else, so we might as well cultivate there for a month. Zhao Nan nodded. Ling Xiao felt that Zhao Nan's words made sense. A month inside was equivalent to a year and a half in the outside world. The Sect Spirit Gathering Tower could only increase spiritual energy by a few times, and it didn't have a gravity formation. It couldn't compare to the cultivation rooms here. Ling Xiao couldn't help feeling a bit tempted. If he focused on cultivating here for a month, he would definitely be able to reach the peak Spirit Master realm. At that time, it wouldn't be a problem for him to break through to the king level. Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment, then said, "Everyone, let's go take a look." With that, Zhao Nan led the way, and the group followed him to the back of the hall. The group quickly arrived in front of the stone room. The stone room was very wide, and it didn't seem crowded even with 21 people inside. The moment they walked inside, everyone's footsteps became heavy. It was as if there was a huge rock pressing down on their bodies, making it difficult for them to walk. As soon as they walked inside, Yinze was already meditating. It seemed like he couldn't wait to cultivate. Once they entered the stone room, the abundant spiritual energy made everyone feel refreshed. "How about it? Do you want to stay and cultivate?" Zhao Nan asked everyone. In a heaven-suppressing sect, no matter where they went, it was full of danger, and they might not be able to find anything good. It was better to stay here and cultivate. Many disciples were tempted. Ling Xiao said, "If you want to stay, then stay. But remember the 1-month limit. When the time comes, you must remember to leave. Otherwise, you will be trapped here." With Ling Xiao's words, many disciples found a corner to sit down and began to cultivate. They were all called geniuses, but when all the geniuses were gathered together, it was all about comprehension and time. Whoever had a high comprehension and cultivated for a long time would be able to stand out from the crowd and become the best. Ling Xiao calculated in his heart and felt that he should go out for a stroll. Just now, he had such a big harvest in the secret room. He wanted to go out and take a look. After all, not everyone was like him, who could break through the restriction of the hall and enter to search for treasures. Maybe there would be even more shocking discoveries in the other halls. However, before Ling Xiao could walk out of the hall, danger quietly attacked again. Chapter 308. Although Yang Fanzong and the others who were humiliated by Ling Xiao left the main hall, they did not go too far. They originally had a total of 18 people, but before they found the Congregate Eagle Hall, they passed by a poisonous beehive, and nearly half of them were poisoned to death. When they reached the Congregate Eagle Hall, they met a vulture eagle, and another person was pecked to death. Later on, Ling Xiao personally killed another person. Now there were only 7 people left out of the 18. And Chenjun was bewitched by Yu Laiyan and forcefully tried to break the restriction, causing him to suffer some internal injuries. Now that he consumed the pill scripture and meditated for half a day, his injuries had recovered by 70% to 80%. Behind him stood a beautiful woman named Lu Huan, who had always liked Chenjun. However, Chenjun was someone who liked the new and hated the old, so he did not hang himself on her alone. This made her feel uncomfortable. She imagined that if her senior brother was wholeheartedly devoted to her, she would definitely be willing to spend the rest of her life with him. She did not care about fame and fortune in the world. Looking at Chenjun, who was meditating, Lu Huan's heart was filled with bitterness and wishful thinking. After another half an hour, Chenjun slowly opened his eyes. Lu Huan was pleasantly surprised. "Senior brother, are you all right?" And Chenjun stood up and nodded. It's nothing serious. All right, where are the people from the Purple Sky sect? Lu Huan revealed an angry expression. Senior brother, the people from the Purple Sky sect killed senior brother Yu. Why are you still looking for them? And Chun Jun waved his hand and said, Junior, sister misunderstood. It's all because of me that junior brother Yu died. I must think of a way to avenge junior brother Yu. At the same time, in Chun Jun's eyes flashed a few traces of viciousness. In his heart, he firmly thought, I will definitely let those two little naughty girls suffer under my crotch. Senior brother, do you really think so? Lu Huan thought that in Chun Jun was asking about the people from the Purple Sky sect to find those women. Now that she heard in Chun Jun say this, of course she felt gratified. Of course it's true. Where are they? And Chun Jun nodded and asked. When we left, they were still in the main hall, but the restrictions were very powerful. Perhaps they couldn't break them and left, Lu Huan guessed. Let's go back and have a look, and Chun Jun said after thinking for a while. Does eldest senior brother think that they might be able to break the restriction? Lu Huan asked. I don't know. Even if they can't break the restriction, I believe they won't leave immediately. This place is full of danger, and the two vulture eagles over there are already dead, so there shouldn't be any danger there for now. I think they might be resting there or thinking of a way to break the restriction, and Chun Jun said clearly. But if we go there rashly, the people of the Purple Sky sect will harm us, Lu Huan said. And Chun Jun frowned and felt that Lu Huan was right. With just a few of them, it was impossible to really want to kill all the people from the Purple Heaven sect. And Chun Jun sat down dejectedly for a while. In the Yongfan sect, he broke through to the high-ranked spirit master at the age of 27 and was known as the #1 genius of the sect. No matter where he went, those young girls would always give him flirtatious glances. The senior and junior sisters of the sect all had relations with him, but now that he had his eyes on the two girls from the Purple Sky sect, he felt a deep sense of powerlessness, because they didn't even look at him and instead put all their attention on the young man that he hated so much. He was really jealous. At this moment, the rustling of footsteps could be heard coming from the bushes, and Chun Jun and the others immediately became vigilant. An arrogant voice faintly sounded. Where are the people from the Purple Sky sect? Immediately after, nearly 30 young men appeared in front of Chun Jun and the others. When Chun Jun saw the clothes of these people, his body shook. He immediately cupped his hands and carefully asked, May I ask if you are the senior brothers and sisters of the Tai Li sect? That's right. This group of people were the disciples of the Tai Li sect, which was ranked 4th. The one who had just spoken was the 13th prince, Li Yu. Li Yu raised his arrogant head and faintly said, Since you know, then answer my question honestly. Have you seen the people from the Purple Sky sect? As Li Yu said this, he glanced at Lu Huan, who was beside Chun Jun, and a trace of possessiveness flashed in his eyes. And Chun Jun's eyes turned, and he immediately replied respectfully, They are in a hall not far from here. The people from the Purple Sky sect are too overbearing. That hall was originally discovered by our Yongfan sect, but they forcefully occupied it and even killed a few of our companions. And Chun Jun could already hear that Li Yu was dissatisfied with the people from the Purple Sky sect, so he immediately lied, hoping that he could use the people from the Tai Li sect to kill the people from the Purple Sky sect. In the end, when both sides were defeated and injured, he would be able to pick up the ready-made Ping Yi. Are you sure the people from the Purple Sky sect are there? Li Yu asked again. That's right. If you don't believe me, I can take you there. And Chun Jun replied while patting his chest. Li Yu indifferently said, There's no need for you to go. Let her lead the way for us. As he spoke, he pointed at Lu Huan, who was beside Chun Jun. This, and Chun Jun hesitated as he looked at Lu Huan. Lu Huan gently shook her head. With a woman's sixth sense, she could already sense that Li Yu had ill intentions towards her. What, you don't want to? Li Yu coldly shouted. No. How could that be? Junior sister, please bring the Tai Li sect senior brothers to find the people from the Purple Sky sect. And Chun Jun immediately waved his hand. Lu Huan was not willing to go and immediately refused. It's the same no matter who goes. If you insist on asking me to go, then I won't go. Her words were to remind Chunjun that the other party clearly wanted her to take the lead. She was afraid that this trip would be a one-way trip. How could Chunjun not understand Lu Huan's meaning? However, how could he dare to challenge the people from the Tai Li sect? He immediately shouted, "I order you, as the eldest senior brother, to immediately bring the Tai Li sect's senior brothers over." You my good senior apprentice brother." Lu Huan responded, her eyes watery. You're my good senior apprentice brother." She could now be considered to have seen through in Chenjuan's character. In the face of strength, he was actually so cowardly. This really disappointed her, and she had been wholeheartedly loyal to him. At this moment, she had completely given up on Chenjun. Lu Huan's beautiful eyes were filled with despair as she looked at Liu and said, "I know why you want me to lead the way. As long as you can agree to one condition of mine, I will lead the way for you. Otherwise, even if I die, I won't go." Liu's eyebrows slightly rose as he said, "You dare to threaten me? You can think of it that way." Lu Huan had already thrown caution to the wind and did not mind having a bad attitude towards Liu. "Tell me, but I may not agree to it." Liu looked at Lu Huan in surprise. In his heart, he thought, "This woman has a bit of a personality. If you kill him for me, I will do anything for you for the rest of my life." Lu Huan pointed at Chunjun with a face full of determination. Junior sister, are you joking? I am your eldest senior brother, and you are just leading the way for them. Is there a need to do this?" And Chunjun said in shock. He did not think that Lu Huan would say something so extreme, and his heart began to faintly be on guard. Liu glanced at Chunjun and lightly laughed. "No problem. This, senior brother, you can't be serious, right?" Although Chunjuan's strength was stronger than Liu's, the Tai Li sect had a strong army. With just a few of them, they would only be slaughtered. As he spoke, he shuffled his feet backward. Liu sneered and then made a killing motion towards the two high-level spirit masters behind him. How could Chunjun just sit and wait for death? At this moment, he could not care about the other disciples of the Yang Mortal sect and quickly rushed towards the dense forest. Can you escape?" A high-level spirit master from the Tai Li sect laughed sinisterly, and his body swept towards Chunjun like a ghost. The other high-level spirit master slowed down his pace and walked towards Chunjun step by step. And Chunjun did not think that the opponent's speed would be so fast. However, he was the most outstanding disciple of the Yang Mortal sect. Although he was a bit cowardly, his hands were not weak. He did not even turn his head, and the blue long sword in his hand shot out a few rays of light. The high-level spirit master in front dodged to the side, and the high-level spirit master that came later snorted, "Insignificant skill." As he spoke, a broad axe appeared in his hand, and he directly chopped towards Chunjuan's spirit power attack. Rumble. And Chunjuan's attack was instantly dispelled by the opponent. Looking at the opponent's appearance, it seemed that he had only done something insignificant. And Chunjun obviously did not think that he could kill the opponent just like that. His goal was only to disturb them so that he could escape faster. However, there was already someone blocking in front of him. "I'll fight it out with you." And Chunjun knew that this matter could not be resolved peacefully, and with a loud shout, he shook the long sword in his hand. The tip of the sword shone with a murderous aura. When the aura reached its peak, the long sword slashed out, and a bit of sparkling energy shot out like a cannonball. "You have some guts, but you do not have the qualifications to fight it out with me." The high-level spirit master, blocking in front of Chunjun, said indifferently. His body was like a hawk, and with a single tap on the ground, he instantly kicked out tens of domineering wind blades. The high-level spirit master behind, Chunjun, also charged over. The broad axe in his hand shone with a bloodthirsty light, and he mercilessly chopped towards Chunjuan's head. And Chunjun was attacked from the front and back, and instantly condensed the dark protection force. At the same time, The long sword in his hand continuously waved in defense. Lose for me. The high-level spirit master with a broad axe grasped Enchanting's slight opening and simply smashed the axe heavily towards Enchanting. On the other side, the high-level spirit master took advantage of the opportunity to speed up his sweeping kicks. Boom! Bang bang! Although Enchanting barely managed to block the power of the broad axe, the power of the broad axe was too great. It shook the web between his thumb and forefinger, and he even dropped the long sword in his hand. The tens of kicks behind him contained sharp wind blades that directly exploded in Enchanting's head. Lu Huanhuan looked at the dead Enchanting and raised her head to the sky to let out a mournful laugh. Ha! Good death! Good death! In this moment, she did her best to explain a principle. The deeper the love, the deeper the hate. Chapter 309. In the gravitational cultivation room, the 22 true disciples of the Purple Sky sect were all meditating and cultivating. In the cultivation room, there was a rich spiritual power flowing all the time. All the disciples were greedily absorbing the pure spiritual power, and everyone's aura seemed to be growing little by little. Among them, there were a few people who were absorbing the spiritual power very fast. Several people could feel that most of the spiritual power was rushing towards them. These people were the strongest: Chen Wenyu, Yin Zhe, Zhao Nan, and Luo Meiying. In addition, Bing Ruoshui and Yu Lian's absorption speed was not much slower than theirs. If their speed could be said to be the most outstanding among the many disciples, then the other young man who was surrounded by 5 types of spiritual energy was the truly terrifying one. The spiritual power in the stone room was like a swallow returning to the capital, making a hoo-hoo sound, squeezing toward the young man with all its strength. He was like a professional bottomless pit that absorbed spiritual power. When the spiritual power came to him, it immediately rushed into his Tianling point. The largest part of the spiritual power flowed to the spiritual sea, and the other part was divided into 2 small parts. A small part flowed to the Dantian, solidifying the Dantian, strengthening it, and adding a thin layer of tricolor defensive cover, making the Dantian look extremely strange and solid. The other small part nourished the limbs of his body, 5 viscera and 6 bowels, making the body's muscles more perfect. Wasn't this young man the leader of all the disciples, Ling Xiao? Seeing more and more spiritual power around Ling Xiao, the other disciples clearly felt that the spiritual power around them was much thinner, and the speed of absorption was far less than before. For a time, all the disciples opened their eyes and wondered, did the spirit formation in the cultivation room fail? Just as they were puzzled, they looked at Ling Xiao, who was resting with his eyes closed, and looked at the light around him. Everyone was shocked. Although they had heard that Ling Xiao was a 5-attribute cultivator, they all thought that Ling Xiao mainly cultivated with spiritual power. But seeing several kinds of spiritual power shining, they all knew that Ling Xiao must be a 5-attribute cultivator. They were all surprised at what kind of mysterious technique Ling Xiao was cultivating to actually have such a speed of absorption. It was simply too unimaginable. Ling Xiao was absorbing such a huge amount of spiritual energy. Presumably, even a king-stage powerhouse wouldn't have such a speed. Of course, Ling Xiao knew that he wouldn't be able to reach such a speed with just the 3 parts returning to origin energy. This was mostly due to the effects of the 3 strange creatures in his spiritual sea. In order to recover his essence, Lu Wang had been absorbing the spiritual energy of the world almost every day. In a place with dense spiritual energy like this, he was even more diligent in absorbing spiritual energy. This allowed Ling Xiao to gather so much spiritual power around him. Ling Xiao's entire body was washed by the spirit force, and he only felt an indescribable sense of calm and comfort. It was as if every pore on his body had become active, and the surrounding spirit force waves were becoming more and more clear. Ling Xiao knew that as long as he could maintain this state, he would definitely be able to break through to the king stage within a year. From a spirit master to the king stage wasn't just a process of accumulating spiritual energy, it was also a process of comprehending spiritual energy. Only by feeling the existence of spiritual energy and being able to truly grasp and use it could one truly become a king stage powerhouse. Ling Xiao had entered a state of forgetting himself and didn't know that he had absorbed most of the spiritual energy in the cultivation room. The surrounding disciples woke up one by one and whispered to each other from time to time. Isn't Elderling's absorption speed too terrifying? Isn't it? Even the strongest true disciple, Lai Ming Chong, didn't have such a speed. No wonder he has such strength at such a young age. This kind of Tenbin is many times stronger than us. AI, it seems that as long as Elderling cultivates here, we won't be able to stay here to cultivate. All of you shut up. Luo Ming angrily glared at the true disciples who were whispering to each other. Anyone who was cultivating was most afraid of being disturbed. Although Luo Ming envied Ling Xiao for being able to absorb spiritual energy so quickly, she absolutely wouldn't be jealous. Moreover, she wouldn't allow others to disturb Ling Xiao's cultivation. She didn't know when, but her heart had been inexplicably branded with Ling Xiao's shadow. Originally, Ling Xiao had already entered a state of forgetting himself and didn't care about the outside world, but Luo Ming's scolding had disturbed his mind. Ling Xiao slowly opened his eyes, and his tiger-like eyes seemed to have become bright. Looking at the 20 pairs of eyes that were sizing him up, Ling Xiao touched his face for no reason and said, "What are you all doing? Is there something dirty on this young master's face?" When Luo Ming saw that Ling Xiao had woken up, she thought that the words of those disciples had awakened Ling Xiao and glared fiercely at those disciples for no reason. Those disciples immediately lowered their heads guiltily. Seeing that no one spoke, Ling Xiao immediately stood up and bowed. "You guys can cultivate here for this month. I'll go out for a stroll, and we'll definitely come back to pick you up within a month." Ling Xiao didn't plan to just cultivate here for a month. You want to take a good look at what was so special about this 6th grade sect? I want to go with you. As soon as Ling Xiao finished speaking, Wen Qidi couldn't wait to call out. Immediately after, Yulayan also blurted out, "I want to go with you as well." Bing Ruashe, who was at the side, was unwilling to be outdone and said indifferently, "I want to go as well." Luo Ming pouted, then gritted her teeth and said, "Since I'm here, I also want to go out and try my luck." Although they all felt that cultivation was important, they wanted to cherish the time they had with Ling Xiao even more. Ling Xiao looked around them seriously, causing their cheeks to flush red. At this time, a few more voices echoed. "Junior brother, we'll go with you." This time, the ones who spoke were Chun Wenyu, Yin Zhe, and Zhao Nan. They had already reached the high-ranked spirit master realm, which was an unreachable height for ordinary martial artists. However, for these heavenly geniuses, that was not the end. Only by stepping into the king's stage could they leap over the dragon gate and proudly roam between the heavens and the earth. Now that they had reached this realm, there was not much benefit to cultivating blindly. Instead, they wanted to quickly comprehend the existence of the heaven and earth spiritual chi. Only then would they have the qualifications to take that step. Therefore, they proposed to go with Ling Xiao, hoping to see if they could find an opportunity to comprehend it in the territory of a 6th-rank sect. Moreover, they all knew that the reason why the strongest true disciple, Lai Mingqiang, was able to break through to the king stage at the age of 30 was because he had once gone to this secret realm to search for treasures and obtained a fortuitous encounter. That was how he was able to break through from the high-rank spirit master to the king stage in just a few years. This kind of opportunity was definitely what Chen Wenyu and the others wanted the most. Ling Xiao looked at Chen Wenyu and the others in astonishment, thinking to himself, as expected of the strongest true disciples in the sect, this kind of courage is not something others can compare to. Ling Xiao nodded at them and said, "All right, you guys will accompany me. However, you must be careful. This place is much more dangerous than we thought." He paused for a moment, then turned to Shi Tianho and said, "Senior brother Shi, Everyone will be cultivating here. If anything happens, you will lead everyone to retreat. Junior brother, I also want to go with you. Sure, Tianho scratched his head and laughed dryly. All right. Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment before agreeing. Although he really wanted to move alone, it would be much more convenient for him to advance and retreat if he did so. However, it was difficult for him to refuse the request of these people. After all, he had been appointed as the leader of this trip to the secret realm. Thus, Ling Xiao gave some instructions to the other disciples and told them the location of the secret room in the main hall. In case of any danger, they could go there to hide. Just as Ling Xiao was about to lead them out, his eyebrows twitched slightly. He seemed to have sensed something and exclaimed to everyone, "Someone has entered the main hall. Everyone get ready." When all the true disciples of the Purple Sky sect heard Ling Xiao's words, they immediately became vigilant. They've already found their way here. They've sensed it really quickly. Ling Xiao frowned and thought to himself. The reason why he had sensed that someone had appeared in front of the main hall was because of his powerful mental energy. Thus, his alertness was several times, or even more than 10 times higher than the average person's. However, just as he had sensed the other party's presence, the other party had already sensed their direction. Ling Xiao could not help but suspect that the person who had come was definitely not ordinary. Since they had already been discovered by the other party, Ling Xiao and the others did not stay in the cultivation room any longer. All of them walked out. Not long after, a group of young martial artists wearing embroidered robes appeared in front of them. Needless to say, these people were the people from the Tai Li sect. As for Lu Huanhuan from the Yang Fan sect, she was leaning against the 13th prince, Li Yu. There was an indescribable melancholy on her face. When Ling Xiao saw the people who had come, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. He was puzzled. Could it be that the people from the Yang Fan sect and the Tai Li sect have colluded together? Li Yu walked at the front and looked at Ling Xiao with a sneer. "Kid from the Purple Heaven sect, we meet again." When Li Yu first met Yun Mingqi when he entered the Thousand Bee City, he had been attracted by Yun Mengqi's beauty. Moreover, he had heard from his own elder that Yun Mengqi was already a king stage cultivator. This had made the lustful Li Yu develop a strong desire to possess her. However, when they were in the Thousand Bee City, Li Yu had discovered that the woman he had reserved had been taken by the kid in front of him. His heart was already burning with rage. If it wasn't for the fact that fighting was prohibited in the Thousand Bee City, he would have asked his own elder to teach the kid a lesson. However, it wasn't too late to teach the kid a lesson now, as he had already planned to get rid of all the people from the Purple Heaven sect in the Mystic Realm. He wanted to let the kid in front of him know how big of a mistake it was to offend the 13th prince. Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment before he asked, "Uncle, who are you?" In fact, Ling Xiao recognized Li Yu, but he didn't have any good feelings towards Li Yu. Anyone who dared to snatch his woman, even if it was the emperor himself, Ling Xiao wouldn't put him in his eyes. Chapter 310. Li Yu was 25 years old this year. Not only did he not look old, but he looked extremely young and handsome. Moreover, he had a baby face, which made him look even younger than the youths of the same age. He looked just like an 18-year-old youth. This was something that he had always been proud of. But now he was ridiculed by Ling Xiao as uncle, which made him feel unprecedented shame. "Brat, you've got guts." Li Yu's face darkened. He was just about to order his subordinates to kill him when he saw that behind Ling Xiao were several beautiful women. He couldn't help but be stunned. He had seen these girls before in the Thousand Bee City, but at that time he had only had eyes for Yun Mengqi alone, and he had not noticed how they looked like. Now, he could finally see the true, alluring countenance of these girls clearly. Bing Ruoxue was as cold as ice, her delicate face was flawless, and her entire person was like a proud rose in the snow, giving people a feeling that they could only look at her from afar, not daring to look at her. Yu Laiyin was as beautiful as a flower. Her curvaceous figure was constantly exuding a fatal temptation, and her glance and smile seemed to be able to make any man's beast blood boil. Wen Ku Dai's petite and cute appearance was like a budding flower, giving people a mischievous and pure temperament, just like the little sister next door. Luo Meiying's looks were slightly inferior, but her fiery figure was like a 1,000-year-old fruit that could not be any more ripe, making people have the urge to pluck it. The four women each had their own merits, and the spring orchids and autumn chrysanthemums were all blooming. Liu couldn't help but be a little infatuated. He never thought that there would be so many beauties in the Purple Heaven sect, and each of them had their own temperaments. One couldn't stand Liu's hateful gaze, and moved closer to Ling Xiao and said, "This person is really annoying." Bing Ruoxue coldly said, "Shameless." Ling Xiao frowned, blocked Liu's line of sight, and faintly said, "Where are your dog eyes looking?" Liu's face revealed a sullen expression as he said, "Stinking brat, you are causing trouble for your senior brother and sister." Ling Xiao said calmly, "You came here to look for trouble. Do you think I can let this matter go just because I apologize?" "Hee, I thought you didn't remember me, the 13th prince." Liu raised his arrogant head and said darkly. He paused for a moment before continuing, "What's the use of your apology? If you can let a few junior sisters behind you play with me for a few nights, maybe I won't find trouble with you." "Oh, it's this junior sister from the Yongfan sect. Her big brother gave her to me, so I let the rest of the Yongfan sect go." At the same time, Li proudly pointed at Lu Huanhuan in his arms. "Shameless bastard." The women behind Ling Xiao cursed at the same time, and the other true disciples of the Purple Heaven sect all looked angry, as if they were ready to attack at any time. Liu didn't mind this. Lu Huanhuan, who was in his arms, still had a smile on her face, but that smile was a bit more strange. "So simple? You won't go back on your word, right?" Ling Xiao was stunned for a moment before asking playfully. Liu sneaked a glance at the women behind Ling Xiao, swallowed his saliva, and replied, "It's that simple. I, the 13th prince, always keep my word." Ling Xiao turned around and asked the women, "Are you willing to follow this 13th prince?" Who would want to follow him? Wen Qidi was the first to answer. "Why don't you take a piss and look at him?" Luo Meiying said fiercely. Yu Laiyan didn't scold him, but instead hooked her arm around Ling Xiao's and said coquettishly, "I'll only follow you in this life. If you can bear to give me to someone else, I'll kill you first and then commit suicide." Bing Ruoxue just stared coldly at Liu, emitting a strong cold intent, as if she could kill at any time. Ling Xiao turned around and spread his hands at Liu, saying, "13th prince, as you can see, none of them are interested in you. How about I go catch a few female wolves and give them to you? Those female wolves should be quite suitable for you." Pu. As soon as Ling Xiao said this, everyone in the Purple Sky sect couldn't help but laugh. On the Ty Li sect side, everyone's expression was extremely strange, as if they didn't dare to laugh. Liu's face darkened to the extreme, and he immediately said gloomily, "You will pay for your words. Everyone attack. Kill all the men and keep the women." For a moment, the two sides were in a tense situation. Ling Xiao's tiger eyes turned cold, and his figure flickered, instantly arriving in front of Liu. "13th prince, be careful." The few high-level spirit masters behind Liu sensed something strange and couldn't help but cry out. At the same time, they all rushed to block in front of Liu. However, there was one person who acted a bit faster than the others. Seeing that Ling Xiao was about to grab Liu's neck, a person's other palm slapped towards Ling Xiao. "Junior brother, be careful." The girls cried out at the same time. Ling Xiao sneered, turned his claw into a palm, and smashed it against that person's palm. Pow! Both of them took a step back and coldly stared at each other. "Are you finally willing to come out?" Ling Xiao had a playful smile on his face as he looked at the young man in front of him. This feminine man's aura was restrained, making it impossible to see through his cultivation. He could hide from everyone's eyes, but he couldn't escape Ling Xiao's keen perception. He was the third prince of the Tai Li sect, Li Ming. Li Ming looked at Ling Xiao and said, "You're not bad." He paused for a moment and said, "If you're willing to be my follower for the rest of your life, I can make sure you don't die." "Third brother, Why did you choose this little bastard? Li Yu asked anxiously. Li Ming glared at Li Yu and said, You bastard, if you weren't my brother, I would have killed you first, stupid trash. As soon as Li Ming said this, the Tai Li sect disciples behind him all revealed strange expressions. They looked at Ling Xiao with a bit of envy. Ling Xiao ignored their gazes and laughed wildly. Ha! What you said is the funniest joke I've heard in my life. But since you said it, I'll send it back to you. If you are willing to be my follower, I can also spare your life. How about it? Li Ming didn't get angry when he heard Ling Xiao's words and just said, It seems that you still don't know when to advance or retreat. As soon as he said this, his hidden aura gradually rose from a low-rank soul master to a high-rank soul master. Moreover, his aura showed no signs of stopping and continued to rise. The people of the Purple Sky sect were shocked, especially Chen Wenyu, Yin Zhe, Zhao Nan, and Luo Meiying. They were all high-rank soul masters and immediately realized how terrifying Li Ming was. Half-step king rank. When Li Ming's aura stopped, Yin Zhe couldn't help but cry out. The true disciples of the Purple Sky sect all paled. Li Ming sneered and said, You guys don't need to hide anymore. Let these low-level sects see the true strength of our Tai Li sect. As soon as Li Ming finished speaking, 3 ordinary-looking youths stepped out from behind him. These 3 young men looked like they were carved from the same mold. At a glance, it was obvious that they were triplets. After the 3 of them stood out, their auras began to rise just like Li Ming's, shaking the surrounding dust and causing it to fly everywhere. Finally, they stabilized at half-step king rank. This time, the Tai Li sect actually had 4 half-step king rank disciples, a dozen or so high-rank soul masters, and the rest were middle-rank soul masters. This level of strength was far above the true disciples of the Purple Sky sect. This was the difference between the top and the bottom-ranked sections. There had long been rumors that the Tai Li sect had the strength of a rank 7 sect, but they had never announced their sect's advancement. It seemed that there was some truth to this rumor. A half-step king rank was enough to sweep away all the true disciples of the Purple Sky sect, not to mention that the other side had 4 half-step king rank disciples. This time, everyone in the Purple Sky sect felt as if they had fallen into a cold cellar, causing them to feel despair. Only Chen Wenyu, Yin Zhe, Zhao Nan, and Luo Meiying's expressions only became a bit more serious, but they weren't worried at all. This was because they knew that as long as Ling Xiao was here, they would definitely be fine. They had seen with their own eyes that Ling Xiao had killed a true king rank disciple. So what were these half-step king rank disciples? You still have one more chance to choose, Li Ming said to Ling Xiao indifferently. Ling Xiao wasn't as calm as he looked at the half-step king rank disciples that had appeared. Although he had the ability to kill a king rank disciple, that was only in a one-on-one situation. Now he had to protect the true disciples behind him, and it seemed that he didn't have the strength to do so. The only way he could do so was to kill them all, but he couldn't guarantee that he could kill all of them. If even one of them escaped, then it would be a disaster for the Purple Sky sect once they left the secret realm. Looking at the hesitant Ling Xiao, Wen Qidi was a bit worried. Senior brother, you wouldn't want to agree to him, right? Junior sister, don't talk nonsense. I'm not that kind of person, Luo Ming said firmly. Bing Ruoshui and Yu Laiyan both looked at the silent Ling Xiao with complicated expressions. Li Yu took the opportunity to sneer. My 3rd brother is the young sect master of the Tai Li sect. You're lucky to be able to follow my 3rd brother. You don't know how many people want to follow my 3rd brother, but they don't have the chance. Ling Xiao's eyelids twitched when he heard Li Yu's words. He hadn't expected Li Ming to have such an identity. Li Ming scolded. Li Yu, cut the crap. Although he was talking about Li Yu, his face was slightly arrogant, as if he could already see the scene of Ling Xiao's giant clothes at his feet. Li Ming and Li Yu were different. Li Ming was good at scheming, and his methods were very ruthless. In the future, he would definitely be a formidable character, while Li Yu's methods were much more immature. The reason why he had taken a fancy to Ling Xiao was because Ling Xiao was still very young. He was only around 20 years old, but he was already a high-level spirit master. He was presumably one of the most outstanding people in the Purple Sky sect. Such a genius was not inferior to his Tenbin, and he felt that only such a person was worthy of being his follower. In the future, the more outstanding Ling Xiao was, the more glory he would have as his master. That was why he cherished such a talent. Chapter 3:11. After a moment of silence, Ling Xiao faintly said, "You don't have the qualifications to make me your follower. Even if the Heavenly Emperor himself came, he wouldn't be able to make me his subordinate." With that, Ling Xiao's golden body soared into the sky. The golden light that surrounded his body faintly revealed a noble and domineering aura. At this moment, Ling Xiao was like a high and mighty emperor, causing others to feel a sense of submission and worship. Although Ling Xiao only had the strength of a high spirit master, he cultivated all 5 elements at the same time, and the spiritual energy within his body was many times stronger than that of an ordinary high spirit master. His aura soared. Although he hadn't reached the half-step king level, his aura wasn't any weaker than Li Ming and the other 3 half-step king level cultivators. Even the disciples of the 2 sects felt that Ling Xiao's aura made them feel like they were about to fall to their knees, as if they were subjects in front of the emperor. Li Ming frowned. Looking at the current Ling Xiao, he felt very uncomfortable. He was certain that it was impossible to subdue Ling Xiao, so he immediately shouted, "You're courting death. Kill them all." As soon as Li Ming's words fell, the disciples of the Tai Li sect scattered and took out their own Xian artifacts. All kinds of spirit beasts also appeared at their side. The people of the Purple Sky sect weren't willing to be outdone either. They took out their Xian artifacts at the same time, and their spirit beasts instantly landed on the ground. Kill them. Don't think that our Purple Sky sect is easy to bully. Zhao Nin was impulsive and warlike by nature. He was the first to ride his scarlet fierce tiger and charge towards the people of the Tai Li sect. Kill them. Yin Zhe, who had always been calm, cursed in a low voice. He also rode his fire cloud lion into battle. For a moment, dozens of youths and spirit beasts were engaged in a chaotic battle. Waves of dazzling Xian techniques rang out incessantly. Li Ming and the 3 triplets surrounded Ling Xiao. None of them had an opponent, so they just stared at each other coldly, as if they didn't hear the intense battle going on. Actually, Ling Xiao was already extremely anxious in his heart. The strengths of the disciples of the Violet Sky sect were obviously much inferior to the others, whereas he was surrounded by 4 half-step king rank experts. Unless he was able to annihilate all of them in one go, otherwise, the others would surely be in danger. You're the ones who brought about your own deaths. Don't blame me. Ling Xiao made up his mind. This time, he would use his full power to kill these 4 people as quickly as possible. One of the triplets stood up and said, "Young master, 2 brothers, please step aside. I alone am enough to deal with this little brat." The 3 triplets were Zongde, Zong Yuan, and Zong Qing. The hearts of the 3 of them were linked, and they'd learned a combination of profound techniques. So, even if they encountered a low-stage king rank expert, they would still have the strength to fight. The one who spoke just now was the 3rd brother, Zong Qing. Li Ming also seemed to feel that he'd overestimated Ling Xiao, so he nodded to Zong Qing and said, "Hurry up, we don't have time to waste here." After saying that, he, Zongde, and Zong Yuan all took a few steps back to make it easier for Zong Qing and Ling Xiao to fight. At this time, the screams of several people could be heard from the other side of the battlefield. Ling Xiao looked over and saw that 2 of his sect's disciples had been killed by the opponent's sword. Zong Qing took the opportunity to laugh sinisterly. "You dare to be distracted even against me? Your time has come." After saying that, Zong Qing raised a ball of burning spiritual energy in his hand, and a dark flame condensed into a palm of fire that slammed towards Ling Xiao's chest. The attack of a half-step king rank expert was as fast as lightning, and in an instant, it reached Ling Xiao's chest. Zong Qing had a victorious smile on his face, as if he could already see Ling Xiao being slapped to death by his palm. Ling Xiao turned his head and frowned. He formed a formless cloud expelling palm with his spiritual energy and slammed it heavily into Zhong Qing's spiritual consciousness. Zhong Qing felt a sharp pain in his head, and his movement stiffened. Ling Xiao seized the opportunity to turn the tables. Wind God's Kick's third form, Torrential Storm. The kicks poured down like a torrential storm, and the momentum of the kicks was as fierce as a gale. This was the ultimate torrential storm. Zhong Qing was engulfed by Ling Xiao's kicks. The countless kicks also contained Xiantian, Yin Wind, baleful qi, and in an instant, it invaded Zhong Qing's limbs and organs. Zhong Qing was sent flying backward. His body kept twitching, and his whole body turned into a mass of ash and black. The gray and black color instantly spread throughout his body, and his body began to shrivel up at a speed that could be seen with the naked eye. Not only that, but when his flesh and blood were completely corroded, even his bones gradually disappeared, and the weeds around Zhong Qing also withered and disappeared. Li Ming, Zhong De, and Zhong Yuan were all dumbfounded. They had forgotten to save Zhong Qing, and could only watch helplessly as Zhong Qing disappeared before their eyes. Their hearts were in turmoil. Ling Xiao wanted this kind of shocking effect. He wanted to first strike at his opponent's confidence, and then he could defeat them one by one. Ling Xiao first used his spiritual energy to attack Zhong Qing, but he didn't kill him instantly. Instead, he injured Zhong Qing's spiritual consciousness, temporarily rendering him unable to fight. Then he used the Wind God's Kick to defeat Zhong Qing. The Wind God's Kick contained Ling Xiao's Xiantian, Yin Wind, baleful qi, which was highly corrosive. Zhong Qing couldn't expel the Xiantian, Yin Wind, baleful qi in a hurry, so he could only let it corrode. This was why Ling Xiao was able to kill Zhong Qing instantly. While Li Ming, Zhong De, and Zhong Yuan were in a daze, Ling Xiao wasn't. He shot a cold glance at Zhong Yuan, and his invisible spiritual energy blasted towards him. Ah! Zhong Yuan screamed and fell to the ground, holding his head with both hands. Li Ming and Zhong De finally came to their senses, and they were both shocked and angry. Third brother, second brother, I'll kill you. Zhong De roared, and a silver saber appeared in his hands. He swung it at Ling Xiao's head. Ling Xiao smiled coldly, and the ice and fire sword appeared in his hands, and he swung them at Zhong De. Clang! The two weapons clashed, and sparks flew out. Ling Xiao didn't seem to be at a disadvantage. Just as he was about to counterattack, he felt a gust of wind behind his head, and he quickly dodged to the side. It was Li Ming who had attacked Ling Xiao. A pair of black gloves appeared in his hands, and they glowed with a strange black light. It was obvious that they were dark attribute weapons. Don't hold back, Zhong De. This kid has some tricks up his sleeve. Li Ming snorted, and his palms began to glow with an even more intense black light, and he slammed them down towards Ling Xiao's head. On the other side, Zhong De was already on the verge of exploding, and the saber in his hand blazed with flames. Die, you bastard! Zhong De roared, and the saber in his hand slashed at Ling Xiao's waist. You're asking for it. Now, I'll send you 3 brothers to hell. Ling Xiao snorted, and his speed increased to the extreme, not only dodging Li Ming's attack, but also Zhong De's attack. Watch your back. Li Ming reacted quickly and sent Zhong De flying with a palm. Fortunately, he was fast enough because Ling Xiao's sword only grazed past Zhong De's clothes. You really are the wind attribute, but why should I be afraid of you? Li Ming had already sensed that Ling Xiao's speed surpassed that of an ordinary high-rank soul master, and he had also seen Ling Xiao's Wind God's Kick, so he was sure that Ling Xiao had the wind attribute. However, Li Ming wasn't afraid, because he cultivated both wind and darkness attributes. He sped up his pace, and his palm struck out a series of fierce and ruthless palm shadows. Ling Xiao's expression grew serious. His ability to kill people above his level was inseparable from his wind attribute, and now that Li Ming also had the wind attribute and was much stronger than him, Ling Xiao had no way of escaping Li Ming's pursuit. Ling Xiao wasn't afraid of Li Ming, but he had to kill Li Ming and Zhong De as quickly as possible. Otherwise, the others would die miserably. Ling Xiao wanted to use his psychic power to kill Li Ming again, but he had already used it twice, and the last time he had used up a lot of his psychic power to kill Zhong Yuan, who was half a step into the king class. Psychic power couldn't be used like spiritual power. Therefore, Ling Xiao didn't have much psychic power left, and if he used it again, he would lose consciousness for a short period of time, and Zonda would be able to take advantage of it. Since that's the case, I'll show these two what I'm capable of. Ling Xiao calmed down, and the spiritual power in his dantian began to circulate at high speed, and he entered an unprecedented state of battle. Let's see how you escape. Zonda, quickly lock onto him. Li Ming kept attacking Ling Xiao, and, at the same time, gave Zonda a warning. Once Zonda locked on a Ling Xiao, he wouldn't be able to escape, and Ling Xiao would have no choice but to die on the spot. Come, I'll let you have a taste of my power. Ling Xiao was full of battle intent, and the ice and fire sword in his hand emitted a demonic blue flame. The third form of the tyrant style, Sword Meteor. Speaking of which, this was the first time Ling Xiao had used the third form of the tyrant style. He had already used the first two forms, Sword Mark and Sword Flowing Cloud. However, the third form, Sword Meteor, was much more powerful than the first two forms, and with Ling Xiao's current strength, even a low-stage king-class cultivator would have to retreat. Li Ming didn't expect Ling Xiao to be able to use fire attacks. His dark element hated fire and light the most, so he didn't hesitate to retreat. Zonda, on the other hand, wasn't as cautious as Li Ming. After losing two of his brothers, there was only one thought in his mind, and that was to cut Ling Xiao into 1,000 pieces. Zonda's sword spun out of a blazing fireball, and the fireball surged towards Ling Xiao. The high temperature of the flames created a great pressure, and if it was an ordinary high-stage soul master, they wouldn't be able to resist. Unfortunately, Zonda was facing Ling Xiao, and a Ling Xiao with heavenly fire at that. Ling Xiao's starlight streaked across the sky like a comet as it collided with the fireball. Sparks flew everywhere, and the people from the two sects who were fighting not far away quickly retreated. Zonda had thought that his full-strength attack would be able to kill Ling Xiao, but he found that his fire attribute was instantly drowned out by the blue flames. Not only that, but the blue flames didn't seem to show any signs of stopping and continued to swarm towards Zonda. Chapter 3:12. John's flames were at best ordinary flames. How could they compare to Ling Xiao's blue demon flame? John's flames were extremely powerful, but in front of the heavenly flame, they could only be swallowed up. The raging blue flames scared John so much that he hurriedly rolled to the side, looking indescribably embarrassed. Li Ming stared at Ling Xiao's endless methods, his heart filled with horror. He never thought that Ling Xiao was actually a dual attribute martial artist, and that his profound skill was so abnormal that he could actually suppress him and Zonda to the point where they could only dodge. This child must be eliminated immediately, otherwise he will become a great threat in the future. Li Ming made up his mind. He must find a way to eliminate Ling Xiao. Li Ming glanced at the people fighting not far away from him, a sneer on his face, and his figure suddenly disappeared in front of him. Ling Xiao was so busy killing John that he didn't pay attention to Li Ming. Ling Xiao used his unparalleled speed, his sword sweeping out with the blue demon flame from time to time. The terrifying flames made John unable to resist, and soon he was beaten senseless by Ling Xiao. Just as John's fighting became more and more chaotic, Ling Xiao circled to his side, the ice and fire sword in his hand slashing down. Sword light streaked down like a stream of water. John's hand that was holding a large blade was ruthlessly cut by Ling Xiao, causing him to let out a heart-wrenching scream. Blood splattered everywhere, causing the people from the two sects to stop and watch in horror. As for Ling Xiao, who had cut off John's hand, his face was splashed with a lot of blood. He couldn't help but stick out his tongue and lightly lick the blood, saying fiercely, "Half-step king stage is nothing." Finished speaking, Ling Xiao was about to kill John. At this time, a cry of alarm attracted everyone's attention. Li Ming appeared in front of Ling Xiao with a person's neck in his hand, coldly saying, "If you don't want this woman to die, then obediently drop your weapon and surrender." Unknowingly, a woman had appeared in Li Ming's hands. This woman was the weakest of them all. One could die. When Kitty's neck was being held by Ling Xiao, and she did not dare to move. She looked at Ling Xiao with a look of anticipation. Ling Xiao took a deep breath, put away the ice and fire sword, and said lightly, "Is this the style of the Tai Li sect? Don't you have any shame? Using a woman as a threat?" Li Ming smirked. "You don't need to worry about that. In short, any move that can kill the enemy is a good move. A gentleman like you wouldn't want to see this woman die, right? Hee hee. Don't you think you're overestimating me? Do you really think I can sacrifice my life for a woman? With my ability and status, what kind of woman can I have?" Ling Xiao smiled lightly. As soon as Ling Xiao said this, Wen Ku Dai's face became incomparably pale, and the other women all revealed complicated expressions. Li Ming's eyes jumped, seemingly feeling that it was wrong of him to use a woman to threaten Ling Xiao. If it was him, he definitely wouldn't be willing to wait for death for a woman. After all, no one was more important than his own life. It had to be said that Li Ming understood the selfishness of human nature quite well. "Useless woman, go die." Li Ming was infuriated out of humiliation and prepared to kill Wen Qi. Ling Xiao naturally wouldn't abandon Wen Ku Dai. He was just trying to buy time so that he could prepare. His mental force evolved into a series of palm shadows that instantly drilled into Li Ming's mind. At the same time, in order to prevent any accidents from happening, Ling Xiao's body shot out like lightning. "Ah!" Li Ming let out a shocking scream and unconsciously let go of Wen Ku Dai. Asterisk Poo. Asterisk Ling Xiao's palm contained Yang attribute blue demon flame and slammed it into Li Ming's chest while at the same time, his other hand lightly removed the space ring on Li Ming's finger. This action was so quick that no one noticed it. Li Ming spat out a mouthful of blood as his chest caved in and his whole body was sent flying like a cannonball. Third brother, young sect master. All the disciples on the Tai Li sect side exclaimed. Everyone rushed towards Li Ming one after another. However, before they could get close, Li Ming's body was gradually burned to ashes by the blue flames. Everyone stopped in their tracks and watched helplessly as Li Ming disappeared, and a chill spread throughout their bodies. At this moment, a loud shout rang out from the side, "I'll kill you." The one-armed Zonda intended to put up a final struggle, enduring the pain of his broken arm as he continued to gather the most powerful killing blow of his life with his other hand. "You want to go all out? You're not qualified." Ling Xiao took a deep breath and glanced coldly at Zonda before gently raising his finger. Xiao! A thin column of blue flame shot towards Zonda's chest. Ugh! Zonda let out a startled cry as he stared at the small column of blood on his chest. His body unconsciously fell back and soon followed in Li Ming's footsteps. No, impossible. How could third brother and the three senior brothers all die? Impossible. Liu looked at Zonda, who had just died, and his face became pale. An unprecedented chill struck him as he muttered in a daze. The 13th prince fled. That guy is too scary, a high-ranked spirit master of the Tai Li sect said in a trembling voice. Yes, let's quickly escape. When we return, we must report to the sect and let the sect destroy those purple sky sect bastards, Liu said viciously and turned to leave. However, Ling Xiao had already rushed in front of him and said coldly, "Destroy our purple sky sect? I'll kill you first." With that, Ling Xiao began to attack again, preparing to kill Liu in one move. Unexpectedly, at this time, a few high-level spirit masters of the Tai Li sect rushed in front of Liu at the same time. The profound weapons in their hands all greeted Ling Xiao. Good move. Ling Xiao didn't retreat, but advanced instead. The ice and fire sword in his hand turned to the side that looked like a knife. A powerful chill condensed into an incomparably large ice blade. Prideful cold 6 secrets, first form, freezing glance. This was the absolute chill, a direct move. Boom! The ice blade and giant shadow pressed down on the opponent's Xian skill, making bursts of explosive sounds. The Tylee sect high-rank spirit masters' Xian skills couldn't block Ling Xiao's full power attack. The huge ice blade continued to slash down courageously from above. The Tylee sect high-rank spirit masters all cried out strangely and dodged to the sides. Only Liu, who was directly in front of the ice blade, was dumbfounded. He watched the giant ice blade shadow come closer and closer. His legs actually trembled in fear, and his entire body became incomparably pale. No, Liu never thought that death would be so close to him. After he let out an unwilling cry, his body was cut in half. Bright red blood sprayed all over the sky. Ling Xiao, holding the ice and fire sword, was like a god of death as he coldly swept his gaze over the Tylee sect people. He actually killed the young sect master and the 13th prince. Let's run. We must report this to the sect master and start a crusade against your Purple Sky sect. A high-rank spirit master cried out in shock and immediately turned to run for his life. The others didn't dare to stay. Even 4 half a step into king rank weren't a match for him. How could they dare to face Ling Xiao? What's more, their young sect master had already died. Without anyone to command them, they were like a plate of loose sand, running for their lives in all directions. Everyone, hurry up and chase after them. Kill them all. Otherwise, our Purple Sky sect will definitely suffer a great calamity in the future. Chun Wenyu yelled and wanted to chase after the Tylee sect disciples. Wait, don't chase after them. Ling Xiao yelled and then said indifferently, even if you chase after them, you won't be a match for them. You'll only increase the number of casualties. After Ling Xiao said this, his face became extremely pale. The mental strength in his sea of consciousness seemed to have become extremely exhausted. He immediately sat down cross-legged to recover his mental strength. The Purple Sky sect disciples also knew that what Ling Xiao said was true, so all of them unwillingly stayed behind. Junior, are you okay? Luo Meiying was the first to notice that something was wrong with Ling Xiao. Chun Wenyu glanced at the meditating Ling Xiao and said to the others, he should be fine. He's just recovering his strength. Let's protect him. We absolutely can't let anyone disturb him. All the Purple Sky sect disciples immediately separated and surrounded Ling Xiao, protecting Ling Xiao in the center. After a while, with Ling Xiao as the center, a large amount of spiritual power surged over. In addition to consuming his mental strength, Ling Xiao had also used up more than half of his spiritual power. Now that danger was everywhere, the sooner he recovered his strength, the better the chance of survival would be. This time, Ling Xiao spent a total of 6 hours in meditation before he slowly woke up. He didn't expect to consume so much mental strength this time. He originally thought that after his sea of consciousness had liquefied, using mental strength multiple times should be fine. But now he realized that it was far from what he had imagined. If he only used his mental strength to create simple attacks, with his current mental strength, he should be able to use it 20 times in a row without a problem. But if he wanted to use his mental strength to create a profound skill to instantly kill an opponent stronger than himself, the amount of mental strength he would need to use would multiply. Just now, Ling Xiao had used his mental strength to injure Zhong Qing, killed Zhong Yuan, and then used his mental strength to deal with Li Ming, so there wasn't much mental strength left in his mind. As the opponents grew stronger, Ling Xiao felt that his strength wasn't enough, and his mental strength wasn't strong enough. Just relying on normal cultivation to increase my mental strength is really not enough. It seems like I'll have to find some spirit herbs that can increase my mental strength. Ling Xiao thought to himself. Then, Ling Xiao stood up and looked around at the others, his expression becoming heavy. Senior brother, how many people did we lose this time? Ling Xiao asked Chun Wenyu indifferently. Chun Wenyu looked at the corpses not far away and took a light breath. 7 people died, and the others were more or less injured. Ling Xiao clenched his fist, a fierce light flashed in his eyes, Don't worry, no one from the Tai Li sect can escape. Chapter 313. Outside the secret realm, the elders of the various sects were sitting in their own camps with their eyes closed. In the Tai Li sect's camp, an old man with white hair looked at a row of jade tubes in front of him. In an instant, a few of the jade tubes' light had disappeared. The old man's eyes shot out two terrifying beams of light, and he slammed his palm on the soft couch next to him. Ha! The soft couch instantly split into pieces. The young master, Zhong De, Zhong Yuan, and Zhong Qing are all dead. This is impossible. Even that little boy 13 is dead. What the hell happened? Damn it. The old man's eyes were red as he looked at the jade tubes that had disappeared, and he moaned in pain. Not far from the old man, the two old men, wearing trigram robes, also looked sorrowful. One of them, a tall and thin old man, said, with the young master's strength, even if he met a king stage opponent, he could still fight. How could they all die? Are the other disciples all right? The white-haired old man took a deep breath and said, the other disciples are fine for now. What happened to them? Only the young master and the others were killed. Could it be someone from the three sects? That doesn't make sense. We have no enmity with the three sections. How could they attack the young master and the others? There are many good things in the secret realm. For those things, even their own fathers would be killed, let alone the people from the other sections. That makes sense, but let's not make any random guesses. Maybe the young master and the others entered a dangerous place and died. Sigh, how should we explain this when we return to the sect? When the other disciples come out, we must ask them what happened. If it was done by the three sects, then we must seek justice. Inside the heaven-suppressing sect's secret realm, in a cultivation room in the main hall, there were only 15 disciples left in the Purple Sky sect. Out of the 26 people in the group, 11 had already died and a few were injured. Although their lives were not in danger, their fighting strength had decreased by a lot. They had originally wanted to cultivate and quietly stay for a month, but who knew that the heavens would not follow their wishes, making their hearts abnormally heavy. Ling Xiao glanced at the crowd and said loudly, I know everyone is upset, but can you blame anyone else? You can only blame yourselves for being too weak. Within our sects, we are the best of the best, but when you look at the Northwest, or even the entire continent, perhaps we can only be considered beginners. As long as we become stronger, we can trample those who dare to look down on us. The Tai Li sect has gone too far, so let's give them a taste of their own medicine and quickly kill them all. Yes, let's kill them all. A passionate disciple immediately shouted. The rest of the people also followed and shouted, kill them all. Ling Xiao looked at them with satisfaction and said, that's right. Our current strength might be inferior to theirs, but that doesn't mean that we can't kill them. He paused for a moment before continuing. Now that their leader, the young sect master, has been killed by me, they're like a plate of loose sand. They're all running away, so we can take them down one by one and kill them one by one in the secret realm. As soon as Ling Xiao finished speaking, all the disciples revealed murderous expressions. Ling Xiao's words not only stimulated their fighting spirit, but also made them pull themselves together. Of course, this was inseparable from the fact that Ling Xiao had killed 4 people half a step into the king stage. Ling Xiao's strength made them look up to him, but Ling Xiao was younger than them by a few years. This was the main reason why they were motivated again. Since everyone wants revenge, then we can't just hide here and cultivate. Everyone, come with me to find the bastards of the Tai Li sect, Ling Xiao said as he took the lead and walked out of the cultivation room. Soon after, the people behind him followed. Before, Ling Xiao didn't let the people of the sect chase after the disciples of the Tai Li sect. This was because the difference in strength between the disciples of the Purple Sky sect and the Tai Li sect was too great. If they chased after them, they wouldn't be able to kill them. Instead, they might be killed by them. In addition, he had used up too much of his mental strength and had to stop to recover. It might be a bit late to bring people to chase after them, but Ling Xiao wasn't worried about not being able to catch up. There were many unknown dangers in the heaven-suppressing sect, and the people of the Tai Li sect couldn't have escaped very far. As long as Chun Wenyu tracked them from the sky, he would definitely find them. After leaving the Eagle Gathering Hall, Ling Xiao ordered Chun Wenyu and another disciple with a flying spirit beast to chase after the disciples of the Tai Li sect. An hour later, Chun Wenyu once again found Ling Xiao and the others. "Junior brother, we found the bastards of the Tai Li sect," Chun Wenyu shouted excitedly. Ling Xiao nodded and said, "All right, take us there. This time, we'll let them know the power of the Purple Sky sect." Ling Xiao rode on the Golden Wolf King and led a group of people to kill them. The Tai Li sect originally had a total of 30 people. 7 of them had died, and now there were 23 people left. When they were running for their lives, they split up. Chun Wenyu only found 5 disciples of the Tai Li sect. Among these disciples, 2 were high-level spirit masters, and the other 3 were middle-level spirit masters. The 15 people from the Purple Sky sect gathered together. There was no need for Ling Xiao to make a move, and the 5 people from the Tai Li sect were dismembered. The disciples of the Purple Sky sect finally let out a sigh of relief. After killing these 5 people, Chun Wenyu went elsewhere to search for traces of the other Tai Li sect disciples. After 2 days, the group from the Purple Sky sect killed a total of 18 Tai Li sect disciples. There were still 6 people who couldn't be found for the time being. Chun Wenyu said to Ling Xiao anxiously, "Junior brother, there are still a few people that we can't find." Ling Xiao nodded and said, "I understand. Since we can't find them, there's no need to look anymore. They must have escaped far away, so it's time for us to continue exploring." Ling Xiao and the others didn't rest at all and immediately headed in another direction. That direction was a ruined pavilion that Chun Wenyu had discovered earlier. Everyone rushed to the ruined pavilion and didn't encounter any more dangers. However, the more it was like this, the heavier everyone felt. The ruined pavilion was halfway up a mountain and occupied a very wide area. It was more than 2 or 3 times wider than the Great Hall on the Purple Sky Peak of the Purple Sky sect. Ling Xiao scanned the area with his spiritual force and immediately sensed that there were already quite a few people gathered in the ruined pavilion. Ling Xiao waved his hand to the people behind him and said, "There are disciples from other sects who discovered it first. Everyone, pay attention." Ling Xiao and the others slowly approached the ruined pavilion. Only then did they see the true appearance of the ruined pavilion. This majestic ruined pavilion had long since been blasted into a scene of devastation. On the surrounding mountain walls, there was a row of messy, huge palm prints and several crisscrossing sword marks that seemed to have been swept by a sword. Ling Xiao and the others were deeply shocked when they saw those palm prints and those messy sword marks. Was this really man-made? It seemed that the destruction of the heaven-suppressing sect wasn't a coincidence. Just as Ling Xiao and the others were in a daze, a young man walked out from the ruined pavilion and arrogantly said to Ling Xiao and the others, "This place has been occupied by our River Dark sect. Everyone else, scram." The River Dark sect was the 8th grade sect closest to the Thousand Bee City. It was ranked 5th among the many sects, just below the Tai Li sect. Really arrogant. Do you really think that there's no one in our 6 Extreme Palace? Another person who was dressed completely different from the young man ran out from the ruined pavilion and snorted coldly. The 6 Extreme Palace was also ranked above the Purple Sky sect, just below the River Dark sect, and was ranked 6th among the sections. Ling Xiao found that these 2 young men were both high-level spirit masters and were about 26 years old. They really did have some ability to be arrogant. Ling Xiao didn't know what good things were in the ruined pavilion, but since 2 sects had already occupied it, he felt that it was better to avoid them first to avoid trouble. Although he wasn't afraid of anyone, and he could run if he couldn't win, but the others didn't have his abilities, and he had to think of the big picture. "Let's go," Ling Xiao said to the people behind him and turned to leave. At this moment, a burst of laughter came from the ruins. "Ha ha, I found it. Bastard, I was the one who found it. Put it down." Another voice rang out. "Bullsh*T, it's already in my hands. It's mine. How dare you? Let go, or I'll teach you a lesson." Who's afraid of who? Come at me if you dare. The two young men who came out to warn Ling Xiao and the others didn't care about anything else and plunged back into the ruins of the pavilion. Following that, a series of explosive noises of profound skills could be heard. Junior brother, Zhaonan looked inside and quietly said to Ling Xiao. Before he could finish, he was interrupted by Ling Xiao. Let's go. After saying that, Ling Xiao looked inside with a deep meaning and then went around to the other side of the mountain. The crowd didn't go far before they smelled a strong fragrance of flowers. Ling Xiao had been in contact with spirit grass for the past few years, and with one smell, he knew that this smell definitely came from some kind of spirit flower or spirit grass. Ling Xiao couldn't help but quicken his pace, rushing forward. Everyone followed closely behind. After walking for a while, on the flat ground of Mountain Peak, there were several plots of land, and these plots were planted with a variety of 5-element spirit grass. However, most of the spirit grass on these plots had already been picked, and there were only about 100 plants left in each plot. Even so, it was still a great surprise to the people of the Purple Sky sect. Ling Xiao was overjoyed and exclaimed, It's a medicinal garden. In front of everyone, there were several artificially cultivated medicinal gardens. Generally, each sect would cultivate a medicinal garden, which was planted by their own sect's alchemist and then guarded by the medicine slaves. Ling Xiao and the others found that the medicinal garden here was much higher level than the medicinal garden on their Purple Sky sect's herb peak. It's middle stage 3 green-tail grass. There's also a high stage 3 snake flower. That's a low stage 4 flame wisteria. Everyone saw that there were 3 or 4 grades above the medicinal garden, causing everyone to cry out in surprise. 2 disciples found a suitable spirit grass and couldn't help but run over. Ling Xiao looked at the medicinal garden and couldn't help but frown. It wasn't hard to find here. Could it be that the disciples of the previous few years didn't find this place? Suddenly, Ling Xiao's eyes jumped, and he shouted at the 2 disciples who ran out, Come back quickly! There's danger! Chapter 314. Ling Xiao cried out in alarm as he pounced forward like a cheetah, his palms striking out in the direction of the 2 disciples who had run out. No one knew what Ling Xiao was doing, but the 2 disciples were still in a daze. In the next moment, the soil under the herb garden suddenly bulged. Then, a black shadow appeared in front of the 2 of them, and an unknown bloody mouth bit at them. The 2 of them were shocked and quickly retreated. The people behind them cried out in alarm as they took out their profound weapons to help. Ling Xiao was 1 step ahead of them and sent out 2 fiery palms imbued with the blue demon flame. However, before Ling Xiao's fiery palms could land on the black shadow, something suddenly sprayed out from the black shadow's bloody mouth. Ling Xiao was shocked and quickly retreated. The flames were extinguished by the thing that the black shadow had sprayed out. Before anyone could see what it was, the ground returned to its original calm state. However, there was an additional gray object that looked like a hill at the place where it had just been. This thing looked like soil, but also like some kind of feces. It emitted a strange smell that made people feel nauseous. Everyone retreat. Ling Xiao frowned and hurriedly ordered everyone to retreat. He had clearly felt that the thing under the ground was not simple, but he did not have the time to see what kind of spirit beast it was. Anyone would have an indescribable sense of fear towards the unknown. Ling Xiao and the others retreated 100 meters away from the herb garden. What kind of spirit beast was that just now? It was too fast. I couldn't see it clearly. Shen Wenyu said seriously. It should be the guardian spirit beast of these spirit herbs. It's such a pity for such a large area of high-level spirit herbs. Zhao Nin said bitterly. Could it be that we can't deal with an insect with so many people? Luo Ming said unwillingly. Can you deal with level 4 or level 5 insects? Yinzei asked grumpily. For a moment, Luo Ming was speechless. Step back a bit more. Let me see what kind of spirit beast this is. Ling Xiao waved his hand. Even though the herb garden here seemed to be in shambles, there were still quite a few rank 3 and 4 spirit herbs. For a rank 4 alchemist like him, there was a considerable temptation. How could he just give up like this? Be careful, junior brother. Everyone knew Ling Zhao's abilities, and after exhorting him, they retreated another 100 meters. Ling Zhao carefully walked towards the garden, his eyes constantly paying attention to the ground. Not long after, he arrived in front of a level 3 spirit herb and found that there was still no movement on the ground. He frowned for no reason and muttered to himself, "Could it be that the spirit beast left?" Thinking of this, Ling Zhao decided to give it another try, so he stretched out his hand to pick the spiritual herb. Punk! All of a sudden, the ground a meter in front of Ling Zhao's spiritual herb exploded as the unknown spirit beast emerged from the ground again. This time, the spirit beast let out a strange cry and spat out another ball of something from its mouth. Ling Zhao was already prepared for this. He flipped over and leaped backward, so he wasn't hit. At the same time, when he landed on the ground, he pushed off with one foot and pounced towards the spirit beast, two balls of blue flames appearing on his palms. The flames were like a dragon, roaring towards the spirit beast. This time, the spirit beast didn't escape, but instead spat out an elemental attack from its mouth again. As a heavenly fire, the blue flames were once again buried by the opponent's elemental attack. Ling Zhao finally saw the spirit beast's face and exclaimed in surprise, "Purple Flood Dragon Roar." Not far from Ling Zhao was a spirit beast with half its body straightened. The head of a flood dragon and the body of a snake, its purple skin exuding a faint noble aura. Its round body was smooth and exquisite, and it had a frightening bloody mouth that could swallow an elephant alive. This was a flood dragon roar. The flood dragon roar was a high-level spirit beast, a branch spirit beast that had the bloodline of the mythological beast dragons in ancient times. However, with the passage of time, the bloodline had been mixed from generation to generation, and the dragon's bloodline had gradually thinned out. The flood dragon roar had also gradually lost the characteristics of dragons. Therefore, it was very rare to see ancient beasts like the flood dragon roar among the earthworm spirit beasts. Every time an earthworm spirit beast with the characteristics of a dragon's bloodline appeared, it would be an emperor among the earthworms. The flood dragon roar in front of him clearly had the characteristics of the dragon's bloodline. This could be seen from its purple skin and its dragon-like earthworm head, which had the demeanor of a dragon's. It was certain that this purple flood dragon roar had a rich bloodline of dragons. If it had the opportunity in the future, it might even be able to evolve into a true sacred beast of dragons. The reason why Ling Zhao was able to recognize the identity of this purple flood dragon roar at a glance was because he had previously read about it in the Sex Book Depository Pavilion. There was a relevant record in one of the books. The book mentioned that the flood dragon roar was divided into 3 grades: orange, red, and purple. The orange flood dragon roar had the thinnest bloodline of dragons, while the purple flood dragon roar had the thickest bloodline. The flood dragon roar was a strange beast that was a hybrid between a flood dragon and a roar. It had the dual attributes of water and earth. Not only could it be like a fish in water, but it could also come and go freely on land. Its most powerful ability was not its attack ability, but its ability to improve the soil. The place where the flood dragon roar existed was extremely suitable for the growth of spirit herbs. At the same time, it could also speed up the growth of spirit herbs. This characteristic was what all alchemists liked the most. This was the reason why Ling Zhao was pleasantly surprised. Why did he say that? Because any alchemist would often use large amounts of spirit herbs to refine pills, and the most distressing thing for any alchemist was the lack of spirit herbs. Therefore, alchemists from ordinary sects would usually plant spirit herbs in places rich in spirit energy in case of emergencies. The growth of ordinary spirit herbs was extremely slow, and the time needed to accumulate was too long. This was also the most depressing aspect of alchemists. However, the flood dragon roar was the most beneficial accelerator for improving the soil and speeding up the growth of spirit herbs. It could shorten the growth of spirit herbs by 3 to 5 times and the grade of the spirit herbs that grew would definitely be high. Therefore, which alchemist wouldn't desire to harvest a flood dragon roar as a spirit beast to cultivate spirit herbs? Currently, this purple flood dragon roar was already as big as 3 people hugging it, and half of its body was already about 10 meters tall. It looked like it already had the strength of the 5th level. While Ling Xiao was pleasantly surprised, the purple flood dragon roar shot out something from its stomach towards Ling Xiao. At the same time, it let out a strange cry, and its bloody mouth fiercely bit towards Ling Xiao. "Be careful!" Not far away, the crowd cried out to Ling Xiao. Fortunately, Ling Xiao recovered quickly and leaped back more than 100 meters. However, this time, the purple flood dragon roar was no longer hiding underground. Instead, it coiled its body and chased after them at an extremely fast speed. Everyone attacked together. Chun Wenyu cried out and took the initiative to launch a powerful attack. Everyone else also attacked the purple flood dragon roar with all their might. Rumble! A large cloud of dust flew into the air in front of the purple flood dragon roar. "Hurry up and run, it will be fine." Ling Xiao knew that the purple flood dragon roar's defense was astonishing, so he immediately called out to his people. Unfortunately, the purple flood dragon roar wasn't going to give up so easily. It was completely fine after taking a round of attacks from the crowd, and its huge round body swept towards the crowd. Bing Ruoshui, who was the closest to it, had nowhere to hide. Just at this moment, an extremely fast figure grabbed her delicate body and hurriedly fled. However, they were still half a step too late. The two of them were flung a great distance away by that figure. Wah! Ling Xiao, who was carrying Bing Ruoshui, couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. He felt like his body was about to fall apart, and his internal organs were all displaced. When Bing Ruoshui saw that Ling Xiao was lying on top of her, her heart clenched. She asked anxiously, "Ling Xiao, are you all right?" I'm fine. Hurry up and get out of here," Ling Xiao said weakly. Bing Ruoshui didn't dare to hesitate, and she hurriedly carried Ling Xiao away. Everyone else also began to flee. A high-tier 5th-grade spirit beast was equivalent to a high-tier Earth sovereign realm cultivator. If I wanted to kill all of them, it would be a piece of cake. Fortunately, the flood dragon roar wasn't a carnivore, and its temperament was relatively gentle compared to other spirit beasts. Thus, when they were far enough away, the flood dragon roar hid underground and didn't come out to attack them again. However, they still had lingering fears, and all of them wanted to leave as soon as possible. Bing Ruoshui carried Ling Xiao and placed him on the side of the stone wall. She asked in an unprecedentedly gentle tone, "Ling Xiao, are you all right?" At the same time, she took out a pill and stuffed it into Ling Xiao's mouth. "Junior brother, are you all right?" Chun Wenyu and the others asked with concern. Yu Laiyan didn't hesitate to squat in front of Ling Xiao, taking over half of Bing Ruoshui's body. He touched Ling Xiao's pale face and asked, "Junior brother, are you all right? Don't scare me. You can't let senior sister become a widow at such a young age." "What nonsense are you talking about?" Bing Ruoshui glared at Yu Laiyan. You're still in the right? If junior brother didn't try to save you, would he have been injured?" Yu Laiyan snorted. I'd rather be injured than for him to be injured." Bing Ruoshui had no choice but to confess her feelings. Cough, cough. Ling Xiao coughed lightly and said weakly, You guys stop arguing. Move away and protect me. I'll be fine after resting for a while." Ling Xiao sat up and placed his palms under his abdomen, beginning to circulate the Vajra 5 transformation technique to repair his body. The two girls glared at each other, then stood up and shielded Ling Xiao behind them. Luo Ming and Winkiti also quietly stood to the side and looked around. The other disciples looked at Ling Xiao enviously and took a few steps back to protect Ling Xiao. Just as Ling Xiao had been meditating for half an hour, the sound of hurried footsteps could be heard from the mountain path. Chun Wenyu frowned and said, "Everyone, be on guard. Someone's coming." Just as he finished speaking, A dozen or so figures appeared not far in front of them. After the dozen or so figures stood still, a sound came from behind them. Another group of people gathered here. The atmosphere immediately became tense. Chapter 3:15. The people who arrived in front of Ling Xiao and the others were the disciples of the River Dark sect and the 6 extreme sect who were in the ruined pavilion. There were a total of 18 people on the River Dark sect side, and each of them wore a blue martial robe embroidered with wavy patterns. They held all kinds of profound weapons in their hands. The 6 extreme sect had one more person than the Purple Sky sect, and there were a total of 16 people. Their martial robes were embroidered with a strange hexagonal shape, and most of them were holding a circular attack weapon that looked like a gear. That weapon was a unique attack weapon of the 6 extreme sect, and it was called the hexagon wheel. The disciples of the Purple Sky sect all looked at the people of the 2 sects with vigilance, worried that they would suddenly attack. When the people of the 2 sects walked past the disciples of the Purple Sky sect, their eyes revealed extreme disdain. However, there was no lack of arrogant people among the people of the 2 sects who liked to cause trouble and provoke others. A disciple of the River Dark sect, called Dooku, was one of the best among the many disciples of the River Dark sect. He had the strength of a high-level spirit master, and he was the young man who had yelled at Ling Xiao and the others from the ruined pavilion. Dooku was the type of young man who was used to looking down on others and having sharp mouth. When he saw Ling Xiao, who was meditating around the Purple Sky sect, and then looked at the 4 beauties beside Ling Xiao, he said unhappily, "If this kind of useless pretty boy dies, then he dies. What's the use of you girls protecting him? What a waste of time. Why don't you all join our River Dark sect? Senior brother will take good care of you all." Following that, another high-level spirit master from the 6 extreme sect called Jiang Jiqian mocked, "Although pretty boys look good, but are useless, our 6 extreme sect also has quite a few pretty boys like him. Why don't you guys join our 6 extreme sect? Moreover, look at me. I'm even whiter than that pretty boy." When Jiang Jiqian said this, he even touched his face and revealed a very proud expression. What he said was right. His face was indeed very white, as if he had just recovered from a serious illness. It was frighteningly white. "Jiang Jiqian, you're the cream of the crop among pretty boys, and no one can compare to you. But when it comes to nourishing women, your 6th-level sect is far inferior to my River Nether sect. My River Nether sect has a blue-tier dual cultivation technique. As long as those girls dual cultivate with me, I guarantee that they'll be able to advance to the king realm within 5 years." Duke laughed from the side. Jiang Jiqian said disapprovingly, "What's so great about dual cultivation? Our 6 extreme sect still has the Yin-Yang 6 Daos technique. If I cultivate with the 4 of them, I'll definitely be able to help all of them advance to the king level in less than 3 years. Shameless bastard." 2 voices rang out at the same time, and 2 figures from the Purple Heaven sect swept out. The first to act was Bing Ruoshui, who was guarding Ling Zhao's side. The 4th-level ice attribute profound weapon in her hand, which she had obtained from the secret chamber, blossomed with a powerful frost intent. An ice bird turned into a streak of light and flew towards Dooku, pecking at him at an extreme speed. On the other side, Zhao Nan's spear stabbed towards Jiang Jiqian like a dragon. Although Dooku and Jiang Jiqian's word were mostly jokes, they were full of ridicule and ridicule. Bing Ruoshui wanted to tear Dooku's mouth off, but Zhao Nan had a fiery temper and was also someone who couldn't take it lying down. Although Bing Ruoshui was a middle-stage soul master, the weapon in her hand was a high-stage 4th-stage profound artifact. The strength of this move was not inferior to any high-stage soul master. Dooku didn't expect Bing Ruoshui to dare to make a move here. As a high-stage soul master, he naturally wouldn't be afraid of her. He quickly reacted, and the long sword in his hand released a blue light that clashed with Bing Ruoshui's ice bird. On the other side, Jiang Jiqian smashed out a hexagon wheel and fiercely collided with Zhao Nan's spear. A cold smile appeared on Jiang Jiqian's face. He grabbed with his empty hand, and the hexagon wheel that had been knocked away actually went around the side and slashed toward Zhao Nan's waist. Zhao Nan didn't expect the hexagon wheel's attack to be so strange. When he realized it, it had already reached his waist. "Zhao Nan, I'll help you," Yin Zhe shouted. He raised a fourth-stage fire hammer and rushed out, fiercely smashing the hexagon wheel onto the ground. Yin Zhe was the son of the Peak Lord of Weapon Refining Peak. The fire hammer in his hand was a middle-stage, fourth-stage profound artifact, while Jiang Zhitian's hexagon wheel was only a high-stage, third-stage profound artifact. After being smashed like that, it immediately deformed quite a bit and almost collapsed. "Senior Jiang, I'll help you." A Six Extreme Sect disciple waved a large blade and jumped out, facing Yin Zhe, who came to help. In an instant, Bing Ruoshui against Du Ku, Zhao Nan against Jiang Zhitian, Yin Zhe against another Six Extreme Sect disciple. The six of them started a life and death battle. Bing Ruoshui, Zhao Nan, and Yin Zhe all used their full strength. In this battle, they could only win and not lose. The people from the Purple Sky Sect who were at the side were all prepared. If it wasn't for the fact that they still had to protect Ling Xiao, they would have already fought to the death. On the other side, the people from the River Dark Sect and the Six Extreme Sect did not move. They only crossed their hands in front of their chests and wore cold smiles on their faces, as if they were certain that their sex people would definitely win. "Naughty girl, what a good weapon. Even my 1,000 sweeping sword has so many nicks. Then I'll use your body as compensation." After Du Ku dodged Bing Ruoshui's attack, he looked at the miserable state of his sword and felt extremely pained in his heart. Immediately, he did not plan to continue playing. His long sword pierced towards Bing Ruoshui a few times and immediately locked onto Bing Ruoshui. Following that, he waved a flexible ball of water towards Bing Ruoshui and bound her. Bing Ruoshui's body was first locked, and she had no way to dodge. In an instant, she was bound by the flexible ball of water. Dooku's strength was a level higher than Bing Ruoshui. If they were to really fight, Bing Ruoshui would definitely not be able to do as she wished. With Bing Ruoshui trapped, Dooku took the opportunity to wipe away a lewd smile and grab towards Bing Ruoshui's body. At this moment, Dooku suddenly felt an unbearable scorching heat at the back of his head. He did not dare to hesitate and dodged to the other side without even turning his head. Bing Ruoshui took the opportunity to break free from Dooku's energy. She discovered that the person who had saved her was actually her archenemy, Yulai Yin. "You can't do it. Watch me." Yulai Yin said to Bing Ruoshui and waved the fire sword in his hand towards Dooku. "This girl is strong. Senior brother Du, leave this girl to me." A disciple of the River Dark Sect licked his lips and jumped out to meet Yulai Yin. This disciple of the River Dark Sect used a sickle. His metal body emitted a golden light that was as sharp as a blade. On the other side, the battle between Zhao Nan and Yin Zhe from the Six Extreme Sect had reached its climax. Zhao Nan and Yin Zhe were the strongest disciples of the Purple Sky Sect. They were not the slightest bit weaker than the two from the Six Extreme Sect. Moreover, the two of them were of the fire attribute. Their attack power was extremely strong, and they were forcing the two from the Six Extreme Sect into a somewhat difficult position. "Damn, if I don't show off my power, they'll think that I'm easy to bully." Jiang Zhitian was a little sullen from Zhao Nan's desperate fighting style. He immediately cursed. He used his other arm to support himself, and another hexagonal wheel actually flew out from his shoulder. This hexagonal wheel was more than half the size of the one he had just used. Originally, it had been hanging on his shoulder and looked like an ornament. He did not expect that it could be used as a hidden weapon. Zhao Nan did not expect his opponent to have such a move. He did not manage to dodge for long before the small hexagonal wheel cut into his arm. The wound was so deep that the bone could be seen, and blood flowed out continuously. Fortunately, Zhao Nan's reaction was fast enough. Otherwise, his entire arm would have been cut off. Zhao Nan clenched his teeth and covered his wound as he continuously retreated to dodge. "Count yourself lucky. Let's see how you fight against me now. Jiang Zhitian was in a good mood after injuring Zhao Nin in one move. He immediately waved his hands continuously, and one large and one small hexagonal wheel continuously spun around Zhao Nan. Those incomparably sharp teeth cut Zhao Nan in a few places. Zhao Nan angrily cursed, "Shameless villain, you actually used a hidden weapon." "Umph, our 6 extreme sex hexagonal wheel is originally a double wheel. How can it be a hidden weapon?" Jiang Zhitian coldly snorted as he spoke. His hands continuously gestured, and the 2 hexagonal wheels circled around Zhao Nan. "Zhao Nan, back off. Let me deal with this villain from the 6 extreme sect." Chun Wenyu, who was at the side, could not bear it any longer. The green sword in his hand shot out an illusory sword light towards Jiang Zhitian's 2 wheels. "It's not your turn to interfere with my junior brother Zhang's matter." Another young man jumped out from the 6 extreme sect and said disdainfully. He took out a large hexagonal wheel and spun it towards Chun Wenyu. "Junior sister, you protect junior brother. I'll go help them." Luo Main could not bear to watch any longer. She also jumped out from the crowd and joined the battle. The other disciples of the Purple Sky sect did not care about anything else. They immediately split into 2 groups and faced the people from the River Dark sect and the 6 Extreme sect. The River Dark sect and the 6 Extreme sect only sent out an equal number of people. They did not rely on numbers to bully others. A few disciples from the 2 sects crossed their hands and watched the show. The battle at the scene became abnormally intense. The strength of the people from the Purple Sky sect and the other 2 sects were about the same. They were still in a deadlock for a while, when Kitty's strength was the lowest. She stood beside Ling Xiao and anxiously watched the battle not far away. From time to time, she would glance at the meditating Ling Xiao and pray in her heart, "Xiao, quickly wake up and take care of these annoying people." Previously, Ling Xiao had continuously displayed his invincible might. When Kitty had already thought of Ling Xiao as omnipotent, she felt that as long as Ling Xiao recovered, the 2 groups of people in front of her would not be a threat. How could Ling Xiao not want to recover as soon as possible? However, the attack from the Purple Flood Dragon was too heavy. He was already very lucky that the attack from a high-rank 5 spirit beast did not take his life. Even though the recovery speed of the Vajra 5 transformation technique was abnormal, it still needed time to recover from such heavy injuries. The Vajra 5 transformation technique in his body circulated at high speed. The golden spirit energy was like a roaring wave. It continuously washed through his meridians that seemed to be made of gold. At the same time, all of his acupoints blossomed with a brilliant light. The 5 viscera and 6 bowels that had been shattered actually began to gradually regenerate and repair themselves. The 5 viscera and 6 bowels that had been repaired were even more lively than before. Moreover, they had become brighter and looked even more resilient. "Faster! Faster!" Ling Xiao anxiously shouted in his heart. Not only was the Vajra 5 transformation technique circulating, even the 3 parts returning to Yuan Qi had joined the ranks of the recovery. For a moment, the attribute light around Ling Xiao's body became even more dazzling. Xiao. Not long after, with Ling Xiao as the center, a golden light blossomed into the sky. It seemed to light up half of the mountain. Chapter 316. That brat seems to have recovered. A young man who hadn't participated in the battle cried out. "I didn't think that this pretty boy would be able to attract such a powerful spiritual light to his body. It seems like his strength isn't bad." Another person followed up. "Such a young high-ranked spirit master is indeed not bad, but he still won't be our opponent. I hope that brat isn't an idiot. I haven't seen enough yet." When Kudai anxiously looked at Ling Xiao, who was like a living Buddha, and her face was filled with joy, she felt that Ling Xiao was about to recover. The people fighting didn't have time to notice Ling Xiao's situation. The 13 people of the Purple Heaven sect were all like 3 men who were risking their lives, giving their all in every move. They knew that if they didn't use their full strength now, they might not have another chance. Many of them were injured, but not a single one of them retreated. The people from the other two sects weren't much better, but their overall strength was slightly stronger than the Purple Sky sects, so they still had the upper hand. The spirit beasts were just like their masters, constantly tearing and biting each other. The scene was becoming more and more chaotic. Duke clearly had the upper hand against Bing Ruoxue, but he didn't want to kill her. Instead, he continuously cut open Bing Ruoxue's veil, exposing her smooth, jade-like skin to the air. TSK, your skin is so white. I really can't bear to let it bleed. Duke clicked his tongue, his eyes filled with greed. Bing Ruoxue's delicate face became colder and colder, and the fury in her heart grew stronger. I want you dead. Bing Ruoxue gnashed her teeth and quickly gathered all the spiritual energy in her body. The long sword in her hand danced with an irregular sword light. For a moment, a thin layer of ice formed around Bing Ruoxue, and even her long sword was covered in frost. This was the situation where she was using her strongest killing move. Dooku's expression became serious, and he didn't dare to be careless. A layer of blue water's dark protection force covered his body, and the blue longsword in his hand also released a powerful aura. Come, see how I'll take care of you, you naughty girl. Duke licked his lips, ready to receive Bing Ruoxue's powerful attack. Ice rain. Bing Ruoxue leapt into the air and snorted coldly. The ice sword in her hand trembled, and countless ice flowers fell from the sky towards Dooku. Every ice flower here contained the strongest attack of ice like water. Once touched, one would immediately be frozen and injured. Instead of retreating, Dooku charged forward with a loud shout. His long sword spun rapidly, and a water curtain instantly appeared in front of him. Ding dang ding dang. When the ice flowers hit the water curtain, many of them were blocked by the water curtain, but many of them pierced through the water curtain and hit Duke's dark protection force. Unfortunately, his strength had been reduced by half, so he did not deal much damage to Duke. Haha, you don't have any strength left, right? Wait for me to capture you. Duke laughed proudly. Then, he once again swung his sword to cut off the remaining ice flowers. His entire body swept towards the pale and powerless Bing Ruoxue. At this time, Bing Ruoxue raised her cold eyes, her empty hand holding 3 pieces of ice. Just as Dooku arrived in front of her, she shook her hand, and the 3 pieces of ice shot towards Dooku from 3 different directions. One shot towards the top of Dooku's head, one shot toward his chest, and the last shot towards his dantian. Dooku did not expect Bing Ruoxue to have such a move, and was immediately shocked. He quickly pulled out his sword to block. Ding dang dang dang. Because the distance was too close, Dooku could only block the attacks from the top of his head and dantian. The one in front of his chest was already unavoidable, and it was heavily bombarded. Pooh! Dooku's body was forced back 3 steps by the ice, and he could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. It was obvious that Bing Ruoxue's attack had caused him quite a bit of internal injury. Good job, I'll return the favor. Dooku revealed a sinister expression, and once again pounced forward, his hand forming a claw that clawed towards Bing Ruoxue's chest. Bing Ruoxue had already used up all of her spiritual energy, and she did not have the time to take a pill, so she could only reluctantly retreat. Seeing that Dooku's hand was about to grab Bing Ruoxue's chest, his face revealed a lustful expression. So, at this time, an extremely fast figure disappeared from Wankudai's side. In the next moment, Dooku's hand stopped 5 centimeters away from Bing Ruoxue's chest. This was because his hand was being tightly gripped by another strong and powerful hand. Dooku frowned and used all of his strength to pull his hand back, but he found that his hand seemed to be tightly gripped by a 1,000-year-old iron pincer, and he could not move at all. Dooku looked up and saw an extraordinarily handsome young man coldly looking at him, and his hand was tightly gripped by the other party. This young man had sharp edges, sword-like eyebrows, and starry eyes. His black hair fluttered in the wind, and his eyes were like a tiger's. Dignified aura, and his overall temperament fiercely attacked Dooku. Wasn't this the person that Dooku called a gigolo, Ling Xiao? You dare touch my woman. You really have guts. Ling Xiao lightly said, and a powerful force came from his hand. Gotcha. Ah. Dooku's wrist was actually forcibly crushed by Ling Xiao. Previously, in order to cultivate the Vajra, 5 changes secret art, Ling Xiao had suffered a lot. His body's strength was not something that an ordinary person could imagine, and his strength was also several times that of someone of the same level. Dooku did not have any room to resist, and his hand was crippled. Dooku's pitiful cry caused everyone who was fighting to separate, and all eyes looked towards him. Since you've already become a cripple, there's no point in living. You might as well die, Ling Xiao said very indifferently. Dooku's face revealed a painful expression, and his whole body broke out in a cold sweat. Hearing what Ling Xiao said, he was even more shocked. He knew that his opponent's strength was extremely terrifying, and immediately swung his sword towards Ling Xiao's head with his other hand. Ling Xiao actually did not dodge, causing the Purple Sky Sect's disciples to all cry out in alarm. Be careful. Ling Xiao's face did not reveal any panic, and only saw that the hand that he was holding onto Dooku suddenly emitted a blue flame. The blue flame was bewitching and swift, and in an instant, it actually burned one of Dooku's hands. Dooku had not even slashed at Ling Xiao when he once again let out a mournful cry. That blue flame seemed to have no intention of stopping, and like a prairie fire, it rapidly spread towards his entire body. Dooku seemed to have become a man of fire in an instant, rolling on the ground and screaming. That scream was like a malicious spirit from the 9 hells, causing everyone's hair to stand on end. Not long after, Dooku was burned by the blue flame until not even ashes were left. Everyone who saw this scene felt a chill run through their bodies and minds. Ling Xiao acted as if he had just done something insignificant, turned around, took out a cloak from his space ring, and carefully wrapped it around Bing Ruoshui before asking softly, "Are you all right?" Bing Ruoshui's beautiful face, which was rarely seen in 100 years, actually bloomed with a smile that seemed to dim the world. She shook her head gently, her face blushing slightly, but her heart was filled with warmth and comfort. Ling Xiao glanced around at the Purple Sky Sect disciples and said faintly, "All of you stand back. Leave this to me." The dozen or so Purple Sky Sect disciples did not have any objections and obediently retreated behind Ling Xiao, silently staring at Ling Xiao's figure, feeling that he was unusually tall and powerful. At this time, Yulayan walked over to Ling Xiao's side and pointed to another River Dark Sect disciple, shouting, "Junior brother, he was also trying to take advantage of me just now." Ling Xiao cast an indifferent glance at the person Yulayan was pointing at. The River Dark Sect disciple took a timid step back for no reason before finally gritting his teeth and shouting, "You dared to kill our senior brother Do. Everyone, attack together and chop him up for me." Although he shouted these words, not many of the River Dark Sect disciples dared to take even half a step forward. This was all because Ling Xiao's move just now had thoroughly intimidated them. Dooku was already a peak existence among them, but he couldn't even block a single move from this young man and was directly burned to ashes. How could they not be afraid of this? They felt that this young man in front of them was likely a half-step king rank master. "You're not bad," Ling Xiao said sarcastically as he looked at the River Dark Sect disciple with contempt, and then his eyes flashed coldly as he said faintly, "You can die now." Ling Xiao's voice was like a curse, as if he could decide life and death with just a single word. The River Dark Sect disciple was stunned, and he didn't even have time to close his eyes before he fell heavily to the ground. The River Dark Sect and the 6 Extreme Sect disciples were horrified. They'd never imagined that someone would be able to kill with a single word. They hadn't even seen Ling Xiao make a move, but that disciple had indeed died in front of them. All of them couldn't help but take a few steps back, and they couldn't conceal the terror on their faces. They hated Dooku and Jiang Zhitian to the bone. Why did they have to provoke this god of death for no reason? Ling Xiao glanced at Zhao Nan and said indifferently, "Who injured senior brother Zhao?" Luo Ming pointed at Jiang Zhitian and said, "It was him." He injured Zhao Nan. So what if it was me? Let me have a taste of your tricks. Jiang Ziqian had some courage, and he snorted coldly as the two wheels in his hands shot towards Ling Xiao. You got guts, Ling Xiao said indifferently. The afterimage where he was standing was cut apart by the two wheels, and his real body had already arrived beside Jiang Ziqian. Jiang Ziqian was shocked, and he hurriedly retreated. You won't be able to escape, Ling Xiao said indifferently. His legs swept out with a cold kick, and a strong gray wind blade was attached to the kick. Bang bang! Wind God's kick swept Jiang Ziqian into the air, and the gloomy and cold gray wind blades wrapped around him. When Jiang Ziqian landed on the ground, he didn't even have time to scream before his entire body's skin and flesh were quickly corroded. In the end, only his clothes and profound artifact were left on the ground. Ling Xiao bent down and collected Jiang Ziqian's spatial ring. Ling Xiao raised his head and looked at the people from the River Dark sect and the Six Extreme sect. The people from the two sects retreated once again. In their eyes, Ling Xiao was a devil, a god of death. He was too terrifying. They had originally thought that the people from the two sects would definitely be able to defeat him, but who would have thought that they would provoke such a fiend? In their hearts, they had already cursed Du Ku and Jiang Ziqian's mother 1,000 times. Everyone, cripple one of your arms and scram. Ling Xiao looked around at the people from the two sects and said faintly. Chapter 317. The River Dark sect and the Six Extreme sect were both ranked above the Purple Sky sect, and their overall strength was slightly stronger than the Purple Sky sects. They had thought that they had the Purple Sky sects people, who knew that the useless pretty boy that was scolded by Duke would suddenly emerge and annihilate a few of them in succession. Moreover, all of them were annihilated with a single move, and one of them even died without a sound. It was simply too strange and terrifying. Although Ling Xiao's methods were abnormally terrifying, he wanted a hand from each of the dozens of people here. Naturally, there were some people who were unwilling to do so. If one of their hands was crippled, it would be equivalent to losing half of their fighting strength. They would become crippled, and none of them would be willing to do so. At this time, a high-ranked spirit master from the River Dark sect stood up and cupped his hands towards Ling Xiao. Always leave a way out. Brother, don't be too ruthless. Besides, we are from the River Dark sect. When a young man said River Dark sect, his accent was extremely heavy, wanting to use this to scare Ling Xiao away. A person from the Six Extreme sect also stood up and cupped his hands. That's right, we were in the wrong, but my useless junior brother has already been killed by you. Let's just forget about this matter. We are from the Six Extreme sect. Ling Xiao raised his head and looked at the two young men, a trace of sharpness flashing across his face. The two of them vigilantly took a step back, and they didn't know why they felt a chill in their hearts. You guys are not bad, Ling Xiao praised them, then said indifferently, but you guys look very annoying. Kill yourselves, and I'll leave your corpses intact. Ling Xiao's words were spoken very softly, very calmly, but everyone could hear him clearly. He actually told the two high-ranked spirit masters to kill themselves. Even if they were half a step away from the king level, they would have to think twice before saying such a thing. However, no one thought that Ling Xiao was joking. After all, Ling Xiao's shocking method just now wasn't done for nothing. The faces of the young men from the River Dark sect and the Six Extreme sect were extremely ugly. Do you really want to become enemies with our River Nether sect? The young man from River Nether sect shouted with a timid expression. I'm the young sect master of the Six Extreme sect. Does young Master Gu really want to disregard all consequences? The young man from the Six Extreme sect said with a gloomy face. You two talk too much. You can die now, Ling Xiao said faintly. His mental force split into two and fiercely stabbed into the two's spiritual seas. Both of them rolled on the ground, clutching their heads as they screamed. Ling Xiao spread out his palms. One hand was covered in blue flames, while the other was covered in gray wind blades, which shot towards the two of them respectively. The two of them didn't have any room to resist and died without a complete corpse. The disciples of the River Dark sect and the Six Extremes sect let out a strange cry and began to flee in all directions. If they didn't run now, they wouldn't have a chance to survive. Originally, I only wanted to take one of your arms, but now you're forcing me to start a massacre. Ling Xiao murmured with determination. The ice sword appeared in his hand, and the Golden Wolf King suddenly appeared. One man and one beast rushed into the midst of the fleeing disciples of the two sects, and the massacre began. At this time, Zhao Nan from the Purple Sky sect shouted, "Kill these bastards." After shouting, he raised his gun and rode the Scarlet Flame Tiger to chase after the fleeing disciples of the two sections. Zhao Nan had just been beaten up by Jiang Zhitian, and he was injured in many places. Now was the time to beat the drowning dogs. So how could he not vent his anger? Following Zhao Nan's shout, the other disciples also chased after them with murderous intent. Previously, they even dared to chase after and offend the Tai Li sect. Now, why would they be afraid of the River Dark sect and the Six Extremes sect? In any case, they were already in a situation where they wouldn't rest until one of them was dead. Why not cut the weeds and eliminate the roots to prevent future troubles? Ling Xiao and the Golden Wolf King were both existences whose speed could be said to be invincible among those of the same level. Very quickly, one man and one beast rushed into the crowd of people who were fleeing and began to tear each other apart. Ling Xiao was like the reincarnation of a devil, and the ice and fire sword in his hand was like the Grim Reaper who harvested human lives. Sometimes he brandished the innate Yin-Wind baleful qi, and sometimes he switched to the demon blue flame. The disciples of the Purple Sky sect caught up with the weaker disciples and joined forces to kill them. In less than a quarter of an hour, the weeds on the mountain path were stained with blood. A gentle breeze blew past, and a wave of stench made people feel abnormally disgusted. Ling Xiao rode on the majestic back of the wolf. His purple martial clothes were stained with blood, as if he was a knight who had returned victorious from the battlefield. His entire person looked abnormally cold and domineering. None of the 34 people from the River Dark sect and the Six Extreme sect survived. As early as the opponent was unwilling to cripple his own arm, Ling Xiao had already planned to kill everyone here. After all, in this secret territory, if you didn't kill, you would be killed by others. However, if you wanted to kill others, you had to be more straightforward and leave behind the roots of trouble. Outside, it was not a competition of your own strength, but the strength of your own sect. One reason why Ling Xiao wiped out the people of these two sects at once was that the other party had gone too far. Although he and Bing Ruoshui did not have any relationship, he had long regarded her as his clothes. Sooner or later, he would take her into his backyard. How could he allow other men to sully her? The other reason was to not leave behind any trouble in the future. What Ling Xiao was worried about now was that the few people from the Tai Li sect who had escaped were still missing. If they were to escape on the day when the secret territory reopened, it might bring endless trouble to the Purple Sky sect. However, there was no way out now. Everything was provoked by the other party. Killing them was killing them. Ling Xiao did not regret doing so. After this battle, there were only 13 people left in the Purple Sky sect from the original 15 people. Moreover, 2 of them were seriously injured. These were all injuries caused by the people of the other party when Ling Xiao was meditating. The 13 people did not dare to rest and recover at the same place, because they did not know when the purple dragon roar would appear. Therefore, the 13 people all returned to the ruins of the pavilion and took medicinal pills to heal their injuries. While everyone was healing, Ling Xiao told the others and found another spacious place to sit down quietly. The Golden Wolf King meekly licked Ling Xiao's feet, looking like it was trying to please him. Ling Xiao took out 2 beast cores, one gold and one white, both exuding strong energy. There seemed to be a golden feathered eagle and a tempest greedy wolf above the beast cores. These 2 beast cores of the 4th rank were the spoils of war that Ling Xiao had obtained when he encountered the 5-colored gourd holy fruit before entering the secret territory. Now that the Golden Wolf King had reached the peak of the 3rd rank for a long time, It had been lacking a beast core of the wind attribute to help it break through. Now, Ling Xiao planned to use the two high-level beast cores in front of him to let the Golden Wolf King absorb them to help it break through. However, the energy of a stage 4 beast core was enormous, and it was not something that the current Golden Wolf King could directly devour. Otherwise, it would only explode and die. Ling Xiao had no choice but to think of another plan to weaken the energy of these two beast cores by a third. This way, the Golden Wolf King could swallow and absorb them, and it should be able to reduce the consequences of its body exploding. Ling Xiao took out the obsidian cauldron and threw the two pills into the cauldron at the same time. The demon blue flame burned on the walls of the cauldron, slowly consuming the energy of the two beast cores. For hours had passed, and the two beast cores had shrunk by a third. Ling Xiao stopped his movements and said to the Golden Wolf King, "Xiao Jin, I have already refined these two profound qi and reduced a lot of their energy. Can you absorb them at the same time?" The Golden Wolf King sniffed at the two beast cores in the cauldron and said, "Master, I should be able to absorb them at the same time. They are enough for me to evolve." "That's good. Swallow them. I'll protect you from a side. Only success is allowed, not failure." Ling Xiao nodded, took out two beast cores, and threw them into the Golden Wolf King's mouth. After the Golden Wolf King easily swallowed it, there was nothing unusual at first, but after a while, its golden fur became bright and dazzling. A golden curtain of light enveloped it, and it kept letting out howls towards the sky. Its howls attracted the gazes of the Purple Sky Sect disciples. If they hadn't seen Ling Xiao sitting quietly at the side, they would have run over to see what was going on. Although the two beast cores had been refined by Ling Xiao and had lost a lot of energy, there was still the peak of the middle stage of the fourth step. The Golden Wolf King absorbed two at the same time, but its body was still swollen and deformed, and it was in so much pain that it kept on screaming. Fortunately, the Golden Wolf King was a mutated spirit beast. It already had a beast core when it was at the high stage of the second step. It belonged to a high-level spirit beast, and its endurance and absorption ability were much stronger than ordinary spirit beasts. After a day and night of absorption, its body gradually grew to more than 6 meters. Its strong limbs and body became more perfect, and its golden fur became even more noble. Its appearance also began to change shockingly. Its third eye directly opened up from its forehead, and it opened up a lot wider than before. The eye rotated strangely on its forehead, and the fangs in its mouth became even sharper. The claws under its feet also grew a lot longer, like 4 golden claws that were abnormally sharp. After another half a day, the Golden Wolf King looked up to the sky and let out a long howl. It had finally completed its advancement. Looking at the Golden Wolf King in front of him, which was even more powerful and extraordinary, Ling Xiao patted its forehead in satisfaction and said, "Xiao Jin did a good job. How do you feel now?" The Golden Wolf King replied proudly, "Master, the profound qi in my body is surging, and my strength has already reached the middle stage of the fourth step." Ling Xiao was stunned for a moment before he said happily, "Not bad. You can actually advance 2 levels in a row. It seems like the energy of those 2 beast cores is extraordinary." Ling Xiao really didn't think that the Golden Wolf King would be able to advance 2 levels with the help of these 2 beast cores. This time, he was extremely happy. Now that the secret realm was filled with danger, it was unknown what kind of opponent would appear. The advancement of the Golden Wolf King had undoubtedly given Ling Xiao a dose of tranquilizer. His personal ability was limited, and he couldn't always avoid danger. He also had to divert his attention to take care of his companions from his sect. In this way, the successful advancement of the Golden Wolf King would mean that he had an expert comparable to a middle-stage king-stage expert on his side. Even if he met the people from the 3 7th-rank sects, he wouldn't have to fear them. After all, those who could enter the secret realm were all martial artists below the king stage. With the Golden Wolf King in charge, who would dare to provoke them? That would undoubtedly be courting death. Although the Golden Wolf King's advancement made Ling Xiao happy for a while, he still had one thing on his mind that he had to settle. Otherwise, he would regret it for the rest of his life. That was to think of a way to subdue the purple flood dragon for him to use. Chapter 3:18. The purple flood dragon puppet was a high-rank 5th-order spirit beast, not inferior to the multicolored toad he had encountered in the Myriad Beast Cave. Ling Xiao had witnessed the power of the multicolored toad, and if it weren't for the Golden Wolf King's help, it would have been difficult for him to exterminate the multicolored toad. Now, he wanted to subdue the purple flood dragon puppet, not kill it. This was naturally even more difficult, not to mention that with his current strength, it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. However, since Ling Xiao had made up his mind, he would do his best to subdue the purple flood dragon puppet. After all, the purple flood dragon puppet was a great temptation to him, and if he missed this chance, he didn't know when he would get another chance to see such a rare spirit beast. Ling Xiao recalled the relevant records that mentioned the purple flood dragon puppet liked to eat a kind of spirit grass called crimson grass. This kind of spirit grass wasn't a high-rank spirit grass, and for human cultivators, it didn't have much use, but this kind of spirit grass was the dragon puppet's favorite food. Ling Xiao didn't want to know why the purple flood dragon puppet liked this kind of food, but right now he was trying to find a way to see if he had this kind of spirit grass in his space ring. However, Ling Xiao looked through his collection several times, but he couldn't find a single stalk of crimson grass, causing him to be disappointed. Yu Laiyan walked over from not too far away and asked with a light smile, "Is there something bothering Junior Brother?" Ling Xiao glanced at the charming Yu Laiyan and shook his head with a light smile. "It's nothing serious. Look at your face. The word worry is written all over it. Are you worried that those sects will retaliate?" Yu Laiyan asked as she sat down next to Ling Xiao. A whiff of a woman's fragrance soothed Ling Xiao's mood. Ling Xiao let out a light sigh and said, "If those people were killed, then so be it. I'm not afraid of anything." At this point, he paused for a moment and casually asked, "Senior sister, do you have any crimson grass?" "Crimson grass?" He, Yu Laiyan asked in reply, then covered her mouth and giggled. Her whole body was trembling, and her firm and towering breasts were trembling. Ling Xiao's heart skipped a beat when he saw this, and he thought to himself, "This girl's temptation is everywhere." "Senior sister, what are you laughing at?" Ling Xiao collected his thoughts and asked Yu Laiyan. Yu Laiyan didn't answer, but asked instead, "What do you want the crimson vermilion grass for?" Ling Xiao looked at Yu Laiyan's smiling eyes and thought, "Could it be that she knows what I'm going to use it for?" Ling Xiao didn't hide anything. "I'm here to subdue the purple flood drake." Yu Laiyan's smiling face stiffened at first, and then he hurriedly said, "Junior brother, are you crazy? That Jiao Drake is so powerful that even if all of us attacked it together, we might not be able to subdue it. You want to subdue it with a spirit herb used for makeup?" "Makeup spirit herb?" Ling Xiao asked in a daze. Yu Laiyan giggled. "Don't you know that crimson vermilion grass is good for women's beauty and anti-aging?" "Ah, really?" Ling Xiao didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He really didn't think that crimson vermilion grass was good for women's beauty and anti-aging, and that it was the Jiao Drake's favorite food. This was unbelievable. Did those big bugs like beauty too? Just thinking about the big bug's ferocious appearance, Ling Xiao couldn't help but feel disgusted. Yu Laiyan rolled her eyes at Ling Xiao and smiled. If you didn't say you were going to subdue the Jiao Drake, I would have thought you were going to give it to another woman to make her happy." Ling Xiao looked at Yu Laiyan, who was grinning from ear to ear. He suddenly had the urge to flirt with her. This was all because of Yu Laiyan's natural charm, which was constantly exuding temptation. When Yu Laiyan saw that Ling Xiao was in a daze for her, she was secretly delighted. Just as Ling Xiao was about to kiss Yu Laiyan's sexy lips, a cold voice sounded, "Don't seduce my man." As soon as the voice fell, a figure rushed to Ling Xiao's side. A cold breath rushed to his nose, and Ling Xiao stopped. He didn't need a guess to know who it was. "Oh, you and Junior Brother got married? How did he become your man?" Yu Laiyan was very unhappy that Bing Ruoshui had ruined her happy time, and she immediately said in a strange tone. She thought that Bing Ruoshui was shy and would retreat because of her words. Unexpectedly, Bing Ruoshui gracefully hugged Ling Xiao, and her beautiful eyes looked at Ling Xiao and asked, "Did you say before that I was your woman?" Ling Xiao was stunned. He didn't expect Bing Ruoshui to ask such a direct question. He scratched his head and laughed dryly. Did I say that?" Bing Ruoshui's face turned cold, and Yu Laiyan put her hand on her chest and smiled. "Look, how can a junior brother like a block of ice? It's so uncomfortable to hug him." Yu Laiyan's words were undoubtedly adding fuel to Bing Ruoshui's fire. "I'll kill you." An ice sword appeared in Bing Ruoshui's hand, and she stabbed at Yu Laiyan without any warning. "I'm not afraid of you." Yu Laiyan would not be weak, and a fiery thin sword instantly appeared in her hand. Seeing that the two women were about to fight, Ling Xiao suddenly stood up, and a powerful pressure was released. He faintly said, "You two are always shouting about fighting and killing. What scandal?" After saying that, Ling Xiao waved his hands and fiercely pulled the two beautiful women in front of him into his arms. The two women were momentarily stunned by Ling Xiao's actions. Although they had always expressed their love for Ling Xiao had always avoided them, which made them think that Ling Xiao had no interest in them. Now that Ling Xiao had done this, they were both shocked and overjoyed. After hugging the two girls tightly, Ling Xiao unceremoniously kissed the two girls' jade lips, and then faintly said, "From now on, both of you are my women. No one can escape. If you dare to make such a ruckus again, be careful that my family will punish you." Ling Xiao's actions were very rough, and his words were very domineering. In fact, he had wanted to do this for a long time, but because of Yunmingqi, he did not dare to reveal his thoughts. Now that he was in this secret realm, he did not know when he would lose his life, so why not take advantage of this opportunity to reveal his thoughts, lest he regret it in the future? "Who's your woman? So domineering?" Yu Laiyan said with a sweet smile, and then tightly hugged Ling Xiao's waist, saying, "But I like your domineering." On the other side, Bing Ruoshui's ice-cold face became unprecedentedly red, and her entire face was buried deep in Ling Xiao's chest, not daring to raise it, as if her shy appearance was pitiful. Ling Xiao looked at the two women in his arms, and for some reason, he felt very comfortable. He immediately laughed and said, "In the future, you have to listen to your husband, understand? Otherwise, if..." Ling Xiao's words were very loud, and not far away. The Purple Sky sex people all turned to look at Ling Xiao, who was hugging two beauties on his left and right, their eyes filled with envy. "Oh my God, all the good dishes have been taken away." Zhao Nin curled his lips in displeasure. Yinze grabbed a jug of wine and drank a mouthful. He said with a grin, "It's just a beautiful skeleton. Only by continuously becoming stronger is the right path. You don't have the slightest bit of flirting. Serves you right for being a bachelor for the rest of your life." Zhao Nin grabbed Yinze's jug of wine and cursed, then also drank it with a gulp. Chun Wenyu lightly said, "There is no limit to martial arts, but love is eternal. Wait until you meet your other half. Then you'll understand what it's like to be one." "Pa, Chun Wenyu, you're also a bachelor, but you still have the nerve to show off in front of us." "Take it, drink," Zhao Nan said disdainfully, then threw the jug of wine in his hand to Chun Wenyu. Chun Wenyu bitterly smiled and also fiercely drank a mouthful of wine. Luo Meiying and Wen Qidi, who had just woken up from meditation, both had abnormally complicated expressions on their faces. Looking at their expressions, it seemed that they really wanted to switch places with Bing Ruoshui and Yu Laiyan. "He's really a womanizer." Wen Qidi pouted and muttered unhappily. Luo Meiying coincidentally heard her words and immediately said, "He's an amazing man, and it's destined that no woman can resist him in this lifetime, not even Miss Yin. If you really like him, then you have to be prepared to accept everything about him. Otherwise, you should leave him." Although Luo Meiying had never been in love before, she also understood this principle. Her master was Wen Haiyan, and she was Wenqidi's fellow apprentice sister. Her words were not only a warning to Wenqidi, but also a warning to herself. On this continent, no matter where, outstanding men would have many wives and concubines. This couldn't be more normal. If she couldn't learn to be tolerant, then she could only choose to leave. Otherwise, the final outcome would only add to the pain. Wenqidi was silent for a moment. Then she raised her head and looked in Ling Zhao's direction. She clenched her small fists and firmly said, "I will definitely become his main wife." Luo Ming glanced at Wenqidi and couldn't help but bitterly smile in her heart. Ling Xiao hugged the two girls and sat on the newly advanced Golden Wolf King. He turned to look at Yu Laiyan and asked, "Senior sister, do you have the crimson grass?" From Yu Laiyan's tone just now, Ling Xiao felt that she should have the crimson grass. At this time, Bing Ruoshui, who was on the other side of Ling Xiao, asked in astonishment, "What do you want the crimson grass for?" If he wants to come, of course it's to give women away. Yu Laiyan lightly glared at Ling Xiao and said. Following that, Ling Zhao's other waist was twisted into a spiral shape by a delicate hand. "This." Ling Xiao sucked in a breath of cold air and said seriously, "The crimson grass is the purple flood dragon's favorite food. I plan to have a chat with it." "You plan to have a chat with it?" The two girls next to Ling Xiao looked at him with dark expressions. The purple flood dragon's strength was so terrifying, but Ling Xiao didn't seem to know or care about it at all. That's right, a fifth-order spirit beast can already understand human speech. I plan to subdue it and see if it can be of use to me. But don't worry, even if I can't subdue it, I can still calmly leave. Ling Xiao emphasized again when he saw the two girls' worries. Yu Laiyan saw Ling Zhao's determination, so she took out a few similar spirit grasses from her space ring and placed them in front of Ling Xiao, saying, "My crimson grass is all here. If I grow old in the future, you can't abandon me." Bing Ruoshui also took out a few spirit grasses similar to Yu Laiyan's and placed them in Ling Zhao's hands. She then looked at Ling Xiao tenderly and said, "Don't force yourself. We'll wait for you." Chapter 319. Ling Xiao was overjoyed to receive the crimson vermilion grass from the two girls. He gave the two girls a kiss each and then gave some instructions to the crowd before running towards the medicinal garden that the purple drake was guarding. The two girls glanced at Ling Zhao's back and then looked at each other. Their expressions were somewhat unnatural as they turned their heads away. Yu Laiyan was the first to break the silence and smiled. "It looks like the feud between our two families is destined to end in our generation." Bing Ruoshui looked up at the sky and said, "Do you think that's possible?" Yu Laiyan looked deeply in the direction that Ling Xiao had left in and said, "As long as he's here, nothing is impossible." She then turned around and looked sincerely at Bing Ruoshui. "I hope that we can be good sisters." Bing Ruoshui's body trembled slightly, and she nodded. "Big sister you. Haha, little sister Ruoshui." Yu Laiyan's eyes unconsciously became misty. Ling Xiao once again arrived near the medicinal garden, his vigilance at its highest. Although the purple drake liked to eat spirit herbs and plants, it could also swallow invaders alive. This ruined garden was shockingly the territory of the purple flood dragon. It definitely had to defend its territory. Moreover, the invaders were humans with such low strength. How could it possibly turtle up and not come out? Ling Xiao carefully walked over the medicinal garden and loudly called out, "Big bug, come out. I brought you something delicious." His voice returned to the valley, but the ground was still abnormally calm. Of course, Ling Xiao didn't think that the purple drake wouldn't be here. It was definitely waiting for an opportunity to suddenly appear. However, Ling Xiao didn't have the patience to ask for it. He wanted to force it to show itself. Based on the situation from the past 2 days, as long as someone touched the spiritual plants here, the purple drake would definitely appear. Ling Xiao took a deep breath and walked over to a spiritual plant. He bent down and looked at the ground. Unfortunately, there was still no movement. "Damn, this guy is really patient. I'll pick it," Ling Xiao cursed, and quickly reached out to pick the third-grade spiritual plant. Rumble. Just as Ling Xiao finished plucking the spirit grass, rumbling sounds came from the ground. The purple drake roar appeared once more. This time, it wasn't just trying to scare people like the previous 2 times. Instead, it charged menacingly towards Ling Xiao to bite him. His speed was so fast that it was hard to catch. If it weren't for the fact that Ling Xiao was prepared, he would have fallen into the purple drake's stomach. Ling Xiao frantically retreated with dazzling steps. He picked up a stalk of crimson red grass and shook it as he shouted, "Don't be rough, big bug. There's something delicious here. Do you want it? If you do, then stop right now." Roar. How could the purple drake care about Ling Xiao's words? It knew that Ling Xiao had dared to come to its territory time and time again. If it didn't eat him up, how could it endure this anger? The purple drake's enormous body emerged from the ground. It was more than 20 meters long, and its purplish-black body looked very strong and sturdy. Whoosh! It swung its enormous body towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao knew how powerful the purple drake was, so he raised his speed to the limit and narrowly avoided the purple drake's sweeping attack. The purple drake was infuriated, and it spat out a clump of soil towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao cursed inwardly as he jumped. Could it be that this big bug's taste has changed? Damn it! Ling Xiao tossed the crimson red grass in his hand to the side and quickly escaped from the medicinal garden. The purple flood dragon let out a roar and tried to chase after Ling Xiao again. It definitely couldn't let this human escape so easily again. He dared to challenge its limits so many times. However, just as the purple drake was about to burrow into the ground, its large eyes looked towards the crimson red grass that had fallen not far away. Its eyes immediately flashed with greed, as if it had seen a beautiful woman. In the next moment, it rushed over to the crimson red grass as fast as it could, opened its mouth, and bit down. The palm-sized crimson red grass and a clump of soil were swallowed into its stomach. Ling Xiao just happened to turn around and see this scene. He laughed happily and said, "So this big bug's taste hasn't changed." He then took out another crimson red grass from his spatial ring. "Big bug, there's more delicious food here. As long as you're willing to follow me, I'll let you eat it every day," Ling Xiao said proudly as he waved the spirit grass in his hand at the purple drake. The purple drake straightened its body and its eyes turned around a few times. With a whoosh, it arrived in front of Ling Xiao. Its terrifying mouth was actually planning on swallowing Ling Xiao as well. "My mother!" Ling Xiao let out a strange cry and hurriedly retreated. If it weren't for his wind attribute, he probably wouldn't have been able to run even if he had a few more legs. In the blink of an eye, Ling Xiao was over 100 meters away from the purple drake. Just as Ling Xiao was about to let out a sigh of relief, he heard a restless sound coming from underground. The ground was constantly heaving up and down. Ling Xiao didn't dare hesitate and immediately turned around to run as fast as he could. He didn't dare run towards his fellow sect members and instead chose to rush towards another mountain path. However, no matter how fast he was, how could he outrun the purple drake that had burrowed into the ground? Roar! A dragon earthworm head appeared in front of Ling Xiao, scaring Ling Xiao into hurriedly throwing the crimson red grass in another direction. As expected, the purple drake immediately gave up on Ling Xiao and pounced towards the crimson red grass. Ling Xiao took this opportunity to summon the Golden Wolf King. The Golden Wolf King had already reached the mid-stage of the Fourth Order, and its strength was no longer the same as before. Although it was still a far cry from the purple drake, its third eye gave Ling Xiao a bit more protection. After the purple drake swallowed another stalk of crimson red grass, its body actually underwent a few strange changes. Its skin seemed to become a bit smoother, and its tail began to emit a series of popping sounds. A rising stench caused Ling Xiao's appetite to churn. "Fuck, this big bug is actually defecating in the hall in front of so many people. Does it even have a sense of civility? It stinks to death." Ling Xiao pinched his nose and cursed. While the purple drake was defecating, he had to quickly leave. Although the crimson redgrass was the purple drake's favorite food, that big fellow seemed to want to eat it as well. There was no way to communicate with it. Since that was the case, Ling Xiao could only choose to give up. Who asked his strength to be limited? However, before Ling Xiao could get far, the purple drake actually chased after him, scaring Ling Xiao into running for his life. The Golden Wolf King had just advanced, and its strength had greatly increased. It actually turned around and pounced at the purple drake, as if it wanted to have a great battle with it. However, the Golden Wolf King couldn't even take a single blow from the purple drake and was sent flying. It heavily smashed into the mountain wall, causing it to howl incessantly. Ling Xiao stopped in his tracks, his body covered in blue flames as he sent out a few palm strikes at the purple drake. Ling Xiao originally thought that the purple drake would still charge at him without a care for anything, but when it saw Ling Xiao's flames, it revealed a deep fear. It actually didn't dare to advance any further and instead dove back into the ground. Ling Xiao didn't quite understand, but he couldn't care about that right now. He ran over to the Golden Wolf King and asked, "Xiao Jin, are you all right?" The Golden Wolf King replied, "Master, I'm not its match. It's too strong." Ling Xiao relaxed when he saw that the Golden Wolf King was fine, so he said to it, "If it dares to attack you again, use your third eye to shoot it. I'll teach it a lesson for you." The Golden Wolf King replied with a yes and struggled to get up. "Master, it hasn't left yet," the Golden Wolf King reminded him. Ling Xiao's gaze darkened, and he nodded. "I know." Ling Xiao circulated his blue flames and maintained his vigilance at all times, just in case the purple drake suddenly charged out from under his feet. "Let's go back," Ling Xiao said to the Golden Wolf King when he saw that there was no movement again. He took the lead and walked back. However, he hadn't gone far when the purple drake's head suddenly popped out in front of Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao didn't say a word. The blue demon flame in his hand blasted towards it. The purple drake was quite crafty. Before the flames could burn it, it burrowed back into the ground, causing Ling Xiao to return empty-handed. Ling Xiao took another few dozen steps forward, and the giant head actually reappeared. Ling Xiao once again used his flames to burn it, and it burrowed back into the ground. Ling Xiao sighed helplessly. "Damn, are you really not going to let me go?" When the purple drake reappeared, Ling Xiao wasn't in a hurry to attack. Instead, he calmly looked at the purple drake and said, "Big bug, what are you trying to do?" The purple drake didn't respond and just stared blankly at Ling Xiao. It didn't seem as murderous as before, and instead seemed rather amiable. Ling Xiao couldn't help but think, could it be that the crimson grass is effective? Thinking of this, Ling Xiao took out another stalk of crimson grass and waved it in front of the purple drake. Whoosh! The purple drake pounced at Ling Xiao, just like before. Ling Xiao was shocked, but fortunately, the Golden Wolf King was there to protect him. A ray of golden light shot towards the purple drake. For a moment, the purple drake's eyes became unfocused, and it seemed to have lost all ability to attack. The Golden Wolf King wanted to pounce and bite, but Ling Xiao stopped it. "Wait!" Ling Xiao put away the crimson grass. Since it was already effective, he couldn't let it go to waste. When the purple drake regained its senses and looked at Ling Xiao again, it discovered that Ling Xiao no longer had any crimson grass. For some reason, it hissed at Ling Xiao. Unfortunately, Ling Xiao didn't understand beast language, so he naturally didn't know what it was saying. Fortunately, the Golden Wolf King could translate for him. "Little Gold, listen to what it's saying," Ling Xiao asked. "Master, it's asking you where that stalk of spirit grass went," the Golden Wolf King replied. Ling Xiao revealed a pleased smile and said to the purple drake, "Big bug, you should be able to hear human language now. If you know what I'm saying, then nod. If you don't, then just nod." It was time for him to have a good chat with the purple drake. When the purple drake heard Ling Xiao's words, it looked around and nodded at Ling Xiao in a very human-like manner. Ling Xiao was overjoyed. This purple drake really could understand human language now. Chapter 320. To show his sincerity, Ling Xiao took out another stalk of crimson vermilion grass and asked the purple drake, "You want to eat this, right?" The purple drake didn't hide its desire at all and excitedly nodded its head. "All right, as long as you follow me, I'll let you eat this every day," Ling Xiao said with a sly smile. The purple drake seemed to have a special liking for the crimson vermilion grass, and it nodded without hesitation. Ling Xiao froze on the spot and thought to himself, "Is this big bug trying to trick me? All right, I'll give you another stalk. If you follow me in the future, I'll let you eat it every day." Ling Xiao didn't care if the purple drake was sincere or not, and he immediately threw the crimson vermilion grass to the purple drake. The purple drake excitedly opened its mouth and swallowed it. After swallowing it, the purple drake didn't seem satisfied, and it opened its mouth again, saliva dripping from its mouth. It seemed to be waiting for Ling Xiao's charity. Ling Xiao shrugged. "There's no more for today. If you really want to eat it, then listen to me and I'll give you more in the future." The purple drake rolled its eyes and ignored Ling Xiao, burrowing into the ground and disappearing. Ling Xiao was dumbfounded. Had he really been tricked by this bug? Forget it. I've run into an ungrateful wretch. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly and shook his head before walking away. In any case, he'd only lost a few insignificant stalks of spirit grass, so he didn't feel too pained. However, before Ling Xiao could get very far, something strange happened underground again. The purple drake once again burrowed out of the ground, and its huge body began to gradually shrink. Its 20-meter-long body quickly shrank to less than a meter. At a closer look, the earthworm spirit beast characteristics weren't very obvious. Instead, it looked more like a miniature, legless dragon, and it looked very agile. The purple drake's centipede flickered lightly, its speed so fast that even Ling Xiao couldn't react. The next moment, however, he found that it had already wrapped itself around Ling Xiao's waist, its fist-sized dragon head rubbing against Ling Xiao's chest, clearly trying to please him. The moment he was entangled by the purple drake's centipede, Ling Xiao was so scared that his heart almost jumped out of his chest. If the purple drake roar were to attack him now, his life would be in danger. He really didn't expect that the purple drake would be subdued so easily. He couldn't help but exclaim in his heart, "This young master's character really isn't just for show." After subduing the purple drake, Ling Xiao was in a great mood. Thus, he allowed the purple flood dragon robe to wrap around his waist like a belt and quickly jogged over to where his fellow sect members were. When everyone saw a spirit beast that looked like an earthworm and a dragon wrapped around Ling Xiao's waist, they were all dumbfounded. Zhao Nan walked over curiously and pointed at the purple drake's centipede, asking, "Junior brother, why did you subdue this little snake?" Before Ling Xiao could speak, the purple drake's centipede flashed and shot toward Zhao Nan. Everyone cried out in alarm, "Watch out!" However, even Ling Xiao couldn't escape the purple drake's centipede speed, let alone Zhao Nan. The purple drake's centipede coiled around Zhao Nan's arm and opened its mouth to bite him. Ling Xiao called out in time, "Big worm, come back!" The purple drake's centipede glared at Zhao Nan, who was already scared silly, then scurried back to Ling Xiao's waist and closed its eyes, looking angry. Ling Xiao rubbed its little head and smiled. "I'll give you a name. From now on, I'll call you Little Dragon. I hope that if you follow this young master, one day you can transform into a dragon and become a true divine beast." When the purple drake's centipede heard Ling Xiao's words, it opened its intelligent eyes and actually nodded happily, as if it was very satisfied with the name Ling Xiao had given it. The purple drake centipede's bloodline was extremely dense, and as long as one had the opportunity to devour the bloodline of dragons or their branches in the future, it shouldn't be difficult to transform into a dragon. Following that, Ling Xiao told his fellow sect members about the purple drake centipede's identity. The people from the Purple Sky sect didn't expect the little snake in front of them to be the purple drake centipede. For a moment, they were so scared that they retreated, and their faces became extremely pale. Zhao Nan was so frightened that he broke out in a cold sweat. He had almost been eaten by the purple drake just then, and he sighed inwardly. No wonder this little thing is so fast and strong. Even I wasn't able to react at all before I was subdued. So it's because of that big bug. No, junior brother Ling is even scarier. He actually managed to subdue it. Damn, why don't I have that kind of luck? Yu Yin walked up to Ling Xiao and asked curiously, Junior brother, you relied on those few stalks of crimson grass to subdue it? Ling Xiao chuckled and nodded. That's right, this guy is extremely greedy. Once we leave the secret realm, I must quickly gather some crimson grass. When Yu Yin and Bing Ruoxie received Ling Xiao's affirmation, they both opened their mouths wide in disbelief. They had never thought that Ling Xiao would be able to subdue a high-tier stage 5 purple drake centipede with just a few stalks of crimson grass. But the truth was right in front of them. How could they not believe it? In fact, not to mention them, even Ling Xiao himself didn't think that he would be able to subdue the purple drake centipede so easily. Right now, he felt as if he was dreaming. Since the purple drake centipede had been subdued, Ling Xiao brought everyone back to the territory that the purple drake centipede was guarding. Although the medicinal garden in front of them was already riddled with holes, due to the existence of the purple drake centipede, there were still many spirit herbs growing healthily. There were hundreds of stage 3 and stage 4 spirit herbs. No one could imagine that if the heaven-suppressing sect hadn't been destroyed, then the spirit herbs in these medicinal gardens would probably be dozens of times more than what they were now. Everyone looked at these spirit herbs and swallowed their saliva. There was no lack of 5 elemental spirit herbs here. To them, these spirit herbs were immeasurably useful to them. They all wanted to go up and pick them, but when they saw the purple drake centipede on Ling Xiao's waist, no one dared to act recklessly. Xiaolong, since you're following me, you won't be coming here anymore. These spirit herbs are a waste to be left here. Why don't you let me take them away? Ling Xiao asked as he touched the purple drake centipede on his waist. Although the purple drake centipede was willing to follow him, the wild nature of spirit beasts was hard to tame. He didn't sign a contract with it, so who knew if it would betray him? Thus, Ling Xiao had no choice but to be more careful now. Actually, Ling Xiao was thinking too much. Once any spirit beast had chosen a follower willingly, they wouldn't change their mind. The purple drake centipede opened its eyes, turned a few times, and nodded obediently. Ling Xiao smiled and nodded to the crowd, indicating that they could pick the spirit herbs. However, just as the purple sky sect disciples were about to pick the spirit herbs, the purple drake centipede on Ling Xiao's waist suddenly jumped out. Its body instantly grew several times bigger, scaring the disciples so much that they stumbled and fell. Xiaolong, Ling Xiao looked at the purple drake centipede in confusion. At the same time, he was on guard, afraid that it would really bite back. The purple drake centipede glared at the purple sky sect disciples a few times, then crawled to Ling Xiao's side, turning back into a smaller version of itself and rubbing itself against Ling Xiao. Then it looked at the spirit herbs and glared at the other purple sky sect disciples. It was hinting to Ling Xiao to pick the spirit herbs and not allowing others to pick them. Ling Xiao laughed involuntarily. This purple drake centipede was very interesting. Since the purple drake centipede didn't want others to touch its things, then he could only help it collect these 3rd and 4th level spirit herbs. This caused the eyes of the surrounding disciples to turn red with envy. All the benefits were taken by Elder Ling, and they didn't get a single one. However, none of them dared to say anything. Who told Elder Ling to be able to subdue a 5th level spirit beast? If it was anyone else, it would be strange if they didn't get swallowed alive by the purple drake centipede. After picking all the spirit herbs, Ling Xiao didn't plan to take them all for himself. If anyone wants any spirit herbs, you can tell me, and I can give them to you, Ling Xiao said to the crowd. As soon as Ling Xiao's words left his mouth, the morning mood of the others was replaced with joy. Zhao Nan rubbed his hands and said, "How can I accept this?" Ling Xiao could see that Zhao Nan didn't mean what he said, so he immediately smiled and said, "Since senior brother Zhao is embarrassed, then leave it with me for now." Zhao Nan let out an ah sound and quickly said, "That. Forget it. Since it's junior brother's kind intentions, how can senior brother reject junior brother's good intentions, right?" The change in Zhao Nan's attitude caused everyone to burst into laughter. Ling Xiao smiled and said, "Everyone found this place, so everyone who saw it has a share. However, this little thing of mine is a bit stingy, so each person is only allowed to take 2 spirit herbs. Of course, if you need to refine spirit-breaking pills or king pill, I will only take 1 spirit herb from you, but I will take these 2 as compensation. You can think about it." To be honest, even if Ling Xiao gave them the spirit herbs, they would only be able to increase their spiritual power or improve their physique. They wouldn't be able to fully utilize the effects of the spirit herbs. Any spirit herb would only be able to show its true value in the hands of an alchemist. Ling Xiao said, this mainly out of goodwill to help his companions who were going through thick and thin with him. After all, he only took 2 spirit herbs as compensation, which was already a very low price. If it was any other alchemist, they wouldn't be so easy to deal with. They wouldn't easily make a move if they didn't take a few more spirit herbs and mysterious crystals. Even if they asked someone from Medicine Peak to make a move, they would still take the same amount of compensation. Hearing Ling Xiao's words, everyone was tempted. Which one of them didn't want their strength to advance in a short period of time? With Ling Xiao's promise, they would be fools if they didn't agree. The people from the Purple Sky sect all gave up the opportunity to take the spirit herbs from Ling Xiao's hands. They all asked Ling Xiao to help them refine the pills they needed when he returned to the sect. Ling Xiao was quite satisfied with this, so he proposed to leave the mountain and look for opportunities elsewhere. The others were absolutely obedient to Ling Xiao's words. However, just as the group was about to leave, the purple flood dragon returned to its original form, and its earthworm tail wrapped tightly around Ling Xiao's feet, not letting him leave. Ling Xiao asked in confusion, "Little dragon, you don't want to leave this place?" The purple flood dragon hadn't reached the 6th stage yet, so it couldn't speak. It could only wrap around Ling Xiao's feet while swaying in a certain direction, as if it was trying to express something. Ling Xiao knew that the purple flood dragon definitely wanted to say something to it, so he ordered everyone to rest in place while he and the purple flood dragon went to investigate. Chapter 321. Ling Xiao agreed to go with the purple drake to see just what it couldn't bear to part with. Seeing that Ling Xiao had agreed, the purple drake didn't say anything else. It wrapped its tail around Ling Xiao's waist and dragged him into the mountains. Ling Xiao was so frightened that he didn't even have time to scream before his eyes turned pitch black. The people from the Purple Sky sect were even more shocked. They all thought that Ling Xiao had definitely met with misfortune. Yulai Yin, Bing Ruoshui, Wen Qidi, and Luo Ming all turned pale. They all had feelings for Ling Xiao, so they naturally didn't want Ling Xiao to die at such a young age. Chun Wenyu was relatively calm and said, "Everyone, don't worry. Since the purple drake has already been subdued by junior apprentice brother, it won't harm him. Let's just wait here." Everyone knew that worrying now was useless, so they could only follow Chun Wenyu's instructions and wait for Ling Xiao's return. Ling Xiao closed his eyes and felt his body constantly moving forward as he heard a rustling sound. Ling Xiao knew that the purple drake didn't have any intentions of harming him, so he boldly opened his eyes to see just where it was taking him. When Ling Xiao opened his eyes, all he saw was darkness in front of him, and he was surrounded by yellow light. He wasn't injured at all, so it's underground, Ling Xiao said. However, he still didn't know where the purple drake was taking him. As the saying goes, since you're here, you might as well take things as they come. Ling Xiao relaxed and allowed the purple drake to take him somewhere he didn't know. Within the secret realm, there was a mountain peak that was shrouded in mist. This mountain was in the center of the secret realm, and it towered into the sky. It was even more majestic than any other mountain, and the spiritual chi here was even denser. Anyone who stood at the foot of this mountain would feel as small as a grain of sand. But standing at the top of this mountain, one would feel as if all the other mountains were small. It was obvious that this was the main peak of the heaven-suppressing sect. Originally, this mountain was supposed to be a paradise filled with hundreds of birds chirping and spirit flowers and spirit herbs. However, this was not the case in reality. There were no roars of beasts or cries of birds on the mountain peak. There were rocks and weeds everywhere, and there were many cracks on the mountain peak that were full of holes. These cracks were made by sabers, spears, arrows, fists, palms. All sorts of innumerable scars had destroyed the mountain. If it was an ordinary mountain, it would have long been flattened. It wasn't hard to imagine how intense a battle had taken place here. Perhaps only a super expert who had reached the Earth's sovereign realm or above would be able to blast this mountain into such a state. The mountain was surrounded by dense forests, and there were all kinds of formations set up in the dense forests, making it impossible for people to enter easily. But now, these formations seemed to have been destroyed and could no longer serve as a defense. At this moment, in the dense forest, there were 3 groups of people slowly advancing towards the mountain peak. There weren't many people in the 3 groups, with each group having around 10 people. All of their strength was no lower than a high-ranked spirit master. Half of them had the strength of half a step into the king realm, and there were even a few that people couldn't see through. It was extremely strange. The people on the left all wore white robes with stars on them. There were 7 men and 3 women, and all of them were around 25 years old. The young man in the lead was even younger, only around 22 years old. He had sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes, and he was elegant and handsome. There was always a vague expression on his face, and his eyes would occasionally glance at the group not far away. There was a hint of admiration in his eyes. Following his gaze, there were 10 young women in pink clothes walking through the forest with light steps, adding a touch of amazement to the forest. Among the 10 women, the one in the middle had a veil over her face, and her appearance couldn't be seen. But just from looking at her incomparably graceful body, it was obvious that she was a beauty that was rarely seen in 100 years. This woman wore a golden branch on her head, a crystal bead around her neck, and a jade ring on her wrist. She was dressed in a colorful robe that was suffused with holy light. Through the transparent robe, one could faintly see how alluring her delicate body was. The young man in the lead of the first group just now had his eyes on this woman. The third group on the left were all men. All of them were tall and mighty, and they were as sturdy as iron towers. Each of them carried a huge sword that was as tall as a person, and they seemed to be extremely solitary. The young man in the lead was even more eye-catching. He was wearing a simple singlet, and his body was taller and more muscular than the others. His upper arms and shoulders were exposed, and his skin was covered with snake-like blue veins, which made him look extremely ferocious and terrifying. There were also several crisscrossing scars on his arms, which added a bit of domineering aura to him. The 3 groups walked in different directions, and they seemed to be heading to the mountain peak in front of them together. At the same time, they were also faintly guarding against each other. These 3 groups were the outstanding disciples of the Light Star Hall, the Charm Flame sect, and the Heavy Sword sect. In the northwest, these 3 sects were the most powerful 7th-grade sects, and each of them had at least one heavenly venerable ranked superpowerhouse in command. As the most outstanding disciples of these 3 sects, each of them had top-notch strength. Even if they were at the same level, their strength was twice as strong as the disciples of other sections. The entire Light Star Hall was made up of light attribute disciples. Their sect didn't have many people, but each of them was very strong, and their recovery ability was also the strongest among all the attributes. Therefore, they were ranked first among the many sections. The members of the Charm Flame sect were all women. Since ancient times, the patriarchal mentality had made the women of the Charm Flame sect unpopular. However, the Charm Flame sect only recruited outstanding women from Tenbin, and they used the cultivation of seduction techniques as the foundation. Every single one of the Flaming Charm sect's women could make a man's divine soul tremble with every move they made. The heavy sword sect was famous for forging swords, and they were all believers in swords. They advocated using blood to nourish the sword, and using the spirit to nourish the sword, so that they could achieve the realm of sword and man as one. Their strength couldn't be underestimated. However, swords were also their weakness. They believed in the stubborn belief that as long as the sword existed, the person existed, and if the sword was broken, the person would die. When the disciples of the three sects were about to reach the foot of the mountain peak, each of the three sects sent a representative to gather together. The handsome young man from the Light Star Hall was called Tian Xing, and people called him the Son of Stars. He was the most outstanding representative of the Light Star Hall, and he had an important status in the Light Star Hall. The masked woman from the Charm Flame sect was called Wu Meinyang, and her name contained the word Mei in it. This was because she had already been appointed as the next sect leader of the Charm Flame sect. She was now the Holy Maiden of the Charm Flame sect, and she would become the real sect leader of the Charm Flame sect once the previous sect leader passed on the position. The young man from the Heavy Sword sect was like an iron tower. Although he was only 23 years old, he looked a little old and steady. His name was Luo Ba Xing, and the huge sword on his back weighed 225 kilograms. It was an advanced 4th rank sword, and it was a relatively heavy sword. The three of them stopped 2 meters in front of each other. The three of them looked at each other, and the first to speak was Tian Xing from the Light Star Hall. The two of you, the main hall is right around the corner. Shouldn't we have a good talk first? Tian Xing glanced at the two of them and said indifferently. Luo Ba Xing faintly said, "What does Star Child want to say? However, I will say the ugly words first. In the end, everyone will have to rely on their own abilities to get what they want." Heavenly Star smiled faintly and said, "Brother Luo is very vigilant, but you are right. In the end, it will still depend on each person's ability to get what they want. I'm just talking to the two of you about how to take care of the things inside." When Tian Xing said this, he was obviously staring at Wu Meinyang, as if he didn't put Luo Ba Xing in his eyes. Luo Ba Xing didn't mind, but Wu Meinyang only frowned slightly and didn't say anything. "Since Starchild has brought it up, I believe you already have a plan to deal with it. Why don't you tell me first, what good plan do you have?" Luo Ba Xing looked like a person with a simple mind, but in reality, he was a meticulous person. Tian Xing replied, "I can't say that it's a good plan, but let's see if the two of you agree first." Hee. If Starchild has something to say, why don't you just say it? Why beat around the bush?" Wu Meinyang laughed for the first time. Her laughter was like the cry of an oriole, full of vitality and crisp and pleasant to the ear. It was also like the charming and moving sound of nature, making people feel comfortable. When Tian Xing and Luo Ba Xing heard this, they felt that they couldn't control their minds. Fortunately, the two of them were outstanding leaders in their sects, and their willpower was astonishing. It only took a moment for them to regain their senses. Tian Xing said, "Let's first work together to deal with the things inside. No one can be selfish. After we find what we need to find, we will decide who is better. What do you think?" "No problem," Wu Meinyang and Luo Ba Xing replied together. "That's good. Then I wish us a happy cooperation," Tian Xing said with a smile. After the three of them agreed, the 30 of them walked towards the giant peak together. Just as the 30 of them approached the mountain path of the giant peak, a burst of restriction light spread out. The mountain protecting restriction here was clearly dozens of times stronger than the one Ling Xiao had broken in the Eagle Gathering Hall. Tian Xing looked at the divine restriction light in front of him and smiled faintly. Although this restriction is strong, the eye of the formation has long since been destroyed. How can it stop us? He then took out a silver mirror that looked like a silver fan. It was very beautiful, and its edges were inlaid with profound patterns. From time to time, it would emit a dazzling radiance that made people not dare to look at it directly. It's the Silver Falcon Mirror. I didn't expect Starchild to even bring out such a sect-guarding spirit artifact. No wonder he's so fearless, Wu Meinyang and Luo Ba Xing thought in astonishment. Weapons were divided into 3 grades: mortal, profound, spirit, sage, and divine. The first and second grades were mortal weapons, while the third grade was profound, the sixth grade was spirit, the eighth grade was sage, and the 10th grade was divine. A spirit artifact referred to a weapon that had already begun to develop a spirit of its own and had established some sort of connection with its master. It could unleash a terrifying power that even an Earth sovereign would have to retreat in order to witness its might. The Silver Falcon Mirror was a low-tier, 6th-grade spirit artifact, one of the sect-guarding spirit artifacts of the Radiant Star Hall. It was no wonder that Wu Meinyang and Luo Baxing were surprised that Tianxing had suddenly taken it out. Luo Baxing looked at the Silver Falcon Mirror with undisguised greed in his eyes. Tianxing glanced at Luo Baxing disapprovingly. "Brother Luo, are you interested in my mirror?" Tianxing waved the mirror in his hand at Luo Baxing. Luo Baxing took a step back and laughed dryly. Who doesn't like spirit artifacts? However, Starchild's mirror isn't suitable for a crude old man like me. Perhaps it's more suitable for Meinyang. Chapter 322. Meinyang Wu laughed tenderly and said, "Haha, if senior brother Xing is willing to give it to Meinyang, Meinyang will naturally be happy to accept it. With Meinyang's thin willow appearance, she must often disguise herself so that she won't come out to scare people. Having a good mirror is really good." Hearing this, Luo Baxing looked at Tianxing with a gloating expression. Instead, he chuckled and said, "Who doesn't know that Meinyang's beauty is unparalleled? If a beauty like you can only have the appearance of a thin willow, then I'm afraid there won't be any beautiful women in the world." At this point, he paused for a moment, then continued. "If Meinyang likes this little mirror, Xing would give it to Meinyang, but my master once said that this mirror can only be given to my future wife, so if Meinyang doesn't mind being my fiancée, Xing will naturally be willing to give it to her." Heavenstar said it extremely straightforwardly. Anyone could see that he coveted Wu Meinyang. Luo Baxing furrowed his brows and looked at Wu Meinyang warily, as if he were afraid that she would immediately agree. Wu Meinyang's beautiful eyes paused on Heavenly Star's face for a moment. Her phoenix eyes narrowed slightly as she smiled and said, "So this is the engagement token of the Star Child. How can this servant take it? I think it's better to forget about it." Heavenly Star smiled helplessly and said, "It seems that I still can't recognize Meinyang's eyes. It is truly a great regret in life." Luo Baxing laughed and said, "Star Child, you boast that you are unparalleled, but it seems that you are still unable to move Meinyang. Perhaps you can use your Light Star Hall's golden brilliant mirror as a betrothal gift. I believe Meinyang will accept you." Tianxing glanced at Luo Baxing and said indifferently, "Brother Luo's words are reasonable. I'm infatuated with Meinyang, and I believe that she will feel it sooner or later. Now is not the time for romance. Once I break the restriction here, the two of you must protect me." After saying that, Tianxing used his own attributes to gather on the Silver Falcon Mirror, and a dazzling silver light blossomed. Xiao! For a moment, the world around them was illuminated, and a white beam of light blasted towards the restriction divine light not far ahead. Rumble! The white light exploded violently as it collided with the barrier, causing the surrounding ground to shake. After the restriction was destroyed, Tianxing's face turned pale. It was obvious that the attack just now had used up most of his spiritual power. The other 9 people from the Light Star Hall protected him, afraid that the people from the other 2 sects would seize the opportunity to attack. After Heavenly Star quickly consumed the medicinal pill, a warm smile appeared on his face, and he said, "Please." Wu Meinyang and Luo Baxing's eyes flickered with an imperceptible glint. They each called out to their companions and walked up the giant peak together. On another mountain peak, Ling Xiao was brought to the belly of a mountain by the purple drake. At this moment, Ling Xiao was completely dumbfounded by the sight of this mountain. Who would have thought that there would be such a place of uncanny workmanship within this mountain peak? The inside of the cave should have been pitch black, but there was a hidden place above the cave that faced the sun. Sunlight gathered there, and spiritual energy flowed in, allowing one to see everything within the cave. Inside the belly of the mountain was a cave. The entrance of the cave seemed to be naturally formed. The stalactites were strange and peculiar, and there were stone floats dripping everywhere. Waves of dampness and coolness made people feel an inexplicable chill. Even though Ling Xiao was already a high-rank spirit master, he still felt the chill enter his body, making him feel somewhat uncomfortable. Ling Xiao hurriedly circulated his energy to resist this inexplicable chill. "What's this thing? It's so cold," Ling Xiao muttered. His body wasn't impervious to fire and water, but it was still abnormally tough. Even king-rank powerhouses didn't have a physique like his, but this cave gave him an indescribable chill. Ling Xiao's mouth opened wide, and his eyes burned with incomparable heat. There was a small patch of soil in front of him, and there were dozens of spirit herbs growing on it. Next to the soil was a small, icy jade lake. Above the jade lake, there was a faint mist. It looked very ethereal. Waves of chilliness were emitted from this place. Ling Xiao rubbed his eyes and walked forward step by step. Beside him, the purple flood dragon centipede, which had shrunk back to its original size, raised its proud head and instantly scuttled into the jade lake, happily swimming around. Ling Xiao had no time to pay attention to the purple drake, because he was completely attracted by the dozens of spirit herbs. That small patch of soil was facing the sun. It was only about 10 square meters, but all of the spirit herbs planted there were 5th level and above. No wonder there weren't any 5th level spirit herbs in the medicine garden. So they were all planted here. Ling Xiao looked at the spirit herbs in front of him and swallowed. 5th level spirit herbs were extremely rare in the vast Northwest, and each one had an immeasurable effect. But now there were dozens of them here, which made Ling Xiao feel a little incredulous. Sweet pine mushroom, low 5th level earth attribute spirit herb. Scarlet peony grass, low 5th level fire attribute spirit herb. Black sand vine, mid 5th level metal attribute spirit herb. Ling Xiao quietly counted the spirit herbs planted here, and the more he looked, the happier he became. There were quite a few of them that were mid or high 5th level. Although the value of these spirit herbs wasn't as great as the 5-color gourd he had obtained, they were still very useful, and they were all the main spirit herbs used to refine 5th level pills. This is a wheat spirit flower. Great, it really is effortless. Ling Xiao looked at a spirit herb and exclaimed. Wheat spirit flower, mid 5th level spirit herb, was one of the main spirit herbs used to refine the spirit prolonging pill. Ling Xiao really didn't think that he would encounter a spirit herb suitable for refining the spirit prolonging pill here, and for a moment he was extremely happy. The priestess didn't have much time left, and if he couldn't find the Heaven Gu divine art, he had to refine the spirit prolonging pill no matter what to let the priestess live a little longer, or else he would suffer for the rest of his life. Ling Xiao calmed his mind and continued to look at the other spirit herbs. When Ling Xiao was almost done identifying the spirit herbs here, he was about to harvest all the spirit herbs here. But when he looked at the small patch of soil, he felt that this soil was different from normal soil. From time to time, he could see a faint light that was hard to detect, and it should be the fertile soil that the purple flood dragon had specially cultivated. He wondered if he could harvest this small patch of soil, and it would be convenient for him to cultivate high-level spirit herbs in the future. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao called out to the purple flood dragon in the jade lake, Xiaolong, come here for a moment. When the purple flood dragon heard Ling Xiao's call, it rushed out of the jade lake with a whoosh. I want to take away all the spirit herbs and soil here. What do you think? Ling Xiao asked. The purple flood dragon didn't seem to need to think about it and nodded directly, seemingly not caring at all. Ling Xiao was overjoyed, but then he fell into distress. If he wanted to collect the spirit grass and soil here, there was a big difficulty. If he were to store all the soil in the jade lake, It would lose the nourishment of the spiritual energy in the spatial ring and become useless, ordinary soil. Although there was spiritual energy in the spirit beast bracer, there was no way to store other things, which was one of its drawbacks. Right, I forgot that this young master still has the obsidian cauldron. Just as Ling Xiao was feeling distressed, he remembered that he had another item that could store both living and dead things. The obsidian cauldron was a heaven-rank spirit furnace, and Ling Xiao could not even touch a tenth of its functions. Ling Xiao took out the obsidian cauldron and whispered, "Obsidian, come out." After saying that, a shadow appeared above the obsidian cauldron. This was the cauldron's soul, Obsidian. What is Master's command? Obsidian's voice was ethereal, but it contained an inexplicable power. Can the space and the medicine cauldron store the spirit herbs and soil together? Ling Xiao asked. Obsidian said, "Of course. But after storing it, the spiritual energy in the soil won't collapse, right?" Ling Xiao asked with some concern. "No, the spiritual energy in the spatial ring is denser than here. It will only improve the soil and not make it lose its original spiritual energy, but the quality of the soil is too poor. Is Master sure you want to store it?" Obsidian replied. You said that the soil is too poor?" Ling Xiao asked dully. "Yes, this should be trash soil that has just entered the rank. At most, it can only be cultivated into rank 5 low-level spirit herbs. It's really too poor," Obsidian responded. Hearing this, Ling Xiao almost vomited blood and died. The highest rank 5 upper rank spiritual grass that he had seen since he started his cultivation was only a rank 5 upper rank spiritual grass, but these spiritual grass became a low-rank spiritual grass in front of Obsidian. Even if any powerhouse in the Northwest heard it, he would feel extremely guilty. Ling Xiao smiled dryly and said, "Then, what is the highest rank spirit herb you have ever seen?" Obsidian responded, "Rank 10. Ling Xiao's body shook. His mouth was wide open, but he was extremely shocked in his heart. Rank 10 spirit herb. What kind of existence was that? Each of this kind of spirit herb was a heaven-defying existence and could be called a magical herb. That was not a place that could grow at all. Not only did it need more than 10,000 years to grow, but it also needed an extremely dangerous place with extremely rich spiritual energy to exist. Ling Xiao had read the catalog of spirit herbs, and the number of rank 10 spirit herbs recorded in it was only a handful. It could be seen how rare this kind of rank 10 spirit herb was. However, Obsidian said that he had seen a rank 10 spirit herb. Doesn't that mean that his previous owner is a rank 10 miracle potioneer? An alchemist who reached the rank 10 was called a miracle potioneer. There were several miracle potioneers in ancient times, but with the passage of time, the long river of history was obliterated, and there was no miracle potioneer. Ling Xiao was shocked by what Obsidian said. However, he had no face to keep the soil again at the moment. It had been said to be garbage soil. If it was him, would he have the nerve to keep it? Ling Xiao cared about his face, so he could only abandon it. Miracle potioneer, I don't know if I can reach that realm in this life. After collecting the dozens of 5 spirit herbs here, Ling Xiao sighed in his heart and asked. Miracle potioneer was already the pinnacle existence on this continent. When he reached that step, the world would change for him. Ling Xiao wanted to do the best in everything he did. This was the belief that he had been working hard to make himself progress and become stronger. Only by reaching a height that others could not reach could he realize the greatest wish in his heart: wake up and take control of the world, sleep on the knees of beauties. Chapter 323. After putting away the spirit grass, Ling Xiao walked toward the nearby Jade Lake. The closer he got to the lake, the colder it became. Inside Ling Xiao's body, the 3 parts restoring power began to operate on its own. Wisps of pure, cold power gushed into his body through his limbs and bones. The power of the ice element was slowly growing. Ling Xiao was puzzled, but when he got closer to the lake, he could clearly see that it was actually milky white water. What kind of water is this? How can it be so strange? Ling Xiao muttered. At the same time, he stretched his hand into the water and felt the bone-chilling cold. He quickly pulled his hand back. Ling Xiao's pupils dilated. Just as he thought of something, an urgent voice echoed in his sea of consciousness. This is the 10,000 years stone emulsion. Myriad year stone emulsion? Ling Xiao's mind trembled. Immediately afterward, a green figure drilled out of Ling Xiao's mind. Wasn't this the myriad year tree spirit, Lu Wang? Elder Lu, why did you come out? Ling Xiao asked. Lu Wang ignored Ling Xiao. Instead, he bowed his body and narrowed his eyes, a bright light blossoming within them. The purple drake immediately stared at Lu Wang with vigilance, a faint trace of fear in its eyes. Only now did Lu Wang notice the purple drake. This little fellow clearly has the bloodline of dragons. Although it's rare, it's still very pure. Ling Xiao replied. It's an ancient beast, a descendant of a dragon and a drake. He paused for a moment before asking, Elder Lu, you said this is myriad year stone emulsion? Lu Wang beamed. Of course. This place must have been here for over 10,000 years. Otherwise, how could it have nurtured such a divine liquid? It looks like I can speed up my recovery. It can help you recover? Ling Xiao asked. That's only natural. To us tree spirits, it's like a heavenly dew. Each drop contains pure energy, and with so much of it here, it should be enough for me to recover a third of my essence energy. That's great, said Lu Wang excitedly. Ling Xiao thought about how Lu Wang had regenerated all the plants in the Illusion Valley regardless of the price. He had used up an enormous amount of essence energy, yet the 10,000 year stone emulsion in front of him was able to recover a third of it. From this, it could be imagined just how wondrous and precious the 10,000 year stone emulsion was. At the same time, he thought about how he desperately needed the 10,000 year stone emulsion. After Lu Wang said this, he opened his mouth and impatiently absorbed the 10,000 year stone emulsion in front of him. Ling Xiao quickly stopped it and said, Old Green, wait a moment. If there's anything, wait until I've absorbed the 10,000 year stone emulsion. Lu Wang was slightly displeased, and then he once more went to absorb the 10,000 year stone emulsion. Ling Xiao quickly stopped him. You can't absorb it for the time being. Why? Lu Wang asked in confusion. Because I want to use it as well, said Ling Xiao. You, little friend, you can't be like this. It's very useful to me, Lu Wang said anxiously. Ling Xiao earnestly said, Old Green, don't worry. In the end, it'll still be yours. But before that, let me use it first. Ling Xiao finally recalled the information he had read about the 10,000 year stone emulsion in the Sex book depository. Every drop had the effect of cleansing the marrow, expanding the meridians, and stabilizing the mind. To anyone, this 10,000 year stone emulsion was a top-grade emulsion. Not only could it improve a martial artist's physique and increase their lifespan, but it could also increase their cultivation speed. Even an Earth Sovereign would go crazy over this divine elixir. When an Earth Sovereign wanted to break through to the Empyrean realm, they needed to unify their mind and reach the heavens. The 10,000 year stone emulsion had the miraculous effect of purifying one's mind. A top-grade divine elixir like this could only be chanced upon, not sought. How could Ling Xiao miss it? Moreover, besides collecting some 10,000 year stone emulsion, he also needed to borrow the cold energy of this cold pond to cultivate the fourth transformation of the Vajra 5 transformations technique, the bone refining realm. Back in Guzhai City, Ling Xiao had used the revitalizing viscera restoring pill to cultivate the third transformation of the Vajra 5 transformations technique, the organ refining realm. Afterwards, he hadn't had the chance to cultivate the fourth transformation. Because the conditions for the fourth transformation were even more stringent, it had been delayed until now. Now that he had encountered this 10,000 year stone emulsion, Ling Xiao thought of using it to cultivate the fourth transformation. The fourth transformation, the bone refining realm, as its name suggested, was to reforge the tendons, steel, and iron bones so that all the marrow could reach a state where it couldn't be broken by blades or broken by swords. Normally, in order for a martial artist to reach this realm, they had to reach the Earth's sovereign stage and refine a body of sovereign stage bones. Once the bone refining realm reached the large success stage, it would be even tougher than Earth's sovereign stage bones. Even an Empyrean powerhouse would find it difficult to destroy it. Even if a limb was severed, as long as the brain wasn't destroyed and the heart wasn't shattered, the limb could still be regenerated. This was the freakish aspect of the bone refining realm. It could be seen that the conditions needed to cultivate to this realm couldn't be casually met. Now, Ling Xiao wanted to use this 10,000-year stone emulsion to soak his body, freeze his bones, and cultivate the fourth transformation. The extremely cold liquid here was the best place to cultivate the bone refining realm. After Ling Xiao explained this to Lu Wang finally suppressed his restless heart and returned to his spiritual sea. Ling Xiao knew that this cultivation might take some time, but he was afraid that his companions in the sect would worry. So he cut his finger, tore off a piece of cloth, and wrote a few words before handing it to the purple flood dragon, telling it to bring it back to the people of the Purple Sky sect and have him search for secret treasures while he stayed behind to cultivate. After doing all this, Ling Xiao took off his martial clothes, revealing his well-proportioned and robust body, and then slowly stepped into the cold pond. As soon as he came into contact with the cold pond, Ling Xiao couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. The cold of the cold pond was by no means ordinary cold, but a bone-chilling cold that could directly penetrate the flesh and reach the marrow, making it difficult to endure. Ling Xiao clenched his teeth, sat down in the cold pond, and began to circulate the golden steel 5 transformation technique. At the beginning, Ling Xiao's body was constantly trembling, his face turning blue and purple, as if he had been seriously injured, causing him unbearable pain. The 10,000-year stone emulsion had an extremely cold intent, attacking Ling Xiao's skin, flesh, and bones from all directions, freezing his marrow until it crackled. The coldness was like a sharp blade, cutting through his bones. Ling Xiao was in so much pain that he wanted to die. It was as if he was going to lose his life. As the cold continued to invade, Ling Xiao couldn't help but scream in pain. If it wasn't for his astonishing willpower, which made him unable to endure what normal people couldn't, he would have probably rushed out of the cold pond. The golden steel 5 transformation technique in Ling Xiao's body absorbed the cold intent and began to temper the bones of his body. The 3 parts returning origin qi also began to slowly circulate on its own, absorbing strands of cold energy to strengthen the ice attribute spirit force, and finally returning to his dantian. The cold pond had existed for tens of thousands of years, and the cold energy at the bottom of the cave surged. Not long after, Ling Xiao seemed to be completely frozen. The cold energy invaded Ling Xiao's body again and again, and his bones were unexpectedly covered with a thin layer of ice mist. His meridians and blood vessels were also frozen by the cold energy, making it difficult for them to circulate. Fortunately, the blue demon flame in his sea of consciousness was a pure yang flame, and it separated a few strands of warm spirit force, allowing Ling Xiao to regain consciousness. Ling Xiao quivered and hurriedly accelerated the circulation of his mysterious qi, making his meridians and blood vessels become active again. Gradually, Ling Xiao adapted to the cold under the 2 mysterious qi, but his complexion was still frighteningly pale. For several days, Ling Xiao spent half a day soaking in the 10,000-year stone emulsion, and the 4 transformation, bone refining, was gradually opened, advancing towards the small success realm. After a few days, Ling Xiao had completely adapted to the cold here, and the bone marrow in his body finally produced a few strange changes, but these changes were not very big and were hard to notice. After these few days of cultivation, in addition to adapting to the cold here, Ling Xiao's skin also became smooth and delicate. Her skin was as white and smooth as a newborn baby's, giving people the urge to caress it. Ling Xiao didn't notice any of this. He was just immersed in his cultivation. Like this, a few days passed, and Ling Xiao had been in this cave for a whole half a month. Counting the days, it had been 20 days since he entered the heaven-suppressing sect. After counting the days, Ling Xiao had no choice but to give up the idea of continuing to cultivate. After half a month, Ling Xiao used the 10,000-year stone emulsion to stabilize to the small success realm of bone refining. His bones had become a lot tougher, and in the future, when the fire of desire was reborn, he would be able to cultivate to the large success realm. In addition, his skin and internal organs had received a new round of nourishment and strengthening, and his defensive ability was no longer the same as before. Ling Xiao could not help but sigh at the magic of this 10,000-year stone emulsion. If he cultivated in another cold place, it would be difficult to reach the small success realm in less than a year. Ling Xiao came out of the cold pond and summoned Lu Wang. "Old Lu, you can enjoy it now," Ling Xiao said with a smile, but in his heart, he was proudly muttering, "You're still drinking the water I wash my feet with, haha." Hearing Ling Xiao's words, Lu Wang revealed an impatient expression, and he opened his mouth and sucked in the cold pond. Whoosh! The 10,000-year stone emulsion in the cold pond flowed backwards into Lu Wang's mouth. Lu Wang was like a bottomless pit, and he quickly absorbed all the 10,000-year stone emulsion in the cold pond. All that was left was some useless water. Whoosh! After absorbing all the 10,000-year stone emulsion, Lu Wang quickly entered Ling Xiao's knowledge sea and began to slowly digest the 10,000-year stone emulsion. Ling Xiao took out a bottle and muttered, "I also want to drink a mouthful first." The bottle in his hand was actually the 10,000-year stone emulsion that he had already collected earlier. Whether it was now or in the future, such a precious item would be frequently used. How could Ling Xiao not prepare some? Ling Xiao opened the bottle and drank all the 10,000-year stone emulsion in one gulp. Immediately after, waves of pure energy began to surge like a tide, washing through his limbs and organs. Ling Xiao felt his entire body become extremely comfortable. It was as if he was swimming in the summer or soaking in the warmth of winter. He enjoyed the pleasure of being washed again and again. All the impurities and hidden injuries in his body were cleansed, and his meridians and acupoints were once again warmed and expanded. After a long time, when Ling Xiao woke up, he felt that his entire body was covered in a layer of black stuff. It was so smelly that it made him feel nauseous. "It can actually wash my marrow and meridians. That's great." Ling Xiao looked at the black stuff and jumped up. "You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.